Welcome to Novel Love Hearing. Get ready for heart-pounding action, thrilling adventures with fresh and unique elements, a touch of romance, and a dash of harem. Everything you're craving is right here. We're excited to have you join us on this journey. So come along to Novel Love Hearing, we're waiting for you. As a small favor, please consider sharing Novel Love Hearing with your friends, family, in YouTube comments, on Discord, Reddit, or anywhere else you hang out online. Happy listening, and enjoy the ride. The Sky Canal. Let's not do that for now. The Great Whirlpool Teleportation Formation is pretty much abandoned. There's no point in developing Whirlpool Archipelago. If you have time, I think we could close the Great Whirlpool Teleportation Formation and utilize the natural node at the Whirlpool entrance. It's also time to open up a second teleportation array. Where does brother plan to establish the second teleportation array? To the Snowstorm Mountain Duchy. List narrowed his eyes, remembering a new natural node he had discovered a few days ago. He had planned to send some supplies to Yevich Peanut to continue his conquest of the Snowstorm Mountain Duchy. However, he stumbled upon a natural node located at the border of the Yellowstone Kingdom and the Eagle Kingdom on the legendary continent, less than 100 kilometers from the Snowstorm Mountain Duchy. It was a dense forest that looked ordinary, but List suspected there were mines underneath. Natural nodes were generally related to superior magic, which meant they were usually related to dragons. I intend to connect this new teleportation array between Jade City and the legendary continent and establish a city on the continent as a trade hub with the Snowstorm Mountain Duchy. Then we can set it up after the holiday season is over. Yeah. After learning about Axe Earth Elemental Incarnation, List handed the obsidian ring he had just acquired to Ak for identification. He had fiddled with the ring, having the appearance of a black metal alloy, but it showed no magic reaction, and she could not activate it. When the Knowledge Ancient Book touched the obsidian ring, it quickly radiated light, revealing a passage in moon language. Metal alloy, equivalent alchemy. What does that mean? List, not wanting to think too much, asked directly. Ak carefully examined the moon language, saying, "Brother, if Ak isn't guessing wrong, this obsidian ring is made from the metal of all the metal dragons condensed together." All the metal dragons metal? Just like before he had obtained the gemstone crown, he didn't know about the 36 types of gemstone dragons, so naturally, he also didn't know how many types of metal dragons there were. He didn't even understand how many metals there were on Earth since he had never memorized the periodic table. He only knew about such things as Tibetan yak leather tents and the saying, "Let the beauty go to you," and then some common metals like gold, silver, copper, iron, aluminum, tin, lead, titanium, manganese, sodium, potassium, calcium, cobalt, nickel, and mercury. But the types of metal dragons in this world should be more than the kinds of metals on Earth. After all, iron dragons are divided into 5 varieties: black heart iron dragons, white heart iron dragons, white maw iron dragons, malleable cast iron dragons, and gray iron dragons, and copper dragons are divided into 4 kinds: bronze dragons, brass dragons, purple copper dragons, and white copper dragons. No one knows whether silver dragons are divided into categories like white silver dragons, black silver dragons, and the like. Or whether the gold dragons are divided into categories like Krypton gold dragons, 24K gold dragons, and the like. He was somewhat surprised. How much effort must the ancient magicians have expended to collect all these metal dragons? I don't know about that. Knowledge Ancient Book also can't identify how many types of metals are in the obsidian ring. They only have a general concept of metal alloy. Ak shook his head. However, I have some idea about its function. It should be related to the legendary alchemy. Does alchemy really exist? List wanted to retort that turning stones into gold was unscientific, but this was a fantasy world, where the impossible became possible. It requires in-depth research. You take it and study it when you have time. Basically, the 6 sealed divine artifacts of the ancient magicians are all equipment suitable for archmages and have nothing to do with me. List felt a bit regretful. He also wanted to unearth divine artifacts passed down from ancient times, but unfortunately, the ancient era was a time of magical civilization. Divine artifacts like the Time Scepter, 8 Dragons God Sword, Knowledge Ancient Book, Gemstone Crown, and Obsidian Ring, along with the Marks of Terror, were basically all prepared for casters. Back then, knights were just retainers for magicians and probably couldn't afford any good equipment, which is why nowadays List's daily sword was only a greater elf weapon, Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword. He hadn't obtained Dragon Tooth Soldier, let alone Dragon Elf Weapon or Dragon Soul Soldier. All these, comparable to the divine artifacts of ancient magicians, Dragon Tooth, Dragon Soul, and Dragon Elf weapons, are mostly collected in the hands of dragon-rearing families and seldom circulated to the outside world. Like the Sapphire Duke, he only wielded a greater elf weapon, Wailing Cage Sword. "Brother, you could use the Gemstone Crown and 8 Dragons God Sword too," Ak said. But I can't maximize their power. They are after all equipment for archmages. However, you don't need to worry about me. I have the Bone Dragon Sword and Fire Dragon Lance, which are superior to any divine weapon. Furthermore, the Mountain Copper Dragon Lance that Mountain Copper Dragon Mata condensed for me and Wrath of Thunder are also very good. Wrath of Thunder was the dragon lance of the light green gemstone Dragon Knight, Carla Violet. Its materials were likely a mixture of alloys with magic metal. It was somewhat inferior to the Mountain Copper Dragon Lance. Both Dragon Lances didn't have any additional properties, but their good magic conductivity was enough to unleash the powerful attack of a Dragon Knight, which was sufficient for List. In daily dragon riding combat, he used Wrath of Thunder and Mountain Copper Dragon Lance, and in real battles, Bone Dragon Vinny would condense armor and weapons for him. Fire Dragon Leo could also transform into a Fire Dragon Lance to aid in battle, but Leo had a stronger fighting power in his true dragon form. Bone Dragon Vinny purely fought in armored form due to her inability to fly. In the following 2 days, Ak followed List around, transforming the terrain of Flame Island. Her Earth Elemental incarnation was like a map editor, immersing List in the joy of editing the geography of Flame Island according to his own imagination. In a flash, the festival had arrived, the year of Sapphire Calendar 155 ended, and the year 156 began. Chapter 970, Doing as One Pleases. A large sand table was constructed in the hall of Flame Castle, created by Acroloids in half a day. It was a detailed topographical map of Flame Island, representing even the smallest rivers and towns on the sand table. However, there were some discrepancies between the sand table and the actual terrain. It contained an additional 15 crisscross rock pathways. These were the future main traffic routes of Flame Island that List envisioned while studying the sand table, alongside some reservoirs and canals connecting rivers, and so on. On the day of the festival, knights from all over Flame Island, nobles with ranks of Viscount and above, including Yevich who had returned from a voyage, as well as the chief listener from the Moonslayer tribe, had all gathered at Flame Castle to attend the banquet held there. Due to the turnout, the dining hall couldn't accommodate more than 100 people, so it was changed to an outdoor buffet. At this moment, everyone was gathered in the hall, marveling at the sand model of Flame Island. They had all seen the maps of the Flame Archipelago released by the Magic Guild, but the maps were far less clear than the sand table. So we live here. Here is Flame Mountain, and Jade Mountain is here, where I work in Jade City. Dragon Valley City is here, haha, and you can even see the lead mines, which I'm in charge of. So, we from Zayat tribe live here, but I've already led a team of experts to work in King's Castle. Why did it feel like so many days travel, yet seem so close? It's a sand table, just like a map. It looks close but is actually far. This sand table is truly miraculous. Only Lord Acroloids could create such a masterful treasure. I wonder if Lord Acroloids could one day create a sand table of the legendary continent. I can't wait to find out how far Flame Island is from the legendary continent. It should be as far as from here to the castle gate. Are these supposed to be roads? They must be roads, Your Highness. Are we building more roads? Don't we already have several main roads? Marquis of Bulltail quickly joined the group, greeting everyone, then on behalf of List explained to the nobles, though the developed area of Flame Island is not extensive, his lordship already has plans for the overall development. These 15 crisscrossing roads will be the main traffic arteries of Flame Island in the future. While his father handled the nobles who came for the castle's banquet, List hid in his study, chatting with Acroloids, Chris, Emily, Demaria, and Sasamit, Holy Tribe listener. At today's banquet, I plan to announce a plan regarding the issue of title imbalances among the ancient mages. Magicians must be strictly prohibited from obtaining noble titles, but some concessions can be made for ancient mages, he said leisurely while savoring top-quality green tea. The development committee faced a dilemma. The ancient mages were dissatisfied with the current system of nobility. They wanted to integrate into the knightly title system. However, the knight system had excluded magicians from the start, with no country bestowing nobility on magicians. Nobles could support magicians, granting them a good social status, but they strictly forbade magicians from touching the underlying element of governances. The nobility system. The ancient mages among the Moonslayers did not understand the knight system well and were unaware of the adversarial relationship between magicians and knights. During several battles for titles, the ancient mages received only physical rewards and rewards for their children, but nothing concerning titles. This caused the group of ancient mages trying to integrate into the Flame Kingdom to harbor deep resentment, often leading to passive resistance. It is better to channel than to block. List decided to differentiate magicians from ancient mages. Ancient mages can also be granted noble titles, but their offspring must cultivate chi and become knights before they can inherit the titles. Furthermore, once ancient mages start a family, they must change their lifestyle and fully integrate into the knight system. Sasamit, also known as Sasamit, Holy tribe listener, upon hearing this, inquired, Seiki. Don't call me Seiki anymore, just address me as Your Highness like the other nobles do. Yes, Your Highness, Su quickly changed his form of address. I don't know what changing my lifestyle means. Most of the ancient mages have adapted to castle life, but the cultivation system cannot be changed. It's not about cultivation, nor simply adapting to castle life, but a full integration. For example, taking a suitable surname, embracing the glory of knighthood, abandoning tribal concepts, participating in noble social interactions, etc. Su, you must understand that the lives of the moon slayers in the forests are very backward. The knighthood system is the bright future. I understand, Your Highness. I will try to change my lifestyle, fully integrate into the kingdom, and become a loyal follower of yours. Su was a qualified bootlicker. Having witnessed Seiki's and Biggleswade's power, he obeyed List unquestioningly. Seeing this, List smiled. 3 generations from now, I hope there will be no more calls for moon slayers, flame people, eagle people, or iron people. All who live under the protection of the flame family will be known by one common title: the citizens of the Flame Kingdom. This was pure nonsense. Skin color was an undeniable factor. The moon slayers were doomed to be discriminated against and relegated to the bottom stratum. Hearing this, Demaria chimed in with agreement. Your Highness is ambitious. The Flame Kingdom will surely gather strong centripetal force, and everyone will dedicate their loyalty to the kingdom, to the Flame family. The noon banquet concluded amidst the cheers of the listeners from the original tribes of the Moonslayers. The first batch of noble Moonslayers was about to emerge, enjoying the same treatment as the Night Nobles, except their children needed to master Chi to inherit the titles. After these knights and ancient mages left the Flame Castle and returned to their respective castles, only List's family, along with Acryloids, Emily, Chris, Paris, and the twins, Lucy and Ruth, remained in the Flame Castle. This slightly saddened Emily. She had thought Lord had invited her alone, not expecting Paris to be there. She cared little for Chris, the president of the Magic Guild, nor dared to care about Acryloids, the Archmage. However, Paris, once rumored to be the Lord's lover, she cared about deeply. Emily's look towards Paris carried a hint of hostility. However, Paris treated Emily with her usual demeanor. She had spent multiple holidays by List's side and, as his power and status grew, had long buried her romantic feelings, seeing herself as a loyal follower. Of course, ready to sacrifice herself if the Lord Landlord needed. As for Chris, she might also harbor some affection for List, but her thoughts were mostly immersed in truth. Lucy and Ruth were brought by Acryloids. He admired the twins and considered taking them as disciples to teach seriously. Of course, for now, the twins more resembled Acryloids as 2 servants, handling some mundane tasks he disliked. Originally, List had also invited Kenley, the vice president of the Magic Guild, but Kenley was unavailable. Most magicians in the Magic Guild were single and hence lacked a concept of family or holiday spirit, continuing experiments even on holidays, hence she and Chris had to remain for management. Since Chris had gone to the Flame Castle, she stayed to cover for her. How enviable. Levi's, closely supervised by Loria, couldn't help but admire as he watched the women in the living room chatting with List. Each of the women here, without exception, held a prestigious position in the Flame Kingdom, admired by countless knights for both their looks and capabilities, yet they were all spending New Year's Eve in Flame Castle. They laughed heartily at List's few cold jokes, savoring them as sweet. As for him, outside, he had to sneak around to keep a lover, for fear Loria would discover. Feeling embarrassed to enter the living room, he quietly left, muttering to himself as he turned around, "Does having a dragon mean you can do whatever you want?" Chapter 971, Elf Night. The bells of the new year chimed 9 times. It marked the passing of 1 year and the commencement of another. Flame Island didn't have snow, so the festive atmosphere wasn't quite like it was on Black Horse Island, but the lively ambience nevertheless increased. The number of elves continued to grow, causing the not-so-large Flame Castle to buzz with noise from morning till night. Chris and Paris had already returned, the still young Lucy and Ruth had gone to sleep in their guest rooms, and Emily was also arranged to rest in a guest room. List and Ak hid on the study's balcony, gazing at the gradually increasing number of stars in the sky. He held Ak close, inhaling the fragrant scent from her azure hair, and a mist in front of his eyes slowly formed into serpent script. Complete the task, reward, 1 dragon elf. With an arched brow and a quick thrill in his heart, he soon regained his composure. The dragon elf would eventually be his, there was no need to rush. He then looked at the new smoke mission. Task: the time for establishing the kingdom within 3 years is drawing near, yet the site for the king's castle has just finished selection. It will take a long time before the royal palace is completed. Perhaps it would be wise to hasten the construction pace. Please lay a suitable foundation for the royal palace and the king's castle. Reward, new species of red tree. The content and reward of the new task seemed not too extraordinary. Ak, do you think the power of destiny can be grasped? He suddenly felt inspired to ask Ak, the power of destiny represented by the smoke, visible only to him. Ak looked a bit puzzled. Didn't you always say that man can conquer heaven? That's true, one's destiny certainly relies on personal effort, but it also must consider the historical process. My achievements have already become a legend, creating a kingdom from nothing, something that hasn't appeared in many years of the Night Era on the legendary continent. Duchies merged and separated frequently, with families founding kingdoms because of dragon riding, and others perishing when their dragons died. However, fluctuations seldom occurred in kingdoms. For instance, the northeast corner of the legendary continent had been dominated for over 1,000 years by Eagle Kingdom, Steel Ridge Kingdom, and Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom. The birth of Flame Kingdom was certainly a significant event worth recording in detail in the history of the legendary continent over the past 1,000 years. It will gradually spread from the northeast corner to the far reaches of the continent through the songs of minstrels, and no one knows what tales will eventually be woven around List. But, it would undoubtedly make great material for many night novels. Perhaps Ak, too, as an archmage rising in an era of the shrinking magic web, carried a profound legendary color. We both have already become part of a legend, Ak. What follows is merely making the legend more splendid. Once Flame Kingdom stabilizes, I'll take you to explore the entire legendary continent, and then cross the Devil's Sea to seek the vanished civilization of the Child of the Sun. How about that? Sure. Ak nodded. But she quickly asked again, didn't you mention before about conquering the legendary continent? Ha, I've said many things, but then was then, and now is now. If there's a chance, we'll conquer, if not, I'll just be an adventurer. Maybe many years from now, there will be a legend of the Adventure King left by us. Anyway, the world is vast, and I want to see it. Ak wants to see it too. As they were chatting, suddenly a greater elf quietly climbed up behind List. What's the matter, Carl? It was the giant demon tuber greater elf Carl speaking softly. Jayla and Ash just had a fight, instigated behind the scenes by Carly and Yachty. Jayla was a thorn greater elf, Ash was a pea great elf. How did the fight turn out? Carl seriously said. Ash took out a rope to tie up Jayla, and Jayla raised her palm to slap Ash, but the old butler came over and separated them, otherwise they would have definitely wrecked the house. Well done, Carl, keep watching them and report directly to me if there are any disturbances. Carl, assigned with the task, flew back excitedly, wanting to supervise these unruly elves and maintain harmony in Flame Castle. Carl is quite funny, Ak said with a laugh. Lys nodded. Indeed, he's a very interesting greater elf. If I were to start an elf school, I would definitely recommend Carl as the class leader. He has the potential to be a prefect. But Carly, Yachty, and Jayla would definitely not accept Carl's management. That's alright, prefects don't necessarily need their classmates to obey them, as long as the teachers obey, that's enough. His two dragon elves lacked the potential to be elf butlers. Carly liked to run around, Yachty incited trouble, and among the active greater elves, although Jayla always considered herself a butler. But its role is like a catfish effect, the bully among the elves, a major antagonist. At this point, he couldn't help but think, the dragon elf reward from the smoke mission. Will it be a wild dragon elf or an evolved dragon elf? Lys didn't have to wait long. The reward for the dragon elf was soon clear. Phoenix Perch Parasol Greater Elf Annie had finally evolved into a Phoenix Perch Parasol Dragon Elf. Lys, thank you for your help, I feel amazing now, said Annie, who had grown to 1 meter tall and had become more graceful. Looking at the sleek Annie, he asked, do you need me to prepare a few sets of clothes for you? Clothes? I am not very fond of wearing them, but now that I am a knight, Lys, please prepare a few sets of armor for me instead, Annie considered for a moment and responded. Now, Annie no longer liked flying on her own, she rode Little Yellow, Little Red, and Little Purple all over the place, overseeing the bird flocks in the current Phoenix Perch Parasol Forest on behalf of Lys. So, are you going to continue living here, or would you like to come and live with me in Flame Castle? I don't like living in a castle, I am a sky knight, and soaring in the sky is my way of life. You go back, Lys, and don't forget to bring me the latest flavor of jade powder next time you visit. Oh right, I also don't need this fire dragon scale anymore, please return it to Leo for me. Annie pulled out the scale from Leo's tail. After successfully evolving, the Phoenix Perch Parasol Dragon Elf no longer had feelings for Fire Dragon Leo. Alright then, I'll leave the bird groups in your care, Annie. Leave it to me. Annie has also become a dragon elf. Now I have 3 dragon elves, 9 greater elves, more than 100 minor elves and lots of elf bugs. Still, it's not enough, it doesn't fit the status of a king. However, I have 6 dragons, hee. List thought to himself, feeling pleased. In a flash, he had already arrived at Moonslayer Sacred Mountain. Ak was riding Unicorn Charlie, observing the terrain near the mountain, helping List complete the smoke mission. How is it? Have you finished surveying the terrain? List asked. Yes, I have a general idea. Brother, how do you want to transform the sacred mountain? The smoke mission tasked List with laying the groundwork for the king's castle and royal palace, and by groundwork, List meant the foundation. After several days of thought, he had an initial idea. I plan to choose a 10-kilometer square area at the valley location at the foot of the sacred mountain and raise it, making it at least 10 meters higher than the surroundings. A 10-kilometer side length, the area would be 100 square kilometers, more than enough for building the king's castle. He continued, and the royal palace will be built atop the sacred mountain. Sacred Mountain consists of 2 mountain ranges forming an hourglass valley, and I hope you can help build the rock platform between the 2 mountains. I want to have the royal palace span across the peaks of the 2 mountains. Chapter 972, Building a Homestead. Originally, Lee Ct wanted to create a royal capital like Minas Tirith from the Lord of the Rings, a castle integrated with the mountain. It was that city integrated with the peak. However, the Moonslayer Sacred Mountain was not that unique mountain range. Instead, it was 2 parallel ranges twisting through each other, forming a valley similar to an hourglass. Right in the center of the valley was the entrance to the ruins. If he pursued integration with the mountain city, it would be difficult to achieve symmetry, so he planned to construct a bridge-like support between the 2 peaks, incidentally enveloping the entrance to the ruins within the future royal palace. The royal palace could be a complex of buildings, founded on the summits of the 2 mountain ranges. Ak wielded magic to reinforce the solidity of the mountains and arrange magic, ensuring the future royal palace was absolutely invulnerable. Moreover, he had an iron dragon and a mountain copper dragon and could spend a bit of the dragon's super magic to infuse the mountains with metal, thereby reinforcing them to become a castle that would never collapse. The design plan had already been selected. Lee Ct, riding the mountain copper dragon Mata in midair, looked down while Ak, riding Unicorn Charlie, holding the 8 Dragons God sword, and wearing the gemstone crown, began to touch the magic web and perform powerful earth system magic. Boom. As she cast her spell, the earth began to roar. The ground where the holy tribe had resided was rising bit by bit. Under the stimulation of the earth element magic power, the soil rapidly condensed into rock, forming a continuous, flat, and solid foundation, with only small areas still retaining soil. These spots were to dig wells and set up parks, and even to excavate sewers. All day long, Ak continuously replenished magic, constantly raising the base until in the evening. Finally, the foundation of the king's castle was completely lifted, forming a massive plateau 10 meters higher than the surrounding grounds. The future city would be built upon this. The sturdy rock foundation ensured that even a major earthquake couldn't destroy the city. Seiki. 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 Seeing the transformation of the earth and egg in the sky, filled with sacred aura, the distant moon slayers could not help but fall to the ground, loudly proclaiming the title of the ancient magician ancestor, Seiki, meaning sacred. With Ak's current power, she could almost defeat the ancient magicians, couldn't she? Lee Ct internally admired. The combination of unicorn and archmage directly elevated the magical abilities of the archmage to a level comparable with a dragon knight. Superior magic and high magic, in essence, are worlds apart. High magic is merely magic power, but superior magic possesses various incredible properties. Mata, seeing such changes, was also tremendously shocked. It had always thought of itself as the most powerful dragon, the representative of paramount strength, even disregarding the formless dragon that could shuttle through space. However, seeing the magical power displayed by Ak had a huge impact. It learned that peak power was not solely in its possession. Flame King City, from today, breaks ground. Brother, Ak feels more powerful than ever. Water Elemental Embodiment, Ice Elemental Embodiment, Space Elemental Embodiment, and Earth Elemental Embodiment are all perfectly controlled. Next, Ak wants to learn the Wind Elemental Avatar to truly master the ability to fly. Ak was physically tired, but her spirits were exhilarated. Personally achieving the transformation of the land and mountains, this sense of accomplishment was no less significant than that of List riding dragons. My Ak is getting more powerful. Lee Ct couldn't help but stroke Ak's azure blue hair, finding it hard to imagine that the little sea monster he had saved had grown into such a peerless figure. Brother is not bad either. The Phoenix incarnation is very powerful. If brother were to ride a dragon, he would be even more formidable. Haha, let's not flatter each other. You are very tired now, you need to rest well and regain your energy. Yes, once Ak wakes up, I'll help brother remodel the sacred mountain. Ak yawned. Too much spiritual power had been drained during the day, nearly overwhelming the usually energetic archmage. By the time morning arrived the next day, Ak still had some redness in her eyes when she woke up. Seeing this, Lee T immediately stopped her from casting more spells. No, Ak, you need to continue resting. I didn't realize that fully employing an elemental incarnation would put such a severe strain on your spirit. It's alright, brother. Remodeling the sacred mountain doesn't require too much effort. That's not acceptable. Let's first focus on getting your spirit well rested. After 2 days of rest, Ak returned to her peak condition and easily connected the peak of the sacred mountain with a long rock bridge, according to the original design. Now, the once hourglass valley truly became an hourglass, with just a narrow gap between the two mountains. This place is nice, the valley is very shaded, ideal for my dwelling. Bone Dragon Vinny also followed Lee CT there. Seeing the remodeled hourglass valley, it wanted to relocate its dragon nest to this spot. Let's not rush. The king's castle and royal palace both need time for repairs. Your dragon nest can be moved after those are fixed. As you wish, your highness, giggled Bone Dragon Vinny. Virginia, having become a bone dragon, seemed much more open and began to enjoy her life as a dragon, her spirits always high. Standing on the rock bridge and looking down from a height of nearly 500 meters, Lee CT couldn't help feeling exhilarated. Building the royal palace here is like building it in the sky, befitting my stature and highlighting my majesty. I should visit the royal palaces of the 3 great kingdoms for some inspiration when I have time. As the legendary Flame King, Lee CT had very high demands for his royal palace. It had to be more magnificent and imposing than those of the 3 great kingdoms. Brother, if you want to hollow out the mountain to build the castle, Ak can help too. Wouldn't that interfere with your magic studies? Hehe, the future royal palace is also Ak's home. Ak likes building her own home. You're right, this is our home. Lee CT smiled slightly. In this part of his life, Ak was the most important family member. When the time comes, we will personally arrange the ins and outs of the royal palace, making it the most luxurious palace in the world, a beacon of civilization. In a moment of reverie, a wispy smoke appeared before him. Complete the smoke mission. Reward, new species of red tree. What a new species of red tree is, remains unknown for now, but one could inquire about it with Mangrove Greater Elf Nami. She is the hardest working Greater Elf in the castle, currently pioneering a new mangrove forest in Estuary City. It's possible that this reward is hidden somewhere within the estuary swamp, waiting to be discovered by Nami. With Nami's intelligence, if she finds a valuable mangrove species, she will surely report it to Ak. At this moment, a new smoke mission slowly took shape. Mission, perhaps it has been a long time since you paid attention to the islands outside Flame Island. At this moment, Anchor Island is undergoing an invasion by a strange creature. As the Lord of the Vast Sea, you should go see and investigate the situation of the biological invasion. Reward, Evil Sea Spirit. Chapter 973, Yuchu appears Anchor Island. Tulip Archipelago's 9th largest island group, located southeast of Flame Island in the external seas. At this moment, List and Ak were standing on the shore of Anchor Island, furrowing their brows as they looked out at the azure sea, where makeshift, ugly shacks had been erected over the surface. A creature resembling the ancient fish ugly race that they had seen before dwelled within these shallow water shacks. Their upper bodies resembled grotesque fish, while their lower bodies boasted frog-like legs with webbed, split toes, and their hands, similar to a frog's, clutched bone-like weapons. Gugwa. Gugwa. These hideous creatures, possessing yellow-green skin, uttered monotonous yet rhythmic words, suggesting some primitive language. Brother, these monsters are so ugly, Ak complained. She felt somewhat disappointed. List had said he was taking her to see the sea, only for them to encounter a horde of such hideous monsters. They are indeed ugly, but what exactly are these creatures? They somewhat resemble the fish ugly from the fish ugly temple, possibly descendants of the fish ugly race. However, the undead fish ugly Virginia transformed into were several meters tall, but these creatures here are less than 1 meter high. The difference is too big. List shook his head, saying he had come to Anchor Island to investigate these strange creatures' invasion, following the hints from the smoke mission. The smoke mission's reward was an evil sea spirit, but he wasn't quite sure what an evil sea spirit was. It was possibly these hideous creatures. However, seeing these ugly beings, he really didn't know how this thing counted as a reward. These fish ugly-like creatures not only lived in shallow seas but also continually migrated onto land. Though they lacked magic power and were slow, their Kirin Armstrong limbs easily hurled sharp fishbone weapons, making it easy to hunt magical beasts on the shores. Brother, look over there, there's a fish ugly magician. Ak pointed towards the distant shoreline. List quickly steered the formless dragon bard to fly over, observing from the material boundary the ugly creature magician Ak referred to. It was a rather large ugly creature, and seeing this creature, List had to admit, they might truly be offspring bred from fish ugly. It looked almost identical to the undead fish ugly seen in the fish ugly temple, only much smaller, standing at a height of 1.5 meters. Its body emitted a faint light blue magic aura, and the fishbone it held in its hand also rippled with a blue magic light. It was leading a group of fish ugly in hunting a low-level water attribute magical beast, shallow water leopard. Whenever the shallow water leopard tried to flee, the fish ugly magician would release a magic spell, seemingly a water magic spell, Ring of Water, binding the leopard. Whenever the leopard retaliated with magic, it managed to kill one or two fish ugly, but even more fish ugly furiously pounced on it. Ultimately, after several dozen fish ugly had died, the shallow water leopard was also worn down and killed. Then the fish ugly magician triumphantly directed the ordinary fish ugly to carry the dead leopard to its simple shack. Similar scenes were playing out along the entire east coast of Anchor Island. It was teeming with fish ugly. It seemed that they also organized themselves into tribes, ranging in size from 20 to 30,000 to as small as 4 to 5,000, with one or more fish ugly magicians as leaders, rooted along the coastlines and continually hunting magical beasts in the forests inland. List roughly counted, there were at least several 100,000 fish ugly. Have these fish ugly always lived here? He felt it unlikely, having previously surveyed the terrain here without encountering any fish ugly. The smoke mission also suggested it was a biological invasion. Regardless, these fish ugly needed to be carefully investigated. It seemed that the fish ugly had lived in the sea before and had only recently invaded the land, judging from the gills at the sides of their mouths, indicating they were originally aquatic creatures. Many nests in the shallow sea were submerged, only emerging during low tide. They must have been forced to invade the land from the sea, otherwise they wouldn't dwell in the shallow sea without coming ashore. Thus, the cause still had to be sought in the seabed. With Ak present, diving was no different from strolling. Both swiftly dived underwater, and indeed, beneath the surface, there were fish ugly nests stretching as far as the eye could see. Following these nests, List soon found even larger fish ugly nests. These nests housed fish ugly that were 2 meters tall, with more intense magic power. As they went deeper, they found even more enormous nests, inhabited by even taller fish ugly, those reaching 3 meters. Of course, these 3-meter-tall fish ugly were very rare, with only 1 or 2 within a vast area, but it was these different types of fish ugly with varying heights that made List realize, it seems that these fish ugly truly descend from an ancient race. Indeed, if ancient warrior inheritors can exist, why can't the fish ugly race reproduce? He just didn't know whether, apart from fish ugly, there were also Naga or mermaids. The original fish ugly temple, apart from enshrining statues of fish ugly, had many Naga statues and a massive mermaid statue. While he was lost in thought, Ak suddenly alerted, "Brother, there's a high magic reaction ahead." Using the Eye of Magic, List also noticed the magic feedback light deep in the sea ahead, the thick glow of dark magic power, a response of dark attribute magic. "Let's go, let's check it out." As they approached, he suddenly realized it was a massive creature over 10 meters long. With an upper body similar to a human and a lower body similar to a fish tail. At first glance, it looked like a mermaid, but its entire body was covered in tumorous growths, with skin drier and more wrinkled than a fish ugly's, making it several times more repellent. The creature also noticed List and Ak, one of its eyes shining with crimson light, the other eye cloudy white, evidently blind. It opened its huge mouth and spewed a ring of black light at List and Ak. Ak casually conjured a magic water wheel barrier, blocking the black light, as the unicorn also galloped in the water, still amplifying Ak's magic power. Thus, even though it was just an ordinary magic water wheel barrier, it still exhibited the effect of superior magic, easily repelling the monster's attack. It's dark magic, highly corrosive, and belongs to the high magic level, but this creature's strength is much weaker than its appearance suggests, Ak analyzed. List noticed more fish ugly and leftover animal bones around, tentatively guessing that the reason for the fish ugly's land invasion might be due to this creature. So he directly said, "Ak, help me capture it alive, I want to study it." MHMM. With a casual wave of his hand, Ak formed several water systems superior magic rings of water, quickly binding the creature, which struggled in vain to escape the magical bonds. It could only obediently be dragged by the magic of the ring of water to the shore. The fish ugly trailed behind the creature, apparently wanting to rescue it, but they dared not approach List and Ak, only making gugwa noises in distress. Chapter 974, Devil's Traces. "Do you think this is a mutated mermaid?" List asked bizarrely as he gazed at the hideously ugly monster because he noticed the creature's outline, though marred by an ugly, disgusting body covered in tumors, had breasts and long hair typical of mermaids. Legends say mermaids are female, possessing perfect breasts and waterfall-like long hair. Moreover, the fish ugly and Naga statues guarding the mermaid statue within the fish ugly temple indicate that mermaids hold a regal status among the oceanic races. The ugly creature before them evidently controlled this group of fish uglies, suggesting a hierarchical relationship with the fish ugly race. This implies it was a mermaid, possibly mutated into its current form, with its magic power also transitioning to a dark attribute. 2. Examine the 10-meter-long monster, brother. Since you mention it, Ak also thinks it might be a mutated mermaid. Dark attribute, high magic, tumors, decaying appearance, and the aura of death enveloping it. It is highly likely to be a soul mutation. Soul mutation? Yes, this is a new topic Ak discovered while researching Lichandi. There is a strong connection between the soul and the shell. A mutation in the soul will likely cause a mutation in the body, but bodily mutations hardly ever lead to soul mutations. So, how should we deal with this mutated mermaid? We should seal it, confine it by the seaside, and then Ak will build a laboratory here to research the mutated mermaid and investigate its origins. As for these fish uglies, as long as we control the mutated mermaid, we should be able to command them. Brother, what do you think of using them as slaves? As slaves? List carefully observed the fish uglies, who were not adept at moving on land and possessed limited intelligence, but they were strong and had a good organizational structure. Once controlled, they could serve as inexpensive labor for coarse work. Thus, he said, I think it's feasible, and once tamed, we could use them for marine farming, which would be much more efficient than traditional fishermen. Thus, the mission to Anchor Island was virtually complete, with the mutated mermaid sealed for future study and the fish ugly race added to the taming sequence. Most crucially, the emergence of the fish uglies and the mutated mermaid revealed much information that List anticipated. Ancient races had not perished. Thus, the splendid magical civilization of the Moon Empire era might still be lingering in the corners of the world. Mission completed. Reward, Evil Sea Spirit. After capturing the mutated mermaid, the smoke mission was deemed complete, as it was evident that the fish uglies' invasion of the land was orchestrated by this mutated mermaid. And this mutated mermaid was the so-called Evil Sea Spirit. Mermaids, much higher in status than sea serpents in legends, rightfully earned the title Sea Spirit. A dark attribute mutated mermaid naturally became the Evil Sea Spirit. List was very curious about mermaids, but he was not a research scholar. The research on the mutated mermaid would be conducted by Ak, leading the magicians of the Magic Guild. Fortunately, the news of an archmage born over the sea had spread far and wide through the songs of minstrels, so many magicians from unknown countries were slowly making their pilgrimage to Flame Island. They would stay on Black Horse Island for a while, perusing less critical documents and regulations of the Magic Guild. If they were keen and willing to serve the Magic Guild, they might be granted passage to Flame Island. Those unwilling to comply with the management and serve the guild would be sent back, never getting the chance to cross the Mind Island Magic Gate. And they would certainly not have the chance to meet Ak for a pilgrimage. Even under such stringent conditions, large numbers of magicians continued to join. According to Chris's report from years ago, the registered members of the Magic Guild had exceeded 3,600 people, most of whom were magic apprentices, with a significant portion being trained by the Flame Kingdom itself. There were about 1,000 magicians and over 50 grand magicians. If the ancient mages, whose research capability was almost zero, were also accounted for, there were more than 10,000 of them, among which nearly 300 were at the level of grand magicians. Although ancient mages were far behind modern magicians in terms of spellcasting methods and efficiency, their strength steadily increased as they integrated into the modern magic system. Undeniably, the magic dust made from elves had a powerful auxiliary effect on magic practice. Therefore, despite List's harsh laws prohibiting the harming of elves to produce magic dust, some magicians still took risks and bought elf bugs from some unincorporated Moonslayer tribes to make magic dust to aid their magic practice. Such magicians, once caught, were executed directly, and their bodies were used for research without any chance of reprieve. In any case, the discovery of the mutated mermaids and the fish ugly race would inevitably attract a large number of magicians to actively go to Anchor Island to conduct research, which Ak would manage the distribution of research tasks, sparing List the concern. He was now worried about the new smoke mission. The discovery of the mutated mermaid is disturbing, especially the terrible outcome caused by the mutation of the soul, which seems to hint at some evil source of power in the sea, corrupting the once noble mermaid species. As the master of the sea, it is necessary to investigate the evil source. Reward, Devil's Traces. Evil source, Devil's Traces, sounds a bit frightening. List thought as Ak prepared to establish an overmarine laboratory, while he tamed Fish Ugly and waited for a chance to dive. He himself definitely could not dive into the sea to investigate the evil source and had to rely on Ak's capability. What does the mission reward, Devil's Traces, mean? Or what does the devil represent? Is it referring to the Devil Sea, or some unknown creature? Whether it was the Sea of Azure Waves or the Shell Sea, they were just off the continental shelf, But the real deep sea was on the other side of the continental slope in the Devil's Sea. In the past, when trying to locate Dragon Turtle Island, List and Ak had approached the Devil's Sea, where the weather was capricious and the winds and waves were violently frightening, making it difficult to navigate. After that, he focused all his energy on developing Flame Island and plundering the continental kingdom and had not surveyed the Devil's Sea again, nor tried to cross it in search of the Child of the Sun civilization. While he pondered, the fish ugly being tamed seemed to sense an opportunity and lunged directly at List. Smack! List casually unleashed a dragon chi, shattering the attacking fish ugly and deterring the other restless fish ugly. These ugly, useless fish ugly, not very intelligent. Probably slightly more than a chimpanzee. Barely qualified as a wise species but unfortunately were not obedient. Perhaps the magicians among them, referred to by List as fish ugly priests, had strong control over them, making them care not even for their own lives. But when List subdued them with dragon might, they were still reluctant to obey. Over the past few days of taming, he had killed about 100 fish ugly, yet they still resisted with bloodshot eyes, showing no sign of the submissiveness typical of a slave species. The fish ugly priests were the same, single-minded with no awareness of their inferiority. Even faced with a dragon knight, they dared to swing their bone clubs. Smack! List feared for his life as another fish ugly attacked him, sighing, "To tame the fish ugly race, it seems strength alone isn't enough, we'll have to find a way from the mutated mermaids." Chapter 975, Scales unicorns couldn't space shuttle, but their speed combined with Ak's water control ability allowed them to surpass the speed of sound, whether crossing the sea or the land. Although the Flame Islands were vast, they seemed quite small when one sped across them at the speed of sound. Estuary City, Mangrove Forest. As Ak passed by with 6 space rings filled with materials to construct the Overmarine Laboratory, he took the opportunity to visit Nami. The industrious mangrove greater elf Nami was cooperating with a group of serfs to cultivate the mangrove forest in the Whirlpool River mouth swamp. After more than half a year of tilling, the area had become lush with greenery. Ak, you've arrived, Nami waved her little hands. Nami, look what Ak has brought you, peanut nougat candy from the old workshop. Ak handed over a small paper-wrapped package of candy. Thank you, Ak. It's so nice, I like this kind of packaged peanut nougat candy. Are you doing well here? Ak asked with concern. Though Nami was his contracted greater elf, due to his busyness, he seldom paid her attention. Nami replied with a beaming smile, I love it here. I'm building a huge mangrove forest. We already have green-headed ducks and flamingos breeding here. Oh, right, Ak, I've found some good things that List will definitely like. What is it? Nami led the way with Unicorn Charlie following behind and soon arrived at a new patch of mangrove forest. Nami pointed directly at some slightly different-looking mangroves and said, Look Ak, these mangroves are a new species, they are native to the swamp and grow fast and possess magic power. Magic power? Ak immediately used super magic, Eye of Mana, and quickly discovered that this small patch of mangroves emitted a chaotic light, belonging to a new species of magic potion trees. Nami, you've found magic medicine mangroves, that's great. Now the mangrove forest can also produce magic potions. Magic potions weren't of obvious value to magicians but were a symbol of wealth and strength to knights, especially when cultivated by elves. The birth of magic potion-producing plants via greater elf species was definitely an event worth celebrating. Ak could imagine how delighted List would be upon hearing this news, so he immediately transmitted a message through the magic platform to the Reed City office to inform the development committee. At the Whirlpool River mouth swamp's mangrove forest, mangrove greater elf Nami discovered magic medicine mangroves. Send people to promote cultivation as soon as possible. The Reed City office was the development committee's workplace. Without needing List's personal command, once the development committee received the news, they contacted the officials in Estuary City to manage the cultivation of the magic potion mangroves. Meanwhile, Ak also bade farewell to Nami and headed to the port of Estuary City. Several 3-masted ships were already loaded with goods. Seeing Ak arrive riding the sacred unicorn, all the sailors prostrated themselves and respectfully saluted. President Ak, the cargo ships are all ready, Kenly Truth walked over after saluting, one of those sent to assist in establishing the Overmarine Laboratory. Then let's go. Ak rode Unicorn Charlie to the front of the fleet and casually waved his hand, immediately creating a massive water current that propelled the 3-masted ships out like rockets. The speed kept increasing, eventually reaching a super high speed of 800 kilometers per hour, sailing towards Anchor Island. Before long, Anchor Island was reached. The location chosen for the construction of the Overmarine Laboratory was devoid of fish ugly race members. They had been completely eradicated by List, who, having idle time, tried to tame the stubborn creatures. But after multiple failures, he could only pin his hopes on the Overmarine Laboratory's research on mutated mermaids. Ak commanded the magicians as they essentially finished constructing the Overmarine Laboratory. Only then did he pull Ak back into the depths of the sea to investigate the source of evil and to find the real reason behind the appearance of the mutated mermaids. The underwater world was vibrant and colorful. All around, fish uglies of various sizes could be seen in groups, hunting fish and occasionally chasing sea monsters around. Descendants of these ancient beings, they were full of vitality and showed no sign of decline. It was a mystery why humans had not discovered them over the years. Or rather, why the fish ugly race that once spread along the coastlines of the legendary continent had migrated to the Flame Islands. Of course, now was not the right time to ponder this question, as List followed Ak and the unicorn. He couldn't gain the unicorn's approval, and thus, could not ride with Ak. Brother, this is where Ak captured the mutated mermaid. It was a lair on the ocean floor, littered with a mess of various bones, many of which were clearly the skeletons of land animals. This meant that the fish uglies captured magical beasts from the shore to feed to the mutated mermaids here. Ak, can you sense the origin of the mutated mermaid's aura? No, the water currents are too strong, many of the scents have already been dispersed, and the mutated mermaid has likely lived here for some time, so any trace of its migration would no longer exist. Ak shook her head. This made List quite regretful. He wanted to search further into the deep sea, but the underwater world was too vast, and finding any valuable clues here seemed incredibly difficult. Just as List was about to give up, Ak suddenly summoned a current, which unearthed a scale from the pile of bones. After sensing it briefly, she handed the scale to List. Brother, look, this is a scale from a mutated mermaid. It's imbued with a rich dark attribute magic power. Remember the mermaid's protection earrings, brother? They were made from this kind of scale, only the aura of magic and its grade were much stronger. She then pulled out a pair of azure earrings from her space ring. The mermaid's protection was a gift from Marilyn Rose of red and white, which List passed on to Ak, but Ak didn't favor jewelry and had kept them in her space ring the whole time. The gray-black mutated mermaid scale was the size of a palm, heart-shaped. The azure scales of the mermaid's protection were only as large as a fingernail, and also heart-shaped. The mermaid's protection is a condensed version of a mermaid's scale, harboring superior magic of the water attribute. This gray-black one is a polluted mermaid scale, only having high magic of the dark attribute. Ak plans to sense the mutated mermaid scale to see if it's possible to find its migration route. Ak had this notion because most of the scales on the lower fishtail of the mutated mermaid were nearly all gone. She applied a simple technique, and the gray-black scale immediately emitted a dim black light, which then pointed in a direction. There are similar scales over there. Without hesitation, List decided, let's go. A few minutes later, they indeed found another palm-sized, gray-black, heart-shaped mermaid scale buried in a patch of seabed silt. Ak cast her magic again, receiving another hint, leading List toward a new location. After several repetitions, they had found 5 scales in total. Brother, have you noticed that the color of these scales is becoming duller? That's right, the previous scales were gray-black, but now they've turned gray. Let's continue to the next location, and see what exactly has happened. Chapter 976, Mermaid Statue. They found a total of 32 shed scales. The color of the scales shifted from gray-black, and by the time they picked up the 32nd scale, its color had become light blue. The location where the scales had fallen extended to a sea trench, whose edge was at least 5,000 meters deep, with immense pressure. Luckily, Ak's control over water, enhanced by the unicorn, was near perfect, and he hardly felt the deep sea's crushing pressure. However, Lee CT was a bit scared. The ocean here was devoid of any sunlight, forcing them to rely on the light from the hand magic tube to explore the seabed. In the pitch-black depths, strange sea monsters would occasionally flash by and launch stealth attacks. Although their offensive power was negligible in front of Ak, they were still frightening. Mutated mermaids must have crawled up from this trench, clearly corrupted by some evil force that transformed them into what they are now. You two should live in shallower waters. It's controlled by the mutated mermaid to invade the land, indicating that the mutated mermaids haven't been around for that long. He said. Ak nodded. Then, brother, let's dive into the trench to search. Be careful. The trench was shallower than they had imagined. About a kilometer down into the trench. Around 6,000 meters from the surface. They already reached the bottom. The light from the hand magic tube illuminated the seabed, revealing towering cliffs and crevasses, with bizarre little creatures swimming around. The atmosphere was eerie, with unsettling sounds coming from the distance. Huff. Unicorn Charlie didn't like this place, and snorted impatiently. Lee CT held a bunch of hand magic tubes to cast light further and get a clear view of the trench's bottom. Ak, holding a mermaid scale, released magic to search for the direction of the magic on the scale. Soon, the light from the scale indicated a direction, leading to a fissure on a cliffside. Brother, this way. Let's go. Entering the crevice in the cliff and swimming a short distance, Lee CT was astounded by the sight before him. At the end of the fissure was an underwater cavern filled with statues. Yuchu statues 5 to 6 meters tall and Naga statues 10 meters tall. 2-armed Naga, 4-armed Naga, fierce-looking Naga, humanoid Naga. Some of these statues were half buried in the seabed silt, others had already shattered and broken, and yet others were almost ground into powder. However, Lee Ct quickly looked beyond these statues, his gaze settling on the center of the cave where something like an altar stood, topped with 6 statues. All of them were mermaid statues, each nearly 10 to 20 meters tall. Roughly the same size as the mermaid statues in the Fish Ugly Temple. Brother, do you notice that there aren't 6 statues, but there should be 7? X scanned the scene and immediately noticed something was amiss. The altar was designed to accommodate 7 mermaid statues, yet there were only 6 here. As the two approached, they saw the spot meant for the 7th statue. Although the statue was absent, many palm-sized deep blue scales had fallen there. These are mermaid scales, the color is deep, the magic is abundant, and its superior magic level magic power. Do you think the mutated mermaid could have escaped from here? Very likely. Activating the Eye of Magic Power, Ak continuously scanned the surroundings, suddenly discovering at the center of the altar surrounded by statues, a spring with slowly flowing water, and this water was emitting a faint dark attribute magic power. After Lee Ct used the Eye of Magic, he also noticed the spring water. Seeing the dark attribute magic power, he had an epiphany and understood what the smoke mission was seeking to investigate as the evil source. The power polluting the mutated mermaids must originate from this spring. Moreover, I have a bold idea. What kind of bold idea? Ak inquired. The 7 mermaid statues, missing one must be caused by the malicious force emanating from this spring. And the original mutated mermaid probably also represented a statue. Even these remaining 6 statues could very well be real mermaids sealed into form. Real mermaids sealed into form? Ak was surprised, then had a realization, that's indeed possible. The legendary Medusa, with her serpent hair, possessed the magic to turn people into stone. Maybe these mermaid statues really are mermaids that have been sealed. Suddenly, the mermaid statues, originally thought to be quite ordinary, became treasures in their eyes. In legend, mermaids are far more magical than any sea serpent or nixie, which are merely sailors' tales with little circulation on land. But mermaids have been a great species renowned since the era of the Moon Empire, sovereigns of the ocean. Let's not worry about the mermaid statues for now. Can you determine the source of the spring's power? Lee Ct suppressed his excitement for the mermaids and focused his attention on the spring. Before his eyes, smoke began to appear. Complete the mission, reward, Devil's Traces. While Ak was pondering, the smoke twisted and transformed, forming new serpent script, mission. Now that you have discovered the mystery of the mermaid statues, why not reverse the stone seal magic and restore the mermaids from their statues back to their true forms? Maybe they hold the secrets to lost history. Reward, Heart of the Mermaid. Seeing this new mission, Lee Ct could not remain calm. Even the smoke mission confirmed that these mermaid statues definitely were real mermaids sealed in stone. Once the seal is broken, there would be 6 magical mermaids. No, 7, there was also one polluted, mutated mermaid. As he shifted his attention back to the mermaid statues, imagining himself with 7 mermaid followers, conquering the vast oceans. Ak suddenly raised her hand, cast a spell, and turned the water in the spring into ice. The ice still had streaks of grey mist flowing through it. She did not stop there. One arm shifted into an earth elemental incarnation and promptly unleashed earth system magic to split the altar into 4 pieces, slowly moving them outward. After moving, the altar slowly revealed the dark abyss connected to the spring below. It seemed that the altar was originally built to suppress this black abyss and seal the 7 mermaids. Be careful, touching something evil wouldn't be good. Brother, don't worry, Charlie can sense the power inside this abyss. It's just a pure special force, with no evil creatures present. Charlie has that ability? Lee Ct turned to look at the unicorn Charlie, whose horn was gleaming. Of course. Charlie is amazingly powerful, Ak said proudly. Unicorn Charlie truly was a magical creature that could make others envious. She smiled. Lee Ct didn't respond. He was still dissatisfied with Charlie, who forbade him to ride, so he simply picked up the magic tube and shone it into the pitch-black abyss. Chapter 977 Galvig. The light from the hand magic tube illuminated the depths of the black hole, revealing a small altar. In the center of the altar, there were chains composed of dark attribute magic power, binding a strange and nauseating mass that resembled a heap of rotting flesh, which continued to wriggle incessantly. What is this disgusting thing? The dark attribute magic power is so dense, and it clearly carries the scent of death, similar to the aura on the mutated mermaids, brother. I sense it too, it must be this thing that has contaminated the mermaids. There's a sealing-type magic array around it, perhaps the mermaid race had sealed this rotten flesh here. But then the rotten flesh broke through the seal and infected a mermaid, turning it into a mutated mermaid. List analyzed. He looked at the wriggling flesh, and although he felt disgusted, he still wanted to go down and investigate. However, before he could do so, the rotting flesh within the seal quickly coalesced into the shape of a beast's paw and suddenly grasped towards the hole's entrance, emitting strong dragon might from the paw in an attempt to lock onto List. Dragon might? List's reaction was swift as he promptly summoned his dragon chi, placing it at the entrance of the black hole, trying to block the sudden burst of dragon might and the rotting flesh that had taken the shape of a dragon claw. But as soon as the rotting dragon claw made contact with the dragon chi, it quickly corroded the high-level dragon chi to nothingness and then continued its relentless grasp towards List. Brother, be careful. Ak hurriedly condensed magic. Yet, the quickest to react was Unicorn Charlie, whose golden spiral horn on its forehead shone brilliantly, instantly striking the rotting dragon claw. Crack. Roar. A distant dragon's roar resounded, and the rotting dragon claw was shattered by the light from Charlie's horn. As it attempted to coalesce again, it was dragged back to the center of the altar by chains of sealing magic array, transformed into the dark attribute, and turned into a mass of rotting flesh, slowly wriggling. It was a close call. List exhaled turbid breath, feeling a lingering fear, and began to reassess the interior of the black hole. What is this thing that has dragon might, and even the sound of a dragon's roar? This must be part of a dragon, brother, Ak said, forming a transparent water shield to block the entrance, preventing the rotting flesh from lashing out and injuring someone. The dark attribute superior magic is very evident, and it's accompanied by the aura of death, making it hard to determine its type, but it might be a dark dragon. No, that's not right. I have read records related to the dark dragon. Although the dark dragon is a dark attribute elemental dragon, its nature is corrosion and should not carry the scent of death. Ak, you often use the 8 Dragons God Sword and should have a profound understanding of the superior magic with dark attribute on it, List analyzed. In fact, the reason he could deduce such a conclusion was that the prize from the smoke mission, Devil's Traces, made him feel that the dark dragon, being an elemental dragon, had no connection to the devil. However, the rotten flesh beneath was somewhat reminiscent of the Devil's Traces. Upon hearing this, Ak nodded and agreed, brother makes sense. It seems that this is indeed not part of a dark dragon. Then what dragon could it be part of? I don't know, and it's even hard to say whether it's part of a dragon at all. But regardless, the rotting flesh, sealed in the black hole altar, was undoubtedly the source of the evil force, and its danger level was very high. He then asked Tak to add an extra layer of sealing at the entrance, hoping it would block for a while, allowing them to find a way to dispel the evil force and thoroughly investigate the true secrets of the rotting flesh. Brother, Ak's sealing magic is somewhat rudimentary and can only block for half a month. And the sealing magic array down there also looks like it's about to be corroded by the rotting flesh, and this substance could break free at any moment. We'll take it one step at a time. List's eyebrows raised slightly. Perhaps we should first bring the mermaids back to life, and then from their accounts, inquire about the origins of the rotting flesh. The petrified mermaid statues, Ak has no clue how to revive them yet, said List. However, the mutated mermaid might be purified of its evil force by stripping its soul, to see if it can be restored to its mermaid identity. Then let's restore this place to its original state and head back the way we came. The soul-stripping experiment progressed smoothly, extracting a twisted black-gray magic power from the 10-meter-long mutated mermaid and sealing it into a glass bottle designed to contain souls. This superior magic would sometimes morph into the shape of an ugly dragon, and at other times, into the shape of an ugly mutated mermaid, which was quite peculiar. The mutated mermaid shape must be due to the deprivation of the original superior magic from the mermaid, infected by some strange, malignant force. As for the dragon shape, that must be the biological form of the power itself, a special kind of dragon. List, the research worker who couldn't get hands-on, had a strong analytical ability. What kind of dragon might it be? We may get some information once the mermaid wakes up. As the evil power was stripped from the mutated mermaid, the tumors on its body quickly vanished, the gray-black of its scales began to fade, and spots of blue started to appear. However, it remained unconscious for several days, its condition gradually improving, slowly regaining a hint of the mermaid's grace. The upper half of its body had a human form with scaly blue patterns, the lower half was that of a fish tail, growing new palm-sized scales. Perhaps because of the extended period of corruption by the evil force, the mermaid's body was extremely weak, overall not fitting the descriptions of mermaids from legends. There was none of that imperious nobility. Its current state is probably similar to Lich Andy's after the dragon soul was stripped away, its body has been hollowed out by the evil force. Lich Andy was dead, having been used as a lab rat for a while, he eventually expired due to organ failure. The Sapphire Dragon's dragon soul had also been fully purified. It's still declared to be undergoing treatment because the Sapphire Duke is still struggling not to die. List had no intention of returning the dragon soul until the Duke was dead. The Sapphire family didn't dare to demand it either. So might the mermaid also follow in Lichandi's footsteps? List inquired. It shouldn't. The physical constitution of mermaids is much more robust than humans, and their healing powers are strong. It may wake up soon. I have too much to do. I'll be back in a few days. As soon as the mermaid wakes up, notify me immediately. Understood. List didn't have to wait long. 3 days later, the mermaid finally awoke. When List rushed to the overmarine laboratory, he found the mermaid lying bare-breasted on the shore soaking up the sun, while I communicated with her riding a unicorn. The mermaid was female. In the statues, the upper half was always clothed. This mermaid's clothes had long since vanished, but even though she was naked, there was nothing indecent about it. The tumors were gone, but her body was left pitted and without any aesthetic appeal, her face disfigured, and her hair so sparse it was nearly bald. Brother, let me introduce you, Ak began. This lady is a descendant of the mermaid lineage. Her name is Hizunstost Bragigret Valkyria Gulvig. Her name, roughly 300 characters long, was over 100 characters longer than the 200 or so characters in a sea serpent's name. Chapter 978, Seas change into mulberry fields. Gulvig, I shall call you Gulvig, List stammered in moon language, his proficiency sorely lacking. He could barely understand and be understood, yet speaking fluently was another matter, given how seldom he had the chance to use moon language. Unexpectedly, the mermaids, an ancient remnant race, also spoke moon language, albeit with some differences from the moon's layers. Even Ek, adept in many languages, had to guess and infer in conversations with Gulvig. You may call me Gulvig, human king. Gulvig's voice was raspy, reverberating due to his enormous size. Thank you and Sir Ak for saving my life, for liberating me from the wicked curse, preventing me from sinking further into evil. Could you introduce yourself? I am a mermaid. Before I sealed myself, I was the ruler of Fisher Ocean, governing all its seawater and islands, all its fish and seabirds. So you are a respected sovereign. Could you tell me how you came to self-seal, and what the oceans and lands were like during your era? Faced with List's inquiry, Gulvig paused briefly, seemingly recalling past events, then slowly responded, Fisher Ocean, Great West Nation, Salty Sea Tribe, Aquamarch Deep Domain, Sea Trench Tribe, Country of Fugitives, Lost Sea. These were the last 7 kingdoms of the mermaids, and we, who self-sealed, were the last generation of mermaids. Mermaid Gulvig began narrating an ancient tale. Since the era of Moon Empire, mermaids and magicians had ruled over the seas and lands respectively. Human magicians established a unified empire on land, while mermaids had scattered kingdoms throughout the seas. It's said that in ancient times, there were 2 great empires, Moon Empire and Sun Empire, ruling over the legendary continent and Mafa continent. By the time I was born, however, mermaids were already shrouded by a cursed shadow, cut off from the outside world. My mother sank eternally into the exiled lands shortly after my birth, and I also lost the ability to bear offspring. Mermaids reproduce asexually, giving birth in their most vibrant years. Usually, mermaid lineage is passed directly from one to another, ensuring the kingdom's succession. Twins might occasionally be born, causing the sea kingdom to split into 2. As mermaids also face risks of early death, their numbers have never been robust, with some kingdoms perishing completely. They ruled over the seas, with subordinates like Naga, Yuchu, and other intelligent races. Yet, when Gulvig was born, not only did his mother die early, failing to teach him much, but the Fisher Ocean Kingdom was also on the brink of extinction. We were engulfed by the power of the cursed dragon, and the 7 kingdoms connected to seek help from humans. However, the land was a ruin without Moon Empire, nor was Sun Empire visible, and those great archmages I had heard of as a child had all vanished. The continents turned to ruins, and the oceans were shrouded by the power of the cursed dragon. Mermaid kingdoms faced despair and destruction. The Naga were the first to suffer. Though the cursed dragon is now dead, its power remains formidable, continuously infiltrating the sea. The Naga were the first to be tainted, becoming phantoms in the sea and residing within the Aquamarch Deep Domain to the east. Even we mermaids cannot traverse this perilous sea, hence, we named it Devil Sea. Such was the origin of Devil's Sea. List finally understood, but he was even more puzzled. What exactly is the cursed dragon? I've never heard of it before. Besides the metal dragon, gemstone dragon, elemental dragon, and sacred dragon, there are 3 types of evil dragons, the cursed dragon, the shadow dragon, and the silent dragon. However, in the era I live in, evil dragons no longer existed, only the cursed dragon remained, since it died over the ocean, its curse perpetually enveloping the sea, causing the intelligent races therein to wither away. Evil dragon. List heard of an entirely new category of dragons, the cursed dragon, the shadow dragon, and the silent dragon. Gulvig continued her somewhat chaotic narrative, unaware of which era she lived in, likely sometime after the destruction of the Moon Empire and the Sun Empire. Because she lived in the ocean and had never communicated with land-dwelling humans, the information she knew was limited. She only heard about a splendid civilization established by magicians from her mother and other 6 mermaids when she was young. In her era, the Sea Kingdom faced the curse of the cursed dragon, fighting daily against demons that were once fallen Naga. Seeing the Naga tribe has been completely annihilated, and most of the Yuchu tribe as well, to leave a glimmer of hope for the ocean, we 7 mermaids ultimately decided to use our lives as a seal to purify the sea. Unfortunately, we could only clear away a part of the cursed dragon's power. With Devil's Sea as the boundary, the coast nearby was purified by the mermaids, while this side of Devil's Sea was still contaminated by the cursed dragon's power. The oceans on the Muffa continent side must have completely sunk. At its peak, there were over 100 in the Sea Kingdom. Unfortunately, many mermaids have fallen into demons, alas. Gulvig sighed, her face wrinkled and uneven, a sad emotion emerging. I don't know if my revival is good or bad. Is the power of the cursed dragon about to descend upon this sea area again? Seeing Gulvig's worried face, Ak comforted her. Don't worry, I've investigated the flesh of the cursed dragon and I feel it no longer has the capacity to continue contaminating. After all these years, the ocean has enough power to purify itself. And look, this is the superior magic of the cursed dragon that I separated from you. She took out the glass bottle containing the superior magic of the cursed dragon, shook it, and the magic power inside, condensed into the form of a mutated mermaid, immediately turned into a mist. Gulvig's eyes were fixed on the glass bottle. It really does seem much weaker. In my era, the power of the cursed dragon was unimaginably strong. Any contaminated creature would irreversibly turn into a demon. Archmage, you truly are a great magician. List suddenly asked, Gulvig, since the power of the cursed dragon has depleted, is it then possible to rescue the remaining 6 mermaid queens? I don't know. You don't know? We used our own lives to purify the power of the cursed dragon, never considering the possibility of coming back to life, so I don't know if they can be saved. Gulvig shook her head. She still felt a bit dizzy, as if waking from a 1,000-year dream, opening her eyes to a different world. Magicians have actually lost their ruling status. Dragon-riding dragon knights have established many human nations, governing the continent, now beginning to expand towards the ocean. Even the moon language has become history. Such transformation is unprecedented. Chapter 979, Bugs Do Not Evolve. Gulvig had just been liberated from a curse and was extremely weak, needing a long time to recuperate. List talked with her for a long time, and although the information Gulvig knew was primarily limited because the Sea Kingdom established by mermaids was collapsing and secluded from the world, some historical truths were still recovered. Firstly, during the era of the Moon Empire on the legendary continent, the influence of the Archmages was recognized even by the ocean itself. Secondly, on the other side of the Devil's Sea was the Muffa continent, which once housed a sun empire similar to the Moon Empire, another magic civilization established by humans. The Moon and Sun empires collapsed around the same time. According to the analysis of available information, a legendary war had occurred between humans and dragons on the open sea. Taking into account the severed hind legs of the Jade Dragon, legends handed down by the Moonslayers about killing the Moon Dragon, remains of dragons found in the Dragon Pit Great Mine on Flame Island, and the origins of the Fire Dragon and Smoke Dragon. Moreover, with the cursed dragon dying at sea and polluting it, it was clear that this legendary war marked the turning point of the collapse of the magic civilization. Afterwards, the inconspicuous night class rose on the legendary continent, while druid magic, designated as the Child of the Sun, propagated in the Muffa continent. Due to the pollution from the cursed dragon, mermaids, Naga, and Yuchu were on the brink of extinction, while fallen monsters converged in the Devil's Sea. The mightiest kings among the mermaids, capable of fighting alongside archmages, are naturally what you call creatures of the superior magic level. We, like your human magicians, mostly draw our magic power from the magic web. Over extensive periods, the magic web has provided us with less and less magic power. Gulvig was deeply touched. The last 7 of us mermaids thought it was the pollution from the cursed dragon that severed our link to the magic web, only to realize that it's the magic web itself that is shrinking, making us unable to counteract the pollution from the cursed dragon. So, Gulvig, how strong were you at your peak? Far from an archmage, but those super sea monsters you described? I could easily slay them. In that case, your strength is roughly equivalent to that of a domain knight, perhaps even stronger, but there's still a significant gap between you and an archmage or dragon knight. List struggled to properly describe Gulvig's power. She had superior magic, but it originated from the magic web. Mermaids were not inherently composed of superior magic entities. In other words, mermaids, as a species, ranked lower than dragons, phoenixes, and unicorns. However, as an intelligent race, Mermaids could also cultivate, and a highly trained mermaid was comparable to a human archmage. King List, I'm sorry I can't help you much with the pollution from the cursed dragon and my 6 sisters. I leave that in His Majesty's care. King Gulvig, there's no need for formality, this is my duty. Please stop calling me a king, there is no longer a kingdom in the sea. If you, King List, can cleanse the crisis in the sea, Gulvig is willing to follow you and offer the heart of the mermaid to restore order to the sea. Gulvig struggled to stand up and deeply bowed to List. The heart of the mermaid. List raised an eyebrow and inquired, what is that? The reward for the smoke mission was the heart of the mermaid. The contract of the mermaid race. During the era of the Moon Empire, many mermaids had given their hearts to human archmages, following them and seeking the truth. Ak curiously asked, is it like an elf contract? But Gulvig was confused, elf contract? What is an elf contract? Do those creatures also have contracts? It was now List and Ak's turn to be puzzled. As the monarch of the sea, it was unbelievable that Gulvig had never heard of elves having contracts. You don't know about the elf contracts? Although humans exploit elves quite often, there are many elves in the sea that enhance the growth of plants. Haven't you mermaids ever utilized elves, or do you also turn elves into magic dust? We don't need magic dust to aid in our cultivation, we mermaids are naturally able to communicate with the magic web, and I've heard that humans like to turn elves into magic dust. But isn't it cruel to make magic dust from elves? Cruel? They're just some bugs, Gulvig said, not understanding. How can you describe elves as bugs? Elves are beautiful creatures, evolving from elf bugs to little minor elves gaining intelligence, and further evolving into greater elves and dragon elves, nearly indistinguishable from intelligent species like humans and mermaids. List was speechless. It felt like the ancients in the era of magic civilization had distorted aesthetics, they all looked down on elves. Gulvig became even more confused now. King List, what are you talking about? What do you mean elves evolve from elf bugs into little minor elves and dragon elves? I don't understand what you mean. You don't even know that elf bugs can evolve? I've never heard that elves can evolve, they're just small bugs to me, the most common practice material for magicians. Moreover, King List, I've never seen any evolving elves, though I've only lived for 142 years, I have never seen any evolved elves in the sea. Hearing this, List and Ak exchanged glances, both feeling that Gulvig was lying. They had encountered Pike, the giant algae greater elf, around Black Horse Island. It was a joke that Gulvig living in the sea had never seen any little minor elves or greater elves. Wait a minute, I'll bring over a greater elf. List decided to expose Gulvig's lies with facts. Ak promptly said, brother, let Ak bring Nami over, she has just harvested some magic medicine mangroves. Good, bring Nami over. He was not surprised about Nami harvesting magic medicine mangroves because there was a smoke mission earlier that rewarded the new species of red trees. With Ak riding Unicorn Charlie, the round trip would take just over 2 hours. When Mangrove Greater Elf Nami sat on Ak's shoulder, curiously examining the mermaid Gulvig, Gulvig was also curiously looking at Nami. Is this what you call a greater elf? A greater elf evolved from an elf bug? Her tone of surprise seemed genuine, as if it was truly her first time seeing a greater elf. Nami hid behind Ak's hair, expressing fear of this ugly-looking mermaid. Ak, what is that? She is the mermaid Gulvig, he's unstossed, braggy, Gret, Valkyria. Gulvig, have you really never seen greater elves or little minor elves? I find it hard to believe. Among us humans, although the evolution of elves is a rare event, little minor elves and greater elves are not uncommon and are very ordinary creatures. There are also many elves of varying sizes in the sea. I truly have never seen them. In my time, the Fisher Ocean was full of elf bugs, yet besides serving as food for some sea monsters, they had no other uses. In my time, the Fisher Ocean even traded elf bugs with humans, but that trade has been non-existent for many years since the ocean was cursed, said Gulvig, shaking his head. And after thorough communication, soon, List derived a shocking fact. The elf bugs did not evolve during the Moon Empire era, the evolution probably happened after that Great War. Chapter 980, Impact Force Elves evolved for reasons yet to be unearthed. The historical truth behind this was a matter for exploration. Regardless, the epic war that took place across the vastness of the ocean definitely altered the course of civilization in the entire world. But anyhow, Lee C.T. wasn't an archaeologist after all, he just wanted to speed up the development of the Flame Islands, so he set aside many of his questions for the time being. I will help His Majesty Lee C.T. discipline these fish uglies. Compared to the time I lived, their intelligence has deteriorated a lot, but the oppressive power inherent in their bloodlines is still effective. With the command of Gulvig, the fish ugly race, numbering in the millions, formally became slaves. In the Mermaid Kingdom, the fish ugly race was already a slave race. Stripping away the beautiful veneer of mermaid legends, in fact, Mermaids are dragon-rearing families of the sea. The Naga belong to the Knight class of the Mermaid Kingdom, while the fish uglies are the commoners. Class rigidity was much more extreme than among humans. However, to truly gain Gulvig's loyalty, Lee City needed to purify the power of the cursed dragon to prevent recurrence of sea pollution due to leakage from the seal. Now that the sea was Lee City's territory, both morally and logically, he had to purify the power of the cursed dragon. Ak stayed in the Overmarine laboratory, planning the purification. With the fish ugly race as the labor force, not to mention an Overmarine laboratory, even an Overmarine city could be easily constructed. The Fish Ugly Temple, a typical structure of the Mermaid Kingdom, was a masterpiece of the fish uglies. Of course, in the Mermaid Kingdom, such temples were officially called sea sacrificial halls. The sea sacrificial hall was a symbol of mermaid authority. At the height of the Mermaid Kingdom's power, sea sacrificial halls were scattered throughout every part of the ocean. All built by enslaving the fish uglies. Ak, do your research here. I'm heading back to Flame Island. Let me know if there's any progress. Don't worry, brother, Ak will solve this curse pollution problem. First clear the cursed dragon power in the trench, don't meddle with Devil's Sea just yet. Wait until we can discuss and decide together. He was worried that Gulvig might coax Ak into dealing with the fallen mermaids, fallen Naga, and transformed devils that were previously fish uglies from Devil's Sea. Even though he didn't know if there were any devils left in Devil's Sea, it was always better to be safe than sorry. Ak understands. So, Lee City, along with Nami, returned to the estuary swamp. Nami had to continue her diligent cultivation of the mangrove forest, while he planned to inspect the spring plowing. After each spring plowing, it was a time of explosive outbreak for the elf bugs, and he would often take time out to harvest a batch. The elves in the wild were mostly of lower value, only those elf bugs nurtured by cultivated crops possessed high value. Even as a member of the nobility, the dragon-rearing family could not do without elf farming. He had barely returned to Flame Castle and rested for a few days when Lee City received a message via the magic platform from Yevich Water Peanut, sent from the faraway Snowstorm Mountain Duchy. Your Highness, I've made contact with the second prince of the Snowstorm Mountain Duchy. This second prince is currently contending with the first prince for the title of heir, and perhaps we could exploit his ambition to secretly control Snowstorm Mountain Duchy. Go into detail. Duke Scaurus Akeda of Snowstorm Mountain has 2 sons. His eldest son, Spot Cornflower, has the right of first succession, but his mother's status is somewhat embarrassing. She was once a noble widow who had already given birth to a son, yet was desired by Duke Scaurus, who married her despite opposition from the duchy's ministers. After Spot was born, the noble widow passed away soon, and so the Duke took another noble-born lady as his wife and fathered a younger son, Skart Akeda. The second prince, Skart, is only 4 years younger than the first prince, Spot. Legally, the first prince Spot had the right to succession, but due to the issue with his mother's status, many ministers were quite dissatisfied and turned to support the second prince, Skart. Duke Scaurus was indecisive regarding his 2 sons. Unwilling to lose his status as the heir, the first prince was embattled, while the second prince was ambitiously seeking to replace him, thus the duchy split into 2 factions in ongoing strife. This year, as Duke Scaurus' health deteriorated, the prince's struggle intensified. To gain support, the second prince Skart did not hesitate to hook up with Yevich. He sought the backing of the Eagle Kingdom forces. To this day, Yevich was still under the banner of the Eagle Kingdom. A cliché drama of brothers fighting over inheritance? Lee City wasn't really scheming, he preferred open confrontation. What's the position of the Yellowstone Kingdom on this struggle between the 2? They're watching the tigers fight from the mountain. It seems that the king of Yellowstone Plains doesn't really care for Snowstorm Mountain Duchy. Snowstorm Mountain is located on the plateau, and it is indeed too barren. Let's just wait and see, and support the weaker side in the conflict. Ideally, we could have those 2 brothers fight for 10 or 8 years. Then take advantage of the chaos to infiltrate the Snowstorm Mountain Duchy, and ultimately, I want to control this country as a foothold and a buffer for the Flame Kingdom on the legendary continent, List said offhandedly. It wasn't a particularly clever plan. It was basically a general guideline, the details of which would naturally be discussed by the development committee. Yevich replied, Your Highness, but currently I do not have enough power to interfere with the infighting. The second prince is slightly weaker, and he hopes to borrow some high-end combatants from the Eagle Kingdom. I will consider that, and soon I'll be opening a teleportation array between Flame Island and a legendary continent. Then, supplies and knights will be continuously transported there. Tell Skart to rest assured in his struggle with Sakith, I can even send dragon knights to help him. That's how the bigwigs on Earth did it, supporting some in small countries and suppressing others, in any case, just making sure those countries were in turmoil. It just so happened that Emily's training had progressed rapidly, her advanced Chi was nearly complete, And she was close to a successful partnership with the light green gem dragon Ethan. She could take charge of the plan for the Snowstorm Mountain Duchy when the time came. The Duke of Snowstorm Mountain wasn't dead yet, so Yevich was told to keep a low profile, and List quickly handed the matter of the Snowstorm Mountain Duchy over to the Development Committee to follow up. He leisurely toured the farmlands opened by various cities, searching for elf bugs that were in the process of being nurtured. His training certainly didn't lag behind, and he frequently visited the endless volcano cluster to complete Leo's mind branding as soon as possible. Naturally, the supply of magic potions during this period was indispensable, and he was most concerned about the magic potions made from the Phoenix Perch Parasol tree. Your Highness, this batch here is the Phoenix Fire Potion. Chris personally delivered the magic potions extracted from the Phoenix Perch Parasol tree to Flame Castle. How's the effect? It's not ideal. Your Highness can personally experience it. After drinking a vial of Phoenix Fire Potion and feeling the impact of the magic power, List indeed frowned. I thought the fire attribute mana would be very powerful, but I didn't expect the effect to be so weak, even weaker than chaos attribute magic potions. Yes, the fire attribute mana of the Phoenix Perch Parasol tree is very strong, but the magic potions extracted always fail to meet the standard. What about the production? The production isn't very high either. Is it really that useless? List rubbed his temples. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. He had thought that after the Phoenix Perch Parasol tree greater elf, Anna became a dragon elf, the Phoenix Perch Parasol tree would achieve much. Unexpectedly, it was so subpar concerning magic potions. Now, the Phoenix Perch Parasol forest's significance seemed to be limited to attracting fire attribute birds. How much was produced? It's all here, 800 vials for the first batch. Just leave it here. Although the Phoenix Fire Potion was inferior, it was still needed for training. At worst, he'd just drink more of the Phoenix Fire Potion to compensate. He took the first batch of 800 Phoenix Fire Potions and soon went to the Endless Volcano Cluster to continue his training with Leo. Oh. Leo looked at the new variety of magic potion that List had brought, and it wasn't very pleased. It wanted red dragon water. List raised his hand, make do with it. Although the Phoenix Fire Potion is average, if the quality isn't there, quantity will make up for it. Just go ahead and take your medicine. Leo then reluctantly swallowed the Phoenix Fire Potion. However, once the potion was consumed, Leo's narrow pupils suddenly dilated, and the evil glint in its eyes was quickly replaced by surprise. It clearly felt that the power of the Phoenix Fire Potion was far from the subpar magic potion it had been described as by List. List, through their mental connection, also quickly felt the effect of the Phoenix Fire Potion on Leo. The surging impact of the magic power was an intensity he had never experienced before, not even slightly inferior to the red dragon water produced by the Red and White Rose family. It was more than a match. Chapter 981, Gorgeous Royal Palace Formidable. List, holding the Phoenix Fire Potion, felt a huge surge of excitement. He hadn't expected the seemingly low-grade magic potion to have such a tremendous effect on dragons. Of course, this was limited to fire dragons. After all, it wasn't a chaos-type magic potion, and its effects would be significantly reduced for other dragons. However, even so, the Phoenix Fire Potion was of immense value to List, no less so than the red dragon water, especially since among his dragons, Fire Dragon Leo was a major consumer of potions. Leo, you no longer have to worry about running out of magic potions. The Phoenix Fire Potion, refined from the Phoenix Perch Parasol tree, will be exclusively for your use. Oh ho! Leo was overjoyed, eager to indulge heavily. List was generous, stuffing handfuls of the Phoenix Fire Potion into Leo's mouth, knowing that these potions could only have a strong effect on him. The volcanic super magic of the Endless Volcano Cluster was almost depleted by you, but now with the supplement of the Phoenix Fire Potion, you can cultivate in peace, without always targeting the Phoenix eggs. Oh ho! Leo indicated that as long as there was no shortage of the Phoenix Fire Potion, he would no longer consider the sealed-off Doomsday Volcano crater. The name Phoenix Fire Potion doesn't sound very classy. Since the Red and White Rose family has red dragon water exclusively for dragons, let's rename the Phoenix Fire Potion to Fire Dragon Elixir, specifically for fire dragons. He habitually renamed the potion and looked toward the sprawling Phoenix Perch Parasol forest in the distance. Phoenix Perch Parasol Dragon Greater Elf Annie, dressed in exquisite knight's leather armor, rode over on Little Yellow. Behind her followed a large flock of birds, including the Super Dragon Beast Flame Bird, the Super Magical Beast Fire Crow, and the Advanced Magical Beast Red Sparrow, coexisting peacefully and harmoniously. These three types of fire attribute avian magical beasts didn't appear to have any food chain issues, possibly due to some bloodline connections. Other bird species, even those of fire attribute, would face fierce attacks if they dared to approach the Phoenix Perch Parasol forest. List, did you bring me new varieties of jade powder? Anna called out loudly. I didn't find any new varieties of jade powder, but I brought a lot of your favorite soft purple jade powder, take it, List said as he pulled out a bag of finely ground jade powder to reward Annie. The more he looked at Annie, the more pleasing she became, capable of both cultivating the magic potion fire dragon elixir and managing the flock of birds. She was indeed very capable. It was just a pity that Anna didn't enjoy castle life, otherwise, he could have brought her back to the castle to serve as the chief butler. Currently, at Flame Castle, the Thorn Greater Elf Jayla had always considered herself the chief elf butler, yet she couldn't win everyone's approval. The man-eating tree dragon sprite Kali was always running around outside all year round, rarely returning to Flame Castle. The buckwheat dragon sprite Yati, being a foreign elf, had an unstable foundation and had not yet integrated into the new environment. In short, there was a lack of a chief elf butler. So much soft purple jade powder, I love it. Anna took the bag and chuckled heartily. Her influence with cordyceps extended over more than 58,000 acres, making the Phoenix Perch Parasol forest lush and verdant. The fiery red leaves blended together, forming a sea of fire when viewed from afar. Coupled with the surrounding volcanoes, the scenery possessed a unique charm. To cultivate these Phoenix Perch Parasol trees, List had relocated nearly 3,000 people here, establishing a small town on the mountainside. Phoenix Tree Town. I hope that in a few years, the Phoenix Perch Parasol trees will have nurtured more elves to help me expand the planting scale. By then, just this forest alone will be sufficient to supply Leo's consumption, allowing Leo to continuously produce fire dragon over magic, bringing benefits to the territory and providing an infinite source of energy. List envisioned brick firing, wine brewing, cement manufacturing, glass making, or refining, and equipment casting. The energy required for all these would gradually be replaced by fire dragon over magic. Once the steam boilers are successfully improved, it might even be possible to construct trains and ships. By then, trains whistling across Flame Island and ships honking from the docks would certainly present a remarkable sight. With an ample supply of fire dragon elixir, Leo practiced very cooperatively, and the progress of mine branding greatly accelerated. After a vigorous training session, List went to inspect the progress of the construction of his king's castle. A large number of Moonslayer serfs, driven by knights, bustled about on high platforms, digging trenches, building roads, and excavating underground passages. The entire construction site was bustling with activity. Your Highness, you have arrived. Coming to report was Jamaya Bangtu, who was not in charge of the king's castle construction, but of the royal palace construction. However, the royal palace had not yet begun construction. Have my royal palace blueprints been designed yet? List asked. Jamaya respectfully presented a large blueprint, spread out by several knights on a table. Your Highness, the initial draft of the royal palace blueprint has been discussed by the master architects and has been tentatively created. We were just planning to report to you and seek your opinion. The data on the blueprint was rather abstract, and List was not much interested. He was primarily looking at the renderings. The castle rendering was majestic but lacked personality, conforming to the conventional style of castles. It featured pointed towers, grand buildings, tidy battlements, and continuous stairs. Built according to the terrain, it was large-scale and clear-cut, fitting the stature of a typical royal palace. However, List was not satisfied. He directly stated, too mediocre. Here, build a mage tower at least 500 meters tall. Here, construct a sky garden, and also a river and waterfall by taking advantage of the terrain. Here, hollow it all out, connect it with bridges, perfect for enjoying the view of the waterfall. There was also a high-altitude plaza for docking dragons, a statue covering half a mountainside, an arena that could accommodate tens of thousands of spectators, a bell visible from hundreds of kilometers away, and a fire atop the mountain that never dies. He listed a multitude of requirements all at once, each one of high difficulty, causing Jamaya's expression to show difficulty. Your Highness, constructing such a royal palace, we simply do not have the capability. Involve the Magic Guild, when necessary. Lord Acreloides and I will personally participate in the construction. In any case, I do not need a mediocre palace, build it as splendid as possible. It would be best to let the design team refer to the legends of ancient times, considering the grand architectures from those tales. Despite the challenging requirements set by List, Jamaya still respectfully took the order. I will contact the Magic Guild right away and find all the legendary grand architectures for comparison before redesigning the royal palace blueprint. Go then. He dismissed Jamaya. List stood on the mid-slope of Holy Mountain, gazing at the interconnected Holy Mountain, his mind still continuously sketching out what the royal palace would look like once completed. After a while, a knight galloped to the mid-slope, dismounting from afar and swiftly running to List, kneeling on one knee to report, Your Highness, a message was received from the mage platform at Thorn Fort. The envoy from the Duchy of Sapphire has delivered a message at the castle. Sapphire Duke passed away on January 18 at Azure Sky Peak Palace. Chapter 982, Madam, please restrain your grief. Grand Duke Andrew Sapphire, the 5th-generation Grand Duke of the Duchy of Sapphire and a Sapphire Dragon Knight, had left this world in January, during the winter of the year 156 according to the Sapphire calendar. Having ruled for nearly 30 years, although he didn't have many legendary tales to his name, he was nevertheless a capable and enlightened ruler. In the last 5 years of his life, too many events had occurred. The Marquis of Bull Tail's rebellion, the heavy damage inflicted upon the Sapphire Dragon, the invasion by the Eagle Kingdom, leading to the draconic slaughter at sea where he almost met a tragic end, and the eruption of the Dragon War between the Eagle Kingdom and the Flame Kingdom, forcing the Sapphire family to change leadership. Despite these tumultuous 5 years, Grand Duke Andrew had endeavored to maintain the Sapphire family's position within the prestigious dragon-rearing families. A formidable ruler has finally departed, sighed Marquis Li William Tulip upon receiving the news. The bond formed over nearly 2 decades of loyalty was not something easily forgotten. Hearing of Grand Duke Andrew's demise brought a flood of emotions to him. In his youth, his father had died in a battle during a pioneer mandate, and he had subsequently inherited the title and followed Grand Duke Andrew, annually driving his chariot to the Azure Sky Peak Palace. Although with the rise of his second son, List, the Tulip family had broken away from followers of the Sapphire family and moved to develop in the Flame Islands, he and Grand Duke Andrew had still maintained a close relationship. Unlike his current heavy heart, List spoke lightly, "Father, hand over the affairs to Demaria, and let's go together to mourn Grand Duke Andrew." Although List had once shared joyful moments with Grand Duke Andrew, he had never felt the bond of a follower and naturally did not grieve his death. Moreover, he had withheld a strand of the dragon soul of Sapphire with the intent to wear down Grand Duke Andrew, aiming for perfect control over the Duchy of Sapphire. Compared to Grand Duke Andrew, Crown Prince Anthony's talents were not outstanding, and he could not escape his control. "Are you going to take the dragon soul with you?" Marquis Li William suddenly asked. "Why do you ask that, father?" With Grand Duke Andrew deceased, the Sapphire family will no longer possess sufficient means to navigate between the Flame Kingdom and the Steel Ridge Kingdom. I think there's no need to let Anthony continue to endure the torment of soul splitting. List intended to avoid wearing Anthony down as well, so he immediately nodded. "I'll bring the dragon soul and ensure the Sapphire is fully healed. However, father, you might talk more with Anthony, have him willingly step down to a duke, and ensure he cooperates earnestly with the military actions of the Flame Kingdom. Are you still going to issue a pioneer mandate under the name of the Duchy of Sapphire?" "Yes, as you know, agriculture takes too long. War is a quicker way to plunder. Moreover, with the deep-seated hatred between the Flame Kingdom and the Eagle Kingdom, I do not want to give the Eagle Kingdom a chance to recover. By exerting such pressure on the Eagle Kingdom, I'm concerned it might provoke a desperate counter-strike from them, risking an all-out war with us. Have you ever heard the story of boiling the frog in warm water, father? I launch a pioneer mandate each year, yet never let the Eagle Kingdom suffer a crippling blow all at once. As long as I keep balancing it properly, the ups and downs will eventually cause the Eagle Kingdom to be slowly stripped of all its flesh," List said with a smile. The Eagle royal family wanted to pretend weakness in the face of their enemies, sparking a unified hatred among the 3 great kingdoms. It perfectly matched his strategy of boiling a frog in warm water. As long as the opposition did not resist, he would continue cutting their flesh. Perhaps by the time the 3 great kingdoms realized what was happening, the Flame Kingdom would have already grandly transformed. Maybe even the Flame family would achieve an unshakable top-ranking status among the 3 great kingdoms. After all, List was now maintaining a pace of 2 to 3 dragons a year in dragon riding. Neither the dragon elf nor the greater elf could keep up with the growth rate of the dragons. Li William looked at his spirited second son and could only lament in his heart that he was falling behind. His thoughts had not been so radical for a long time. If we are to fully confront the Eagle Kingdom, should we prioritize fostering relations with the Yellowstone Kingdom, and avoid offending the royal family at all costs? Father, I have no plans to engage with the Yellowstone Kingdom at the moment. I just want to remotely control the Snowstorm Mountain Duchy as a foothold on the legendary continent. The Grey Iron Duchy is too far away to rely on. The Duchy of Sapphire is isolated overseas and likewise can't serve as a proxy. The best option is the Snowstorm Mountain Duchy." Li William said no more. Although he was a father, the power of decision-making was entirely in List's own hands, and he did not believe his vision could surpass that of a dragon knight. After chatting casually, the father and son walked out of the study and immediately saw Lady Penelope approaching. "Mother. Grandmother. Li William, List, is it true that Grand Duke Andrew has died?" Lady Penelope asked anxiously. "Yes, mother. Alas." Upon confirmation, Lady Penelope sighed deeply. How could Grand Duke Andrew die so young? He was the pillar of the Duchy of Sapphire, and here I am, an old woman, still not yet buried, while he, a leader of a nation and a mighty dragon knight, has already entered the grave. Li Huiliam offered comfort. After all, birth, aging, sickness, and death are inevitable. Even dragon knights cannot reverse them. When you and List go to offer condolences, don't forget to comfort Lady Surette for me. Although life is hard alone, she still has the first prince and the second prince to look after her. Many years ago, I entered the palace to accompany Lady Surette. She was such a beautiful woman then, and in the blink of an eye, we are all nearly half in the grave. Old age brings a fondness for reminiscing and reflecting. The death of Grand Duke Andrew had a profound impact on Lady Penelope, and she went on at length. However, for many others, the death of Grand Duke Andrew did not stir much distress. In the Flame Kingdom, except for a few knights who would mention the Duke during drinks at the tavern, most nobles remained indifferent. They were mostly knights who had sought refuge from the Eagle Kingdom, feeling only disdain and no affection for the Duke of Sapphire. The common folk were similarly indifferent. Many might not recognize the Duke beyond their own landlord. As for the Moonslayers, they had only found out that there were humans outside their forests a few years ago. In essence, the news of Grand Duke Andrew Sapphire's passing did not stir much in the Flame Kingdom. The nation's construction continued robustly and without pause. In such circumstances, List brought Hack back from the Overmarine laboratory. He gathered the dragon soul of the Sapphire Dragon, united with his father Li Huiliam, rode the formless Dragon Bard, the Grey Iron Dragon Orn, and accompanied by the Fire Dragon Leo and Bone Dragon Vinny, they headed directly to the Azure Sky Peak Palace. Upon receiving the news, all members of the Sapphire family, led by Lady Surette, solemnly welcomed List's entourage of mourners. "Thank you for coming, Your Highness List. It's unfortunate that Andrew can no longer personally receive Your Highness." Lady Surette bowed deeply, followed by the first prince and second prince. Without ceremonial confirmation from the sovereign state, the Steel Ridge Kingdom, the first prince was yet unable to inherit the dukedom of Sapphire. List helped Lady Surette up and said solemnly, "My lady, please take comfort." Chapter 983 Two Happy Events Cousin, it's been a long time. In the Azure Sky Peak Palace, List met his cousin Mi'ia Taro. As the son-in-law of Duke Andrew, he had certainly come to help at the funeral. Mi'ia bowed respectfully, "Your Majesty the King. Do we still need to be formal? Just call me List in private." List had a great fondness for Taro's family, and his brotherly relationship with Mi'ia was far stronger than with Levi's. "And Angela, didn't you have a daughter? Her name is Melons, right?" "Yes, Melons Taro." Mi'ia called a servant, instructing him to summon Angela and bring over their daughter. "It's a pity she wasn't a boy. But thanks to the tiny humanoid potion you sent us back then, Angela and I have been trying hard, and she's pregnant again." Noble families naturally needed a male heir, otherwise, the family line would eventually end. There were female heirs, but they were rare. Before long, Angela arrived, holding their daughter, not yet a year old. Little Melons looked chubby in her mother's arms, and it was still too early to tell which parents' features she might inherit. Her birth had quickly matured her parents. Mi'ia had shed his immaturity, while Angela had become solemn. List could see the love in their eyes when they looked at each other. That was good. He had always worried his cousin might end up wearing a cuckold's cap, but now he could rest easy. "List, during this visit to offer condolences, how many days will you stay in the Azure Sky Peak Palace?" Angela took a teapot handed over by a royal palace servant and personally brewed a cup of green tea for List. "I need to discuss some matters with Anthony and then I must hurry back. There are too many issues waiting for me in the Flame Islands. However, my father will stay in the Azure Sky Peak Palace until the envoys from the three great kingdoms have all arrived, then I will return to attend Duke Andrew's funeral." Mi'ia asked, "When are the Flame Islands planning to open to outsiders?" Currently, the Flame Islands were in a state of lockdown, with stringent processes for entry and exit. As soon as the kingdom is established, we will open the teleportation arrays, allowing merchants and envoys from various countries to freely enter and leave the Flame Islands. "Cousin, if you wish to visit, I can arrange for Levi's to accompany you. Actually, there's nothing particularly secretive in the Flame Islands, but to minimize infiltration from the three great kingdoms, external connections have been closed." "I understand. The Kingdom of Flames is still in its infancy. Indeed, we must guard against infiltration from the three great kingdoms. I'm particularly curious to see the magic teleportation array, a legendary and magnificent magic that can only be revitalized by an archmage's hands," Mi'ia said admiringly. In fact, he was not alone. Anyone aware of the heart-read teleportation formation's existence wanted to witness it. Many knights and magicians, for the sake of traveling through the teleportation array just once, had unhesitatingly chosen to defect to the Kingdom of Flames. List casually said, "After Duke Andrew's funeral, you and Angela can bring little Melons and visit Flame Castle for a few days." Just traveling through the teleportation array once will be enough. We shouldn't break the Kingdom of Flames rules just because we're relatives. Miyamoto didn't want List to make an exception. After the Kingdom of Flames is established, Angela and I will come and properly explore the Flame Islands. After the luncheon, Anthony finally found an opportunity to invite List into a private study to discuss matters. Your Majesty, my father left a letter before he passed away, instructing me to personally hand it to you. List quickly read through the letter, which wasn't long. Duke Andrew mainly addressed two matters in his letter. One was that Anthony would inherit the title of Grand Duke and continue to uphold the agreements between the Sapphire family and the followers of the Flame family, immediately announcing this externally upon the establishment of the Kingdom of Flames. The other was concerning the Sapphire Dragon. Following Duke Andrew's passing, the soul of the Sapphire Dragon would be missing again, soon deteriorating, and he hoped List would act quickly to save the Sapphire Dragon. For this, the Sapphire family was willing to demonstrate utmost sincerity to help the development of the Flame Kingdom. After reading the letter, List feigned deep thought for a moment and then slowly spoke. Anthony, the Sapphire family follows me, and I will not let them decline. The Sapphire Dragon will certainly be saved. This time I came here with acryloids to stabilize the Sapphire Dragon. Thank you for your Majesty's help. Anthony will follow your Majesty without wavering. Anthony knelt on one knee, showing his determination. Please rise. Helping Anthony up, he continued, in fact, we have already extracted the dragon soul that was stolen from the Sapphire Dragon. However, the soul needs some time to purify as it has been fused with Lichandi for too long. It should be purified in half a month and just stabilize the Sapphire Dragon for a month. Anthony was overjoyed at his words, then eagerly asked, Your Majesty, do you think I could become a Sapphire Dragon Knight while the soul of the Sapphire Dragon is impaired and then heal the Sapphire Dragon afterward? He played a good game. Wanting to become a Dragon Knight. List just smiled. Duke Andrew sacrificed his own soul to barely become a Dragon Knight, and you will certainly have to sacrifice your own soul as well. Once I heal the Sapphire Dragon, you won't be able to retrieve your soul back. Without a dragon to sustain it, you might just die soon due to the loss of your soul. Anthony awkwardly smiled, no longer bringing up Dragon Knights. He himself deemed it a folly and a vain hope, and if becoming a Dragon Knight were so easy, the three great kingdoms would not have so few. Perhaps seeing List riding dragons so casually in front of him also inflated his expectations, making him think that riding dragons is an easily achievable task. Acryloids made his move. With a few simple magic arrays involving the soul, he halted the deterioration of the Sapphire Dragon's injuries. In fact, the dragon soul was on him, ready for healing the Sapphire Dragon at any time. But List did not want to seem too eager, which might make people think he waited for Duke Andrew's death before taking action. So he decided to delay. He also wanted to assess the loyalty of the Sapphire family, whether they devotedly follow him or wavered between the Steel Ridge Kingdom and Flame Kingdom, trying to play both sides. From what he could see, Anthony corrected his stance without harboring other intentions. Shortly thereafter, leaving the Marquis of Bulltail to represent him, List and Acryloids left Azure Sky Peak Palace and quickly returned to the Flame Islands. Acryloids continued to work on the purification methods for the cursed dragon in the Overmarine laboratory and attempted to reverse the remaining 6 mermaids' self-imposed seals. List, taking advantage of the momentum, trained intensely with Leo with the aid of Fire Dragon Elixir, hoping to complete the mind branding soon. Time flashed by. The page of Sapphire calendar year 156 turned, February arrived, and 2 joyful events occurred in succession. Leo's mind branding was completed amidst List's intensive training, becoming a fully developed Flame Dragon Knight, only waiting for his adulthood to reach peak fighting capabilities. At the same time, Emily's advanced Chi finally perfected, officially gaining recognition from the light green gemstone dragon, initiating and winning a mind battle. She became the second Dragon Knight of the Flame Kingdom and the first female Dragon Knight in the history of the legendary continent. Moreover, she was a Dragon Knight at the rare age of 15. Chapter 984, Female Dragon Knight. The sky was vast and the clouds stretched far and wide. Emily stood on the huge light green gemstone, gazing admiringly and lovingly at List in his silver-white knight armor, holding a sword in one hand. However, List's eyes seemed to gaze into the void, his indifference revealing boundless penetrating power, as if he could see right through to one's heart. He uttered no word, only lifted the iced soul dragon slaying sword with both hands and slowly handed it to Emily, then nodded slightly. His figure then started to coalesce into light green gemstone, growing larger and quickly turning into a towering statue, erect in the center of this world. The light green gem dragon Ethan glanced at the statue that List had become, flapped its wings, and approached Emily. Taking a deep breath, Emily leaped onto Ethan's back, at the dragon tooth platform, and together, they thunderously soared into the sky, disappearing into the brightest part of the heavens under the indifferent gaze of the statue. Roar. In the midst of earth-shaking dragon's roar, Emily suddenly opened her eyes to find the entire world had changed colors, and she could now experience the dragon's vision, observing this familiar yet unfamiliar world. G mixed with dragon magic power, refining and exponentially increasing her strength, allowing her to feel the power of being a dragon knight. I've succeeded. I've become the light green sapphire dragon knight. I have not let down your highness's expectations. Now I am a dragon knight, the first female dragon knight of the legendary continent. Emily wanted to burst into song, but years of habit suppressed her from making a sound, her emotions soaring as she rode the dragon through the skies. She would be the one to ascend the highest peak and look down upon all other mountains. As a dragon knight, Emily finally saw List's silhouette, not left behind on the path she silently followed. Your Highness. Back at Flame Castle, she reported in detail to List about her dragon riding experience and feelings. Bone-burning wine suppressed Ethan's strength. Your Highness's mind branding guided me in battle, and I was able to excel in the mind battle, shattering Ethan's mental projection. You've done very well, Emily. Ever since I started training you, I've been anticipating this day, List praised generously. You've now also become a part of the legendary continent's legend. I don't know if you're the youngest record holder at 15, but as a female dragon knight, you're certainly unique. Emily replied with a demure smile, and for the first time today, she felt confident enough to look directly into List's eyes, expressing herself without restraint. All of Emily belongs to your highness. Her bold and passionate gaze even took List by surprise, but he had faced many challenges and calmly handled the girl's fervor, continuing to say, you are not yet of age. As the Flame Kingdom's second dragon knight, you need to take on more important responsibilities but also enjoy better treatment. I am at your highness's command. Then today, I bestow upon you the title of Marquis, and you and Ethan will still be stationed in Jade City. A magic teleportation array to the legendary continent will be constructed there, and it will be your duty to guard it. Of course, the Flame Kingdom has not yet been established, so your current task is to assist in the construction of the territory. I understand. Emily's gaze was fiery, but having become a dragon knight didn't make her haughty. The more she understood the dragon knight's power, the more she realized List's unfathomable depth. A knight who rode 6 dragons was undoubtedly an incredible existence unparalleled throughout history. In Flame Castle, List gathered a large number of nobles to celebrate Emily's successful dragon riding. At the banquet, flattery washed over the attendees like a tide. Everyone knew that a new great noble had risen, one whose brilliance in the Flame Kingdom was second only to List and Dak. Dragon knights were humans at the pinnacle of power, and though Emily stood solitary, she was far too young and had ample time to establish a new great noble family. A dragon-rearing family was not enough. After all, the dragons were owned by List, and she was merely a dragon rider, not the owner of the dragons. Of course. Most nobles didn't think Emily would establish a family, they all already considered Emily to be a part of the Flame family. No one dared to speculate about the selection of the queen, nor did anyone dare to pursue Emily. This world practiced monogamy, but the strong were inherently above the rules. In the Flame Kingdom, no rules could restrain List. He was not a king by heritage but a founder of a kingdom, a dragon knight of 6 dragons. He was one who alone had challenged 5 dragon knights and emerged triumphant. Marquis Emily's dragon knight glory is inseparable from her diligent struggle. And the esteemed individuals here are the foundation of the Flame Kingdom, and you must devote yourselves to nurturing your offspring, discovering talents, actively participating, and supporting the Dragon Knight training program. List raised his goblet. I hope that one day in the future, our kingdom will see the birth of more dragon knights. My lords, I invite you to drink with me. The nobles all raised their goblets. May your majesty's glory be upon us. We shall wholeheartedly support the Dragon Knight training program. Come, let us raise our glasses together once more to celebrate Marquis Emily's successful dragon riding. To Princess Emily, congratulations. To Princess Emily, congratulations. Pontelesi joined all the nobles in raising his goblet, loudly congratulating the young, beautiful flame person and dragon rider, with eyes full of envy. He was a Moonslayer native, once the listener of the Woe tribe, and had been suppressed for leading his tribe in resistance against the Knight's conquest. However, his daughter Hilita had earned His Majesty the King's favor by protecting several elves, which allowed him to be released without charges and join the ranks of the nobility. Now having distinguished himself and been knighted as a Viscount, he was fortunate to be invited to the celebration feast. West, to be a dragon knight, it's so majestic. His noble friend excitedly whispered in his ear, magicians, no, it's the dragon knights who are truly majestic. Pontelesi replied, Larmote, you could train your son to become a powerful knight and join the Dragon Knight training program. Perhaps one day he, too, could become a dragon knight esteemed above all. The other man was also a Moonslayer native, a listener of a medium-sized tribe, and now also a Viscount. Larmote shook his head with a sigh. My son won't do, his talent isn't excellent enough, and he's still far from becoming an Earth Knight after a year at school. But he then spoke with renewed excitement. However, your daughter, Hilita, she's very talented. Nurture her well, and she might become a Dragon Knight, bringing pride to the Moon's layers. Larmote, her name is Hilita, don't use the nickname T anymore. His Majesty wishes for us to integrate into the Flame Kingdom as quickly as possible. Although we haven't chosen a suitable surname yet, we must gradually get used to the names, only in this way can we become nobles who continue to pass down their lineage. Sorry, it just slipped out, I will correct it. Larmote took a sip of fresh flower brew. Pontelesi, raise Hilita well. She's just a girl. Dragon Rider is a girl too. I have high hopes for Hilita, she's outstanding. Talking about his daughter, pride involuntarily surfaced on Pontelesi's face. After only a year of training in Chi at the night school, she had already become an Earth Knight. He didn't dare to hope that Hilita would become the next Dragon Knight. That was too miraculous. But as long as his daughter became a Sky Knight, he would be completely satisfied. After all, he only had Hilita as a daughter. The Moon Slayers did not favor sons over daughters, as women were just as likely, if not more so, to become magicians. Chapter 985, Idol High. Hilita, did you know? The genius girl, Princess Emily, has already been promoted to Dragon Knight. Just after the night training class ended, Hilita received astonishing news from her little friend, the second most popular female idol among all women in the Flame Islands, who was also the Thunderous Sword Saint, had become the second Dragon Knight in the Flame Kingdom, and the world's first female Dragon Knight. Really? Hilita, with her wheat-colored skin, widened her eyes. She had two idols. The first was the great archmage who rode the holy unicorn, Seiki, unmatched in the hearts of the Moon's Layers. The second was naturally Emily, the genius girl, only 2 years older than herself, yet already a renowned sword saint. Who could have thought that just after the new year had passed, this incredibly young thunderous sword saint had already become a great Dragon Knight, and could also be addressed as a Seiki. Of course, it's true. I learned it from the substitute teacher. Originally, the vice principal was supposed to give us a lesson on ideology, but he took a leave of absence. The teacher told us that the vice principal went to attend a banquet held by His Majesty at the Flame Castle, celebrating Lady Emily becoming a Dragon Knight. As if just remembering something, the little friend hurriedly added, now, we cannot just say Lady Emily, we should say Princess Emily. That's amazing, I really wish I could be as outstanding as Princess Emily. Hilita said enviously. You are quite remarkable yourself, among all the Earth Knights in our school, you are the youngest. It took you only 1 year to become an Earth Knight, and many people are envious of you. Oh, right, I heard that Princess Emily also became an Earth Knight in 1 year. Oh, I'm not the same as Princess Emily, since I had practiced magic from a young age and my body was responsive to magic power. After switching to practicing Chi, I started as an apprentice knight. Princess Emily, however, was originally a common serf and had nothing, yet she became an Earth Knight within a year. Emily's story was legendary and suitable for spreading. Of course, much of it was promoted by Liz to establish a role model to attract young people to train vigorously. The effect was very good, as almost all the girls idolized Emily, second only to their admiration for Archmage Archie. Hilita was very humble in her speech, not daring to compare herself with Emily. But in her heart, she deeply aspired to become the next Emily. After the afternoon's cultural classes were over, she packed up and hurriedly left the Royal Academy. This was a new school formed after the new year, training talented students sent from various places. Most were of noble birth, but there were also a few from common backgrounds, and List had stipulated that students of common birth should not be less than 30% of the total. She returned home. Her father, Viscount Pontelesi, had already come back. As a grand magician among the ancient mages, specializing in Earth system magic, his job involved water conservation projects. Hilita, you're back. Father, has Princess Emily really become a Dragon Knight? Hilita couldn't help but ask again, still feeling slightly skeptical about the news. A 15-year-old Dragon Knight, 3 years younger than the Great King when he was promoted to Dragon Knight. How could it be possible? You already knew? Yes, Princess Emily has indeed become a Dragon Knight. I just returned from attending the Dragon Knight's celebration banquet at the Flame Castle. Assured, Hilita had no more doubts, leaving only astonishment. That's incredible, a Dragon Knight. Father, what does Princess Emily look like? Is she very tall and strong? Princess Emily looks like an ordinary person, but she is very tall and beautiful, and her radiance is only slightly less than that of His Majesty the King, Pontelesi tried his best to describe. In the eyes of ordinary people, Dragon Knights are all radiant, with a demeanor and aura that is sacred and inviolable. Listening to the greatness of Dragon Knights, Hilita felt an infinite desire. Father, do you think I could become a Dragon Knight? You? Ponteless I couldn't help but recall the words of his good friend Larmo as he looked at his daughter who had grown up. He replied with relief, as long as you try hard, Father believes you also have a chance to become a Dragon Knight, the glory of the Moon Slayers. Yes, I must try hard. Hilita clenched her fist to motivate herself, but soon added, Father, my teacher said that we are all citizens of the Flame Kingdom, there is no distinction between Moonslayers and Flame people, we are all children of His Majesty the King. Ponteless I smiled and said, ha ha, Father misspoke. Yet in his heart, he sighed silently. Although the Moonslayers had long resided in the primeval forest and were far behind in civilization, it didn't mean they lacked intelligent people. He was well aware of the Flame Kingdom's policy to completely erase the Moonslayers' culture and integrate them into the Night system, so that in a few generations, no one would likely remember the Moonslayers anymore. Nevertheless, he didn't oppose this policy, as he had become a noble within the Night system. As long as his own family prospered, who cared whether those serf Moonslayers lived or died? When Emily became a Dragon Knight, List felt his burdens lighten considerably. The young girl could represent him in suppressing the Flame Islands, and she could also handle some diplomatic occasions on his behalf. This allowed List more free time, to go wherever he wanted. Internal affairs will be managed by the Development Committee, and external affairs by Emily, how delightful. He rode on Fire Dragon Leo and the Formless Dragon Bard, and hurriedly headed to the Overmarine Laboratory on Anchor Island to meet with Archie. Since Leo had taken the Fire Dragon Elixir, it no longer needed to stay at the endless volcano cluster and train all the time, just occasionally returning to harvest some volcanic super magic. Now its main responsibility was combat, and developing various battle techniques with List to enhance their strength. With Leo's wingspan reaching 50 meters, his strength was almost on par with the mountain copper dragon Mata. It's hard to imagine how potent his strength will become once he reaches a 100-meter wingspan upon adulthood. List often marveled at Leo's growth. Elemental dragons, usually evil dragons, were hard to slaughter due to their great strength. But so far, aside from Leo, the three major kingdoms regions had not spawned another fire dragon. However, light dragons, earth dragons, water dragons, and other evil dragons had clear distribution records, mostly within the wild forest. As long as evil dragons didn't attack humans, the three major kingdoms were too lazy to form dragon-slaying squads to kill these dragons. Simply because evil dragons were not of great value. Firstly, they were untamable, second, they produced no resources, and third, the dissipation of their super magic could cause vast geographical disasters. For example, a magician who once fought a wine dragon left behind Windhole Valley, where the winds shrieked endlessly. Except for magicians who went there to admire the magician's historical trace, no one could live nearby. Riding on the fire dragon, List made countless people across the three major kingdoms envious. They wondered how someone could conquer an elemental dragon from a young age. Although elemental dragons produced no resources, their formidable combat power was enough to make people envious. Unfortunately, their envy was useless, as List continued to ride dragons, deterring everyone. The wind howled. He soon reached Anchor Island, and from afar saw the Overmarine Laboratory erected above the ocean. Constructed day and night by the Fish Ugly race, this laboratory was like a palace on the sea. The palace's base was a rock platform condensed by Archie using Earth Elemental incarnation, while the Fish Uglies were responsible for carving and decorating. Using bone tools, their arms were as strong as Kirin arms, and they carved rocks much faster than human serfs. It had to be admitted, these ugly and slovenly low-intelligence creatures possessed incredible architectural talent. I must acquire the heart of the mermaid. These Fish Uglies are naturally the most suitable laborers. Millions of free laborers must be controlled. Chapter 986, Heart of the Mermaid. Your Majesty. List. Gulrig, how has your recovery been? Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I cannot fight yet, but deep-sea swimming is no problem now. The immense mermaid, Gulrig, whose body's pits and indentations were healing at a visible rate, looked much more pleasant to the eye and slightly resembled the true elegance of a mermaid. List smiled and nodded. That's good to hear. Having a healthy body is essential to enjoying this beautiful life. A beautiful life. I just hope to purify the ocean soon, so that countless souls, fallen under the pollution of the cursed dragon, can be freed from their agony. Don't worry, everything will get better. After chatting briefly with Gulvig, List entered the palace-like Overmarine Laboratory. This magnificently grand building looked rougher on the inside. Yuchu's artistic sense wasn't rich enough, the traces of chiseling were too pronounced, and it lacked symmetrical beauty. This made List instantly think that in future constructions, Yuchu would handle the construction and serfs the decoration. Your Highness, you've arrived, greeted Kinley, the vice president of the Magic Guild. The Flame Kingdom had not yet been established, so the way people addressed List was somewhat chaotic, Most people still addressed him as Your Highness, while a few had started calling him Your Majesty, without any uniform standard. He didn't mind, though, whether Your Highness or Your Majesty was all the same to him. "Where's Zack?" he asked. "Lord Acreloides is in the lab conducting experiments. Please follow me," said Kinley as she led the way and reported on their experimental progress. "During the days you were gone, Your Highness, the laboratory has preliminarily completed the purification experiment of the curse's power. Lord Acreloides is now refining the processes. So, the complete purification of the curse's power will be achieved soon?" "Yes, it isn't very difficult. Is it not? The ancient mermaids tried all they could but failed to achieve this. Their technological concepts were too outdated. Though the magic web is declining, magic technology continues to innovate, and our era's understanding of truth far exceeds that of the ancient times. Moreover, Lord Acreloides always brings continuous streams of ideas that help expand our horizons." Ak was indeed great, significantly advancing magic technology. However, Liszt was also proud because many of these new ideas had come from him. Without the knowledge he taught Ak, the magicians here might still be stuck in an outdated understanding, unaware of what the universe, planets, or gravity were. He inquired, "So, has the experiment to reverse the sealing been completed?" "The experimental plan has been designed by Lord Acreloides. It mainly draws on the method that used the curse's power to contaminate Gulvig, forming a concept of reverse petrification. However, some steps in the experiment still need practical verification. It might take a few more days." "Understood." Upon reaching the largest laboratory, Liszt saw Ak leading a group of magicians, tinkering with a huge magic array. In the center of the magic array, a mass of black mist continuously changed shape, the power of the cursed dragon stripped from Gulvig. When the experiment concluded, Ak personally briefed Liszt on the theoretical aspects of the experiment. A complex string of ideas which, in the end, Liszt admitted he hadn't grasped fully. However, that didn't prevent him from nodding seriously. "If the solution works, then let's use your design to purify the cursed power." 3 days later. Everything was ready. Ak rode Unicorn Charlie, and Gulvig carried Liszt, diving toward the altar discovered in the sea trench. Although Gulvig had not yet recovered her combat abilities, as a ruler of the seas, the mermaid's ability to control water was no weaker than that of a sea serpent, allowing Liszt to breathe steadily underwater and fearlessly withstand the deep sea's pressure. The trio quickly dived into the trench and found an opening to enter the sealed altar. 6 mermaid statues still towered around the altar, each 20 meters tall. Upon a close look, these statues bar significant differences from real stone statues. They possessed a certain liveliness, vividly lifelike. Gulvig swam up to one statue, gently caressing its face, her eyes expressing complex emotions. It was as if she was reminiscing about her past life and lamenting the changes that had occurred. She murmured the other's name, Krastkateo Ufuski Winika. "Eternia, we shall truly be reunited soon." More than 300 moon language words formed her name, which she painstakingly recited for quite a while. Then she moved to the second statue, muttering similarly, Kamenis Podolski Aktaiwan Dioni. Blupazi. Tibidais. Shariva Viswinti. Kokalix. Each of the 6 mermaids' names comprised over 300 words from the moon language, and it was impressive that the orphan Wendy could still remember them without forgetting. However, Liszt only remembered the last name of each mermaid. Eternia, Blupazi, Tibidais, Shariva Viswinti, Kokalix. He planned to force these mermaids to change their names after obtaining the heart of the mermaid, forbidding the use of their original lengthy names. At that moment, Acreloides had already split open the altar, revealing a pitch-black abyss below, then set up a magic array to channel the cursed dragon's power and bind it with the magic array. Roar. The dragon's roar echoed in Liszt's mind and around his ears. The rotting flesh-like power of the cursed dragon burst out and collided within the confines of the magic array. It then transformed into dragon claws, wildly clawing at its surroundings. But under the strong restraint of the magic array, it was continuously dispersed and purified, the accompanying black mist becoming thinner and thinner. Ultimately, the mass of rotting flesh was purified of all its mist and could no longer coalesce into rampaging dragon claws. It slowly formed into the image of a dragon, moving slowly within the magic array. The dragon was grayish-brown in color, its slender body resembling a snake, and its wings like a skeletal frame. The entire body was just scales covering bones, virtually devoid of any flesh. Somewhat similar to the Nergigant from Monster Hunter, most notably at the connection of its neck and body, which also featured a dragon tooth platform. This dragon can also be ridden. Liszt's pupils dilated slightly, his thoughts unknown, but his heart filled with desire. He still craved dragons despite already having 6. "Your Majesty Liszt, Lord Acreloides is about to reverse the petrification of the mermaid statues. We should move further back to avoid affecting Lord Acroloid's spellcasting. Okay. He rode on Gulvig's shoulder, moving farther away. Mermaids lacked something like a dragon tooth platform, so he could only grab onto her hair to stabilize himself. Fortunately, as Gulvig was trying to integrate into human life, she had made a skin-tight suit of fish scales with the scales returned to her to avoid exposure. With the eye of magic employed, List closely observed how Acroloids reversed the petrification of the statues. The magic array divided a small dragon, transformed from the cursed dragon's power, into 6 parts, then swiftly channeled these 6 parts into the mermaid statues. Moments later, these forces seeped out from the statues and recombined into an even smaller cursed dragon. Clearly a lot of power was consumed in the reversal process. Acroloids then took out a carefully crafted glass bottle, collected the cursed dragon into the bottle, and then dismantled the magic array, retrieving some of the still usable materials. Is it done, Acroloids? List asked as he moved back near the statues with Gulvig. Acroloids nodded with a smile. All done, brother. Now we just wait for the stone seals of the statues to be melted by the power of the cursed dragon, and they will regain their flesh. How long will it take? It might take a few days. Immediately, Gulvig spoke up. Your Majesty, List, Lord Acroloids, I will stay to protect them. Once they are restored, I will bring them back to Anchor Island and offer you the heart of the mermaid. As for now, please accept Gulvig's heart of the mermaid. Saying this, she held her chest with both hands, and soon, a pulsing, translucent crystal blue heart leaped out, landing in her hands before she presented it to List. List, looking at the heart of the mermaid, which was much larger than his own, was somewhat at a loss. So, Gulvig, what should I do next? Chapter 987, Commanding the Seas. Your Majesty just needs to touch it, Gulvig said with a smile. Ah, like this? List reached out and gently touched the heart of the mermaid. Instantly, the heart of the mermaid popped like a bubble with a cracking sound, and then burst into nothingness. A feeling of kinship rose in his heart, as if an intangible connection had been established between him and the mermaid Gulvig. At the same time, he immediately understood the significance of the heart of the mermaid. It was a follower's pact, not very binding, and could be severed at any time. Its primary function was communication, allowing the contracting parties to contact each other from great distances. Moreover, the leading party of the heart of the mermaid's contract, which was List's side, could use the power of the contract to command the Naga species and the fish ugly race. It also allowed him to receive the protection of the sea, to breathe freely and move freely in the water without the pressure of the seawater affecting him. In other words, he no longer needed Ak or the mermaid's assistance to live underwater. A very practical contract. After understanding the capabilities of the contract, List smiled, but it seems there isn't much point in accepting so many hearts of the mermaid. It appears that just one heart of the mermaid is enough to gain the sea's protection and command the Naga and the fish ugly. Gulvig explained softly, Your Majesty, the power of a single contract is weak. The more contracts you have, the greater the benefits you'll receive. In the era of the Moon Empire, a great archmage once had the following of 100 mermaids, and with the power he gained from the contracts, he could part the sea to reveal the dry seabed. That powerful? Yes, it's just a pity that in this era there are only about 7 of us mermaids left, and we cannot provide you with much power from the contracts. If that's the case, List looked at Ak and made a decision. I will contract only with you, Gulvig, and let Ak contract the remaining 6 mermaids to enhance her abilities. 7 contracts would not create a qualitative change, and the simple protection of the sea and command over the fish ugly were already his, so there was no need to contract so many hearts of the mermaid. After all, he was human and preferred living on land. He did not enjoy soaking in the great seas, as riding dragons and soaring through the skies was his true path. Ak shook her head. Brother, Ak does not need the assistance of the heart of the mermaid either. Contracting with a single mermaid to command the fish ugly and incidentally study the secrets of contract magic will suffice. Brother, you are the king of the Flame Kingdom, let the mermaids follow you instead. Seeing the two of them pushing the responsibility back and forth, Gulvig suddenly felt very disheartened. Has the era really changed? Mermaids were the sovereigns of the sea, and when she was young, she heard that human archmages would go to great lengths just to contract with a single mermaid. Yet now that the contract was before them, there were those who were pushing it away as if reluctant. She deeply felt that the times had indeed changed. 4 days of waiting. The 6 mermaid statues gradually melted from their petrified state into flesh and blood. On the 4th day, Viswinti was the first to awaken, her gaze bewildered as she looked around her. Informed by Gulvig of the events of the past few days, Viswinti, recognizing the purified altar, solemnly presented her heart of the mermaid to Ak. Afterward, Eternia, Bluepasi, Tabadais, Sharivara, and Gokalex all awakened one after another and offered their hearts of the mermaid to List. The power from the 6 contracts made List feel even closer to the sea, allowing him to move freely without any pressure from the seawater. He breathed easily and even had a keen sense of the currents, enabling him to detect disturbances far away while underwater. His chi operated smoothly without hindrance. Regrettably, his chi was of the fire attribute, and even after becoming superior magic dragon chi, it was still suppressed by seawater, rendering his strength far inferior on land. He had also tried manifesting as a phoenix incarnation in the sea. The flames on his body did not extinguish, and he breathed quite normally, but the magic of the phoenix incarnation was also severely oppressed, making his flight speed slow as a dog. It was even worse than his swimming speed when he returned to human form. Respected human ruler, Your Majesty List, thank you for purifying the ocean and reviving us. We, the last 7 mermaids, are willing to follow you and fight and build for your nation. The 7 mermaids, after consultation, formally joined the ranks of the Flame Kingdom. Unlike sea serpents, the carefree sprites of the ocean, mermaids behaved more like humans. During the era of the Moon Empire, the Sea Kingdom that mermaids established also waged wars against one another. I am delighted with your joining. Humans have already entered an era of nobility with a knight's feudal system. I will first ennoble you as Marquis, and when the time is right, you can re-establish duchies on the seas, becoming vassal states to the Flame Kingdom. The strength of the mermaids was slightly greater than that of domain knights, making them worthy of being ennobled as marquises. In the future, List planned to promote them to dukes, allowing them to establish duchies in the seas surrounding the legendary continent to help the Flame family cultivate the oceans. Your Majesty, we wish to take a look at the Devil Sea and see if the devils that fell from grace still exist, the mermaids requested, after clarifying the current state of affairs. List also wanted to witness it and thus agreed, then let's go together. So, a group of people moved majestically toward the Devil Sea. Since he had no chance to ride a unicorn, he had to stand on the back of the most powerful mermaid, Eternia. Eternia was once the ruler of the Great West Nation, which had long since perished in the ocean, becoming part of the Devil's Sea. Super magic, Eye of Mana requires high magic to cast. You can teach it to the 7 mermaids to allow them to search for elves under the sea and learn to develop the ocean sprites. List suddenly thought of this during the sea voyage. He considered the Eye of Magic a prized treasure and was reluctant to let its secrets spread. But teaching the Eye of Mana to the mermaids was no issue. After all, the age of the mermaids had passed, and they wouldn't come ashore to compete for resources. They could only honestly develop sprites in the sea for him. Ak was more than willing to teach magic to the mermaids. In her view, mermaids with superior magic were exceptionally good magic experiment assistants, far more reliable than human magicians who could only perform low magic. They taught as they traveled. Although the 7 mermaids had all experienced varying degrees of power degradation, their swimming speed could still reach 800 km per hour in the sea. When the mermaids barely understood the casting principles of the Eye of Mana, they had already arrived at the continental slope. The seabed of shallow waters is called the continental shelf, and the seabed of the deep sea is known as the abyssal plain. The steep slope that transitions between the continental shelf and the abyssal plain is called the continental slope. The continental slope is named steep, but it's hard to discern the slope with the naked eye. One can only faintly sense that the seabed gradually deepens this stretch. When passing over a sea trench on the continental slope, Gulrig, the ruler of the sea trench tribe, said in a somber tone, "I remember this place now. This is the eyelid pattern trench. My mother fell here, becoming a devil, and went toward the Devil's Sea, never to return." Standing on the edge of the sea trench cliff, she looked down into the abyss of the dark sea, sighed deeply, and said, "So many years have gone by, the eyelid pattern hasn't changed much, only the seawater is much cleaner, without the pollution of the cursed dragon." Chapter 988, Whale Fall of Leviathan. Complete the mission, and receive the heart of the mermaid as a reward. Shiraiva reflected on the past while List absent-mindedly summoned the smoke mission. Once the mermaids were revived, the mission was naturally completed. Mission: the mermaids have offered you the heart of the mermaid and have become your followers. However, each mermaid has a thorn in her heart that has not been removed. Perhaps exploring the Devil's Sea will help them regain confidence in life. Reward: 1 greater elf. Exploring the Devil's Sea was part of the set course, incidentally helping the mermaids remove their thorns. After he dispersed the smoke, Shiraiva had finished her reflection. Thus, everyone continued their journey, heading towards the deep sea along the continental slope. On this route, they increasingly felt the ocean currents grow stronger and even chaotic whirlpools roamed freely in the sea. Sometimes when they surfaced, they could see the ocean covered with dark clouds as the storm raged relentlessly. When not tainted by the cursed dragon, the Devil's Sea was known as the Stormy Sea. It once birthed a mermaid named Olakar who tried to harness the power of the heart of the mermaid to calm the never-ending storms in the Stormy Sea, but unfortunately, she was not successful. King Eternia of the Great West Nation looked at the storm and said to List, And here I thought it was the pollution from the cursed dragon that turned the sea this way. The cursed dragon only polluted the seas, not the sky or land. During the era of the Moon Empire and Sun Empire, these two great human nations relied on sky ships for communication, which were the grand creations of archmages. Unfortunately, in my time, both empires had long since vanished, Eternia explained to List. Among the 7 mermaids, she was the strongest and also the oldest, not counting the time she was sealed. She was 379 years old and knew a great deal. Mermaids have a lifespan of 500 years, which placed her in late middle age. Furthermore, she had once given birth to a mermaid, but unfortunately, her daughter was also corrupted, turning into a devil. What else do you know about the Moon Empire and the Sun Empire? List asked, hoping to gather more information from Eternia. In ancient times, a great war occurred where human archmages and dragons teamed up and killed the Moon Dragon. Moon Dragon? Eternia was puzzled. Is there such a dragon? I thought there were only evil dragons, sacred dragons, elemental dragons, metal dragons, and gemstone dragons. Obviously, she was also unaware of the dragon of the magic web. It seems you do not know about the great ancient war. I haven't heard of it, but it must have existed. Otherwise, how could the Moon Empire and Sun Empire have declined, and how could the cursed dragon have been slain? Unfortunately, I cannot provide your majesty with more information. When I was born, the ocean was already shrouded in the shadow of the cursed dragon. As the ocean currents grew increasingly violent, navigating became difficult. List felt this most acutely. Despite having obtained 6 hearts of the mermaid, he still struggled to move freely in the tumultuous seawater. Even the mermaids were somewhat affected, slowing down. Only Ak, riding a unicorn, was completely unaffected and blissfully at ease. This was due to the unicorn's special ability, Void Sprint, which ignored the constraints of space and matter, making even the wildest currents unable to shake its form. Envy. Alas, unable to ride it, List could only cling tightly to Eternia's hair, pressing close to her garment transformed from fish scales to reduce the drag. We're about to arrive at the Devil's Sea. The leader of the Lost Sea, Kokolix, called out ahead. Her former realm, the Lost Sea, was located on the edge of the Devil's Sea, making her very familiar with these waters. While the land had undergone drastic changes over thousands of years, the sea had changed very little. Half an hour later, Kokolix again reminded everyone, this is the Hermit Crab Trench, the boundary of the Devil's Sea and also the boundary of the Lost Sea. Your Majesty, honored guests, we have entered the Devil's Sea. Is this the Devil's Sea? It doesn't look very devilish. List said as he illuminated the surroundings with a bundle of hand magic tubes. Since they were at the deep sea bed where no natural light reached, the atmosphere seemed gloomy. With the eye of magic power, he could see sea monsters lurking around. There was no sign of any devils. Perhaps the power of the cursed dragon truly has been purified by the sea itself? Galvig speculated uncertainly. Eternia said sternly, be cautious. As they were talking, Ak, who was using the eye of magic power, suddenly spoke up, there's a huge monster's carcass ahead, with numerous small sea monsters parasitizing it. Following her direction, List quickly spotted the carcass, which still faintly radiated chaotic magic power. The giant carcass was almost larger than an aircraft carrier, with dragons appearing tiny in front of it. Inside the carcass, numerous bizarre sea monsters were parasitic. This is the whale fall of Leviathan. Eternia explained. Leviathan? Whale fall? A whale is the largest creature in the ocean. When they die, their bodies slowly sink to the ocean floor, a process that can last hundreds to thousands of years. Small creatures then parasitize the whale's carcass for survival. When the whale remains sink to the ocean floor, they quickly form a seabed of jade, with stronger whales forming higher quality jade. So, what is a Leviathan? List asked, thinking of the legendary sea behemoth Leviathan, said to be as powerful as a dragon. Before Eternia could respond, the youngest mermaid next to her, Blue Pussy, leader of the Salty Sea tribe and only 66 years old, eagerly replied, I know. The sea behemoth Leviathan is the most powerful creature in the ocean, as mighty as a dragon. It is said that when mermaids become archmages, they are accompanied by a Leviathan. So, is Leviathan also a type of whale? List was now near the carcass of the Leviathan, his hand magic tube illuminating the remains, which were too damaged to discern the original appearance of the Leviathan. Leviathan should be the largest whale, born with superior magic. It's extinct in our time, yet here we find its whale fall. Eternia casually crushed a jellyfish-like sea monster that overconfidently tried to attack. Your Majesty, if I'm not mistaken, this Leviathan whale fall must have been sinking for over 800 years. How can you tell? The whale fall of Leviathan sinks 10 meters a year. Our current depth is about 8,000 meters, just right for over 800 years. What do you usually do when you encounter a whale fall? List surveyed the largely skeletal remains of the Leviathan, wondering if they could be fashioned into weapons. He no longer doubted any legend, as creatures from the legends had all appeared. 3 types of sub-dragons, claimed to be as powerful as dragons. The sky behemoth Kaizi, the land behemoth Behemoth, and the sea behemoth Leviathan. Just by observing Leviathan's size, one could guess they might indeed be as mighty as dragons. In fact, unicorns and phoenixes were not much weaker than dragons. Eternia smiled. We would feel fortunate. In mermaid customs, encountering a whale fall signifies good fortune accompanying us. She further explained, a whale fall is part of the oceanic life cycle. For us mermaids, it holds little value, we wait for it to sink and form jade. Of course, if the Naga species or fish ugly race come across a whale fall, they might take some of the bones as weapons. Chapter 989, Tower of the Devil. List had wanted to take some bones back to forge weapons, but, on hearing that Yuchu also used Leviathan bones for weapons, he dismissed the idea. He needed to maintain a certain level of prestige. Still, he dismantled 2 smaller Leviathan bones to take back for research. If they proved valuable, he would remember this location and return to harvest them. Leaving the whale fall of Leviathan, the team continued their exploration, finding the deep-sea world even more desolate than List had imagined. There were no colorful, vibrant creatures, it was an eternal darkness, devoid of light, accompanied by all sorts of eerie and bizarre sounds. Prolonged exposure would definitely lead to oppressive madness. Occasionally, when they encountered roaming sea monsters sensing the mermaid's presence, they would turn tail and flee. Thus, while sailing for a while, Kokalex suddenly shouted, "Your Majesty, my lords, everyone, ahead is an underwater tower, likely an edifice from the ancient Sea Kingdom." Everyone sped up. However, as they neared the tower, they slowly sensed a familiar presence. It's the aura of the cursed dragon. This tower contains remnants of the cursed dragon's power. Gulrig, having been tainted by the cursed dragon, was particularly sensitive to it. Be careful. List warned. There's something wrong with this tower, Ak said, frowning. Charlie senses a very malevolent force within, it is awakening. The power of the cursed dragon is awakening. Snort. The unicorn replied with an uneasy snort. In fact, they did not need Ak's warning. It quickly became clear to everyone that something was off with the tower. When the hand magic tube's light shone on the tower, instead of seeing ancient rock constructions, they saw piles of skeletal remains, stacked upon one another through the ages, many fused together. It was, in fact, a tower of corpses. As if provoked, the bones began to crumble, and through the eye of magic, they could see that the tower, which had previously shown no magical feedback, was suddenly radiating a dark, shimmering magic brilliance. The light of the dark attribute, a black with undertones of purple. This is not an ancient edifice left by the Sea Kingdom, it's a tomb built from devil corpses. Eternia screamed loudly, these devils are about to crawl out from their graves, they have not been cleansed by the sea. As she screamed, the bones that made up the tower burst apart, and swarms of agile monsters sprang out, charging towards List and his companions. These creatures, like hounds unleashed from their cages, one after another, formed an underwater storm. The 7 mermaids became panicked, wanting to turn and flee. Don't scatter, unleash magic. List grabbed Eternia's hair, rapidly issuing commands, they're just low-level devils, don't panic, hold them off. He could tell that although there were many devils, their magic power level was low magic, and their concentration was weak, akin to that of low-level sea monsters. He could take on an entire legion of such sea monsters. Under the influence of the heart of the mermaids pact, the mermaids quickly stabilized and began releasing their own magic, hurling countless water whirlpools, rings of water, and other spells into the crowd of devils. Ak, who had the quickest and calmest reaction, rode atop Unicorn Charlie, swiftly donning the gemstone crown and wielding the 8 Dragons' God sword, casting furiously. She commanded the seawater to condense into water bolts, which shot forth like lasers, rampantly striking the swarm of devils. Almost instantly, the viciously charging devils, like dumplings, all sank to the seabed. Brother, we'll fight as we retreat. These are just the outer devils of the tower, Ak saw in the tower, even more powerful devils awakening. Possibly fallen Naga devils, and maybe even fallen mermaids devils. Understood. List turned and gave the orders, fight while retreating. Gulrig, Eternia, and Blue Pizzy cast magic to hold back the devils, Tabadais, Shirivara, and Kokalex take charge of controlling the seawater, assist them in retreating. 3 mermaids retreated while 3 fought. Under List's command, they cooperated orderly. On the other side, Ak was commanding Viswanti while fighting and retreating. With her individual combat strength surpassing that of all the mermaids combined, she could act with ease. Unicorn Charlie knew how to coordinate with her. There were no brilliant fireworks, only magic power boiling at the bottom of the sea as the battle rapidly escalated. Layers upon layers of devil-like dumplings were killed, but more and more devils rushed over. The distant towers collapsed at a rate visible to the naked eye, transforming entirely into more devils. Except for the outer devils, which were purified into corpses, the inner devils were still very much alive. List did not join the fight. He was using the eye of magic to carefully observe the battlefield, with a black and purple sheen outlining the forms of the devils. Some resembled Yuchu, with half their bodies fish and the other half frog, also possessing humanoid arms. Some devils were unarmed, while others wielded bones. It was clear that in life, they were Yuchu tainted by the power of the cursed dragon, their severely shrunken bodies belied an increased fighting strength. Among them were also devils not fallen from Yuchu, likely fallen from fish, jellyfish, octopi, turtles, and similar sea monsters. The numbers are growing. Eternia said, panting. The devils fallen from Naga have already burst out of the tower. Ak's voice was very calm. There are too many devils. I'll cover the rear, you all should leave quickly. Eternal sturdy ice. As she spoke, the 8 dragons' god sword glowed, condensing a huge frozen city wall in the surrounding sea area and blocking countless devils on the outside. Snap. 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 Countless devils crashed against the frozen city wall, and soon, massive fractures appeared, followed by thunderous shattering. Seizing this opportunity, the mermaids had retreated some distance, finally avoiding being surrounded by devils. Seeing this, List shouted, "Mermaids, unleash your magic with all your might," bombarding the devils swarming around Ak. Boom. 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 Sound could be transmitted through the sea, and the massive booming of magic attacks, strong enough to shatter currents, whipped up countless bubbles, blasting batch after batch of Yuchu devils into debris. But more Yuchu devils kept filling in, moving like zombies without any concept of fear or retreat. Thus, a magical team composed of sea serpents and mermaids struggled against a devil legion made up of Yuchu and other fallen sea creatures at the seafloor, 8,000 meters deep. The mermaids, having fought for just a moment, began to wheeze for breath. Their bodies had not yet recovered to their best condition. Gradually, Ak became the main fighting force, but even she alone held off the charges of the devil's army. With half her body as a water elemental embodiment and the other half an ice elemental incarnation, she alternately deployed water system super magic and ice system super magic, staunchly holding off the devil's frenzied onslaught. Hiss. After a considerable number of casualties, some Yuchu devils began to cast magic, as dark rings of magic power rippled from their bodies, rapidly enveloping the battlefield. Ak's super magic, upon encountering these dark magic rings, seemed to dissolve, its power growing weaker and weaker. By then, the second wave of devils revived by the tower had also charged over. Their bodies were even larger, bearing various weapons, resembling upright serpents. Their forms varied from 2 hands to 6, clearly Naga that had fallen into devildom, saturated with too much dark attribute magic power. The magic they released was also stronger, corroding Ak's super magic at an increasing rate. Ak, if you can't hold them, don't get bogged down in the fight, let's retreat. List shouted. The mermaids had already withdrawn from the battlefield's reach, and Ak could return at any time. However, the usually tranquil Ak seemed overcome by a rush of blood, leaving behind just one remark, "Brother, you and the mermaids wait a moment. Ak hasn't used her magical powers to their fullest in a long time. It's a perfect opportunity to let loose and familiarize myself with the true combat style of an archmage." Having said that, the half of her that was an ice elemental incarnation swiftly switched to a space elemental incarnation. With a flick of her hand, she conjured a spatial rift that devoured countless devils without leaving a trace of bone behind. Her demeanor was relaxed and carefree, with no hint of the tension one would expect in the face of devils. Chapter 990, Ak's Divine Display Boom. A black fissure spread through the sea, splitting the body of any devil it touched into, regardless of whether it was a low-level sea monster like Yuchu devil or a high-level one like Naga devil, or any other fallen sea creatures. This was the power of space magic, which was unresistible to any creature that couldn't exempt from material damage. Initially, Ak used water and ice system magic merely to test her abilities. It was only after she switched to a space elemental incarnation that she truly exhibited her extraordinary strength. Amplified by Unicorn Charlie, each of her spells became a construction of superior magic, increasing in power tenfold. So powerful! Eternia exclaimed. Lord Ak is more powerful than any archmage of ancient times. I have never heard of anyone who could use superior magic constructions with such ease. Viswandi equally marveled, secretly pleased to follow such a powerful archmage and sharing in the glory. Your Majesty, has magic developed to such an extent in this age? Gulvig asked in surprise. List, watching Ak's formidable figure, was delighted. The initially fragile Nixie had finally become one of the most powerful individuals in the world. Ak's talent is exceptional. There have likely been few archmages throughout history who could master space magic, And she has also been favored by a unicorn. Unicorns only favor the pure-hearted. Were Ak in the era of the Moon Empire, she could undoubtedly contend for the position of the Great Emperor. The Moon Empire was a magocracy and slave-holding state ruled by magicians, where the Great Emperor was the leader of the empire. Unlike the Night Era where nations generally had male successors, the Moon Empire had many female emperors since magic training bore no relation to gender, and the probability of women becoming archmages was no less than men. Ak would definitely be able to contend for the position of the Great Emperor. List nodded in agreement, knowing well what others might merely regard as miraculous. He understood very clearly. All of Ak's powerful spells sourced from Unicorn Charlie's enhancement. This miraculous creature was no different from the dragon in that regard. Now that Lord Ak is eliminating the devils, it seems we have nothing left to do, Blue Pizzy said. After a moment of thought, List instructed, you should capture a few solitary devils. It's best to get a few of each type, and they must be alive. Bring them back for experiments, so we can find a way to completely purify the seas as soon as possible. Yes, Your Majesty is quite right. The mermaids, eager to purify the seas, swiftly captured a variety of devils in the gaps between Ak's spells, one of each type. List shook his head. That's not enough, we need at least 3 of each type. Your Majesty, we do not have the necessary restraints. Capturing too many will be hard to manage. I have them here. Here, mountain copper manacles and chains. Take as many as you want. He pulled out chains and manacles one after another from the space ring. With the presence of mountain copper dragon Mata, there was no shortage of magic metal mountain copper. As he often needed to capture magical beasts while traveling, he carried a large number of mountain copper manacles and chains with him. Naturally, these weren't purely made of mountain copper, they were special equipment mixed with mountain copper, designed to lock magic power. The only equipment truly forged from pure mountain copper was a 10-meter-long mountain copper dragon lance, which he did not bring from the castle since the diameter of the space ring was only 5 meters, and thus couldn't contain the lance. With the mountain copper equipment, the mermaids quickly captured a total of 20 various kinds of devils. These devils retained the biological forms from before their corruption, yet all their magic had transformed into dark attribute magic. Their bodies became shriveled, covered in tumors and pustules, their nature savage, mindless, and their combat abilities might surpass what they had been before their corruption. Many Yuchu lacked magic before their fall, but almost all possessed dark attribute magic power afterward. It is hard to imagine that a dragon's power could contaminate so many creatures. The evil dragon is a legendary creature that was born with this world, neither alive nor dead, unbound by a 1,000-year lifespan, something even the sacred dragon cannot achieve, Eternia clarified for List. That's why the death of the cursed dragon could contaminate an entire sea, making it impossible to purify completely for 1,000,000 years. It's not that the sacred dragon is less powerful than the evil dragon, but the powers of the sacred dragon are quite special. The formless dragon's spatial power, the smoke dragon's power of destiny, the twilight dragon's temporal power, the jade dragon's mental power, and the immortal dragon's life force are perhaps not suited for battle, but their magical nature is irreplaceable. As for the evil dragon, the power of the silent dragon is unknown, as is that of the shadow dragon, but it is only known that the cursed dragon can contaminate creatures, from their bodies to their souls, a power more akin to that of the light dragon infected by the black dragon wraith and white dragon wraith, rather than the cursed dragon's own power. The difference between a devil and a dragon wraith seems negligible. After observing the devil for a moment, List withdrew his gaze and addressed Eternia and the mermaids. Perhaps the sea is still under the influence of the cursed dragon's power, but worry not, for now that Ak and I are aware of this, we will purify the sea completely. Thank you for your Majesty's merciful action. It is my duty. I am the King of the Flame Kingdom, recognized by all kingdoms of the legendary continent as the Lord of the Seas, and all seas are my territory, List proudly proclaimed, feeling it to be a matter of course. Cleansing the sea will also require your help. Let us work together to strengthen the Flame Kingdom. Rest assured, Your Majesty, we owe our lives to Your Majesty and Lord Ak, and will follow behind you for the rest of our lives. 7 mermaids expressed their loyalty solemnly. List maintained a gentlemanly smile, eyes fixed on the scene ahead where Ak continued combating the devil. The dense swarm of devils, like a plague of locusts, rushed forward but were sliced to death by the dense spatial rifts near Ak. Layer upon layer of devils charged fearlessly only to become corpses, creating a thick carpet of devil carcasses on the ocean floor. The 8 Dragons' God Sword offered no enhancement to spatial magic. Ak retracted it into the space ring. The gemstone crown she wore, however, sparkled brilliantly, reflecting against Unicorn Charlie's golden spiral horn, the copious magical light flickering, continuously drawing magic power from the void, even forming a spiderweb visible only through the eye of magic behind her. That was the magic web. A massive amount of magic power was drawn from the magic web, leaving List astounded and uneasy, feeling that the magic web might collapse at any moment. He couldn't help but think, if such battles continue, I wonder if the dragon of the magic web will be drained dry? It seemed unlikely. After all, the dragon of the magic web once supplied magic power to the flourishing magical civilizations of both the Moon Empire and the Sun Empire. At that time, there was no shortage of archmages, all drawing from the dragon of the magic web's magic power without draining it entirely. Now, although the dragon of the magic web slumbers and the magic web has shrunk, a single archmage could not consume all the magic power alone. Amidst his rising emotions, a puff of smoke slowly floated before him, condensing into a segment of serpent script. Mission accomplished. Reward, 1 greater elf. Meanwhile, at the distant Flame Castle, one of List's many little minor elves suddenly became listless, oppressed by their spirits. It had been scolded by the bully Jayla again today, and had it talked back, it would have been beaten. When would such days ever end? Chapter 991, Harmonious Coexistence. The gourd minor elf, once living a muddled existence in the forest, was suddenly discovered one day by a group of moon slayers who seized it and bound it to an altar. Just at that moment, the great dragon knight descended from the sky and rescued it. The elf thus became one of the contracted minor elves of the dragon knight. However, because there were so many elves in the castle, the gourd minor elf didn't receive much attention, not even a name. Of course, the gourd minor elf didn't mind, it was just a mischievous little elf, amusing itself every day. It enjoyed filling its gourd with water to sprinkle around the castle carelessly, even soaking several masterpieces on the castle owner's walls. Normally, even if it did such naughty things, no one would scold it. At most, servants would stand by, preventing it from continuing to ruin paintings and other items. However, until one day, a batch of new elves arrived at the castle, among them a thorn greater elf who immediately declared that it had taken over the castle. Woo-ah! The gourd minor elf remembered vividly, every time it sprinkled water from its gourd, a vague roar of anger would resound from behind it. Then that hot-tempered greater elf would curse at it loudly. This annoyed it greatly, making it anxious each time it sprinkled water, for fear that the greater elf would jump out and scold it with a woo-ah. And today, taking advantage of when the bully greater elf was arguing with the dragon elf Kali, it took out its precious gourd from atop its head and wildly sprayed around. Then it was caught by the bully, fresh from the argument, and cussed out to no end. Bubbling sounds. Fed up with being scolded, the gourd minor elf raised its head and roared back at the thorn greater elf, as it was not one to just take things lying down. The thorn greater elf was stunned for a moment, then let out an even louder roar, woo-ah. It raised its hand to strike, but for some reason, the hand never fell. The gourd minor elf took the opportunity to make a quick getaway. Although it escaped a beating, the gourd minor elf became more and more angered the more it thought about it, feeling as if a shadow loomed over Flame Castle, and it was powerless to resist this shadow. Life would continue to be a tragedy. However, it did not notice that its body was undergoing changes while it felt sad about the bullying. It began to grow taller and bigger, its need for jade powder increased, its thinking became more agile, and its emotions also grew richer. The light had already arrived unawares. Mission: the fish ugly race is highly suited to be used as labor. However, as the legacy of an ancient wise race, the constraint on their development is the difficulty of breeding. As the king of the Flame Kingdom, why not solve this problem and expand the scale of the fish ugly race? Reward: magic cloak. At the bottom of the Devil Sea, List looked at the new smoke mission, lost in thought. He had a hunch about the reward of the magic cloak. It was likely to originate from those 6 statues of ancient magicians, where all the equipment he had acquired so far was sealed. As for the mission content, it was nothing more than helping the fish ugly race solve their breeding problem. The first solution that came to mind was the Magic Registry's improved potion for the vitality of the little ones, named Source of Vitality. This potion had benefited many families with fertility issues. Even his cousin Mibo had offspring thanks to the Source of Vitality. He could delegate this mission to the Magic Guild, allowing magicians to adjust the potion formula according to the physique of the fish ugly race, enhancing their fertility. In a daze, the battle between Ak and the devils had become one-sided. Many devils surged out from the high towers, but they couldn't withstand Ak's frenzied slaughter. Spatial magic was much more powerful in practical use than elemental magic, such as earth, water, fire, wind, especially when cast by an archmage of superior magic. The devils have lessened, the fish ugly devils have been almost entirely wiped out, only Naga devils remain. No, wait, that is a mermaid devil. Eternia pointed ahead and exclaimed. Following the direction of Eternia's finger, List saw a giant devil. Its original mermaid form was no longer discernible, only a massive fish tail for its lower half, while its upper body was pitch black like ink, with eyes flickering green flames. holding a staff in its hand. The top of the staff was mounted with a huge monster skull, which looked incredibly evil. As soon as this mermaid made its appearance, it raised the skull-topped staff high and let out a hoarse roar. Immediately after, a shiny black luster emerged from the top of the staff, booming straight towards Ak. Ak, be careful. Watch out, Lord Ak. List and the mermaid's warnings were unnecessary, for Ak had already noticed the mermaid devil. With a casual wave of his hand, several cracks appeared to block the path of the dark magic arrow. The next moment, the spatial magic cracks were seen being forcibly corroded away by the dark magic arrow, several of them. Only at the last moment were they blocked by the rifts. But Ak simply waved his hand again, retaliating with a spatial magic arrow. An accurate shot straight towards the mermaid devil. Crack. The rift opened up, and a large hole appeared in the chest of the mermaid devil. No blood flowed out, just green flames burning at the wound. This mermaid devil's form was already ghost-like, and the magic power on general phantoms, being related to the soul, is either blue or green. Roar. The mermaid devil did not mind the large hole in its chest, still raising the skull-topped staff high and continuing to release dark magic arrows. This was high magic with a dark attribute, extremely corrosive. Unfortunately, it encountered a sea monster magician using superior magic, and if one spatial magic arrow wasn't powerful enough, Ak would unleash several more. Zap, 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 zap. 4 rift arrows shot out, hitting the mermaid devil with swift cracks, creating 4 large holes in its body, and most importantly, a large hole in its head as well. This time, the mermaid devil could no longer survive, turning into a corpse and sinking to the seabed. And the skull-topped staff it originally held in its hands was taken by Ak, controlling the water flow. Looting equipment was something Ak naturally learned without instruction, having followed Mist for so long. Watching the mermaid devil's corpse sink to the seabed, the mermaids, who were hunting isolated devils, opened their mouths wide again. Lord Ak is really incredible. Truly a great archmage. If Lord Ak had existed in our era, the seas might have been purified long ago. It's not too late now. With the help of Lord Ak, the ocean will eventually return to its original tranquility. It's only a pity there are only 7 of us mermaids left, and after 300 or 400 years, there might indeed be no more mermaids in the world, becoming just a legend in human books. If you think about it, to Bud Eyes, we have already become legend. Now revived by His Majesty and the Lord, it is to fulfill our wish to purify the ocean. Yes, we once lived bathed in the glory of the ocean, and now is the time to sacrifice for the ocean's glory. Lord Ak is our hope, the hope of restoring the ocean's glory. At this moment, the 7 mermaids sincerely kindled their confidence in life and set purifying the ocean as their life-striving goal. The ocean gifted the mermaids their noble status, and they in turn took it as their duty to protect the marine ecology and maintain order in the sea. Humans and nature must live in harmony. Mermaids and the ocean must also live in harmony. Chapter 992, The Furious Night. 3 mermaid devils were hunted down by Ak, who then, with the help of 7 mermaids, eradicated the remaining Naga devils. A devil-constructed tower thereby vanished. All that was left was a thick layer of devil corpses on the seabed and that dense, lingering aura of the cursed dragon. These corpses must be purified, or else, after some time, the power of the cursed dragon will infect new devils, Eternia said. We've run out of materials to set up a purification magic array, so we can only let the devil corpses lie here and see how the sea's own purification abilities handle it. Perhaps we can start with the tower. There must be a reason for so many devils to have built it. Take the 3 mermaid devil corpses with us, they're important research materials. The mermaids cleaned the battlefield while List swam to Ak's side and said with concern, your combat performance was brilliant, with magical barrages that were both powerful and exhilarating. If dragon knights could also fight underwater, I fear they wouldn't match your speed at hunting devils. Ak also had a great time. It was finally a chance to test my combat skills. How was the magic consumption for this battle? Magic consumption wasn't much of an issue. The magic web supported Ak in continuously drawing power. However, it's mentally exhausting, and now Ak feels a bit fatigued. Then you should rest well, and I will go with the mermaids to investigate the tower. It's okay, brother, Ak is just a bit tired. It doesn't affect the research. She still insisted on joining the investigation of what caused the tower to disappear and obtain first-hand observations for the study of devils. The tower had already disappeared, but amid the carcass rubble, the intense aura of the cursed dragon could still be felt. The mermaids cleared the debris, and soon List saw the source of the cursed dragon's aura. It was a piece of rotting flesh emitting an aura of superior magic. Just like the piece of decaying flesh that had condensed to form a dragon claw during the purification ritual, it was a special power structure. It's the dispersed dragon's super magic. Energy like this is surely scattered in every nook and cranny of the Devil's Sea. Only by cleaning all of it can we completely purify the sea. The devils gathered here by the cursed dragon's super magic, seeking its protection to continue surviving. No rush, we'll take our time, there will come a day when it's all purified. After packing the rotting flesh, the group began their return. Without venturing further, encountering a devil tower had already been dangerous enough, they didn't want to come across another. Now everyone was in poor condition, the mermaids had not recovered, Ak was mentally drained. As for List, underwater, he could only shout 666 to cheer them on. Back at the Overmarine laboratory, Ak and the mermaids immediately immersed themselves in the study of devils, while List, along with the youngest mermaid Bluepizzy, headed to Estuary City. His plan was to construct a large sea city in the shallow waters near Estuary City, to be the residence for the fish ugly race. Then, through the management of the mermaids, he hoped to enlist the fish uglies into the labor force, engaging in construction, marine aquaculture, and the like. Of course, the specific arrangements would be handled by the development committee. He personally lacked the patience for such detailed mundane matters. Demaria, the arrangements for the mermaids and fish uglies will be left to you. My father is currently at Azure Sky Peak Palace helping the Sapphire family with funeral preparations, and I need to rush there in a few days too. You should consult with Emily more about the work of the development committee. From now on, I'll entrust the management of marine tasks to Emily, List instructed Demaria Uwa Stone at the administrative office in Reed City. Among his most trusted followers, Emily undoubtedly was going to shoulder more important tasks in the future, and dealing with the mermaids' affairs would eventually be given to her. However, Emily now needed to learn how to manage a vast territory, and Demaria would make a qualified teacher. Additionally, he planned to have Bluepizzy get along well with Emily for a while before finally handing over Bluepizzy's Heart of the Mermaid contract to Emily. He didn't need so many hearts of the mermaid himself, after all, when he went underwater, he could only sit on the mermaid's shoulders and shout 666. I understand, Your Majesty. Demaria was still in a state of shock. Since he had arrived in the Flame Kingdom, one startling event after another had occurred. He had seen the sacred dragon, the unicorn, the phoenix, mistakenly thought to be a flame dragon bird, passed through the magic teleportation array, each event being shockingly overwhelming. Now, he was additionally astonished by the mermaids. Moreover, don't forget to hire a few serpent script teachers for the mermaids, they don't speak the official language. Yes, Your Majesty. Seeing List rise, Demaria quickly stood up to see him off and asked somewhat incredulously, Your Majesty, did mermaids truly rule over the ocean? Who knows? Anyway, I am now the master of the sea. You must remember this. Don't be overly humble when dealing with mermaids. I will pay attention to my attitude. Leaving the office, List then went to the Magic Guild and met the executive vice president. Chris, I have a task I need to entrust to the Magic Guild. Just give your commands, Your Highness. Kenley should have already sent you a message. I've recruited a new batch of mermaid followers and have obtained several million fish ugly race laborers. I have heard, Your Highness. I would very much like to visit the Overmarine laboratory to see the mermaids myself. Being able to follow Your Highness and witness so many wonderful things that exist only in legends. Dragons, unicorns, mermaids. You will have plenty of time to meet mermaids later. Right now, I need you to gather a group of magicians who are relatively knowledgeable about the source of vitality potion and arrange for them to go to Estuary City to collect samples. I want the magicians to research a source of vitality potion suitable for the constitution of the fish uglies. Are the fish uglies facing reproductive issues? Chris asked curiously. Yes, it is precisely because of the reproductive difficulties of the fish uglies that the once densely populated seas are gradually becoming silent and disappearing. If I don't intervene, in a few hundred years, the fish uglies could truly go extinct. I will arrange for magicians to go to Estuary City to collect samples and research the fish uglies' source of vitality. After giving the task and reviewing a batch of the latest Magic Guild research topics, List finally returned to Flame Castle. He then saw the gourd miner elf in the midst of a temper tantrum. Master, the Marquis has already come to confirm that this gourd miner elf is evolving. Its physical development is very good, and the probability of a successful evolution is very high, said Butler Carter joyfully. List hadn't lived in the castle for a long time, these elves were like children he looked after. He was filled with affection for each and every one. He rejoiced sincerely for the gourd miner elf's evolution. Bupiji. The gourd miner elf stood on List's arm, expressing its recent troubles. It absolutely despised the greater elf bully in the castle. List couldn't help patting its head. Remember this feeling, once you've successfully evolved, you'll be able to resist Jail's oppression. He actually felt like laughing. He hadn't expected Jail to really trigger the tuna effect. The gourd miner elf was the first elf stimulated to evolve by the tuna effect. Bupiji. Since you're about to become a gourd greater elf, you should have your own name. You're quite angry now, so why not call you Furious Night Clay? Chapter 993, Generous Friendly Evolution of the Gourd Greater Elf Clay was a cause for celebration. However, List couldn't help feeling a tinge of regret because the one evolving was not a magic potion or grain class minor elf, but a gourd minor elf. In this world, gourds are similar to those on Earth, they also bear small gourds. Currently, the uses of small gourds are twofold, one is to stir-fry them while tender as a type of vegetable, the other is to use them as containers for wine once they mature. But both uses lack significant potential for development. As vegetables, gourds have low yields, and as water containers, they have small volumes. Forget it, the fact that it evolved into a greater elf is enough, everything else is trivial. List hugged Clay with great affection. At that moment, a cry of "Wa" rang out. Clay immediately leapt from List's arms, staring wide-eyed at Thorn Greater Elf Jayla, who floated at the door, and kept calling out to List, bubbling. That was a plea for help. Ahem. List signaled Clay not to panic, then waved his hand to beckon Jayla over. Jayla flew over with her hands clasped behind her back, full of pomp. List, this little elf has been disobedient, causing havoc all over the castle, you must educate it properly. Education is fine, but you can't physically hit the elves. It just told me that you hit it a few days ago. List looked forward to the effect Jayla had, like a catfish effect, but hitting was not allowed. Scolded minor elves might evolve in anger, but beaten minor elves could end up useless. I did not hit it, Wah. Jayla glared at Clay before saying to List, I just scared it. Now that I'm a greater elf, I must maintain my authority while managing so many elves. Ahem. List was at a loss for words, unsure where Jayla came up with so many ridiculous ideas. And Jayla's ideas didn't stop there. List, help me prepare a set of flak, Abayi, I'm going to start wearing clothes. Why suddenly decide to wear clothes? Carly and Yachty both wear clothes, and as the elf butler, I naturally should too. Alright, I'll have the tailor a set of flak, Abayi according to your size. But if you want to be the elf butler, you must pay close attention to your behavior in the future, because everything you do will set an example for the other elves. Jayla snorted, I understand. Days at the castle didn't last long. When March began, the young shoots in the fields gradually turned lush and green. After meeting with List, carrying the dragon soul of the Sapphire Dragon, set out for the Azure Sky Peak Palace. The funeral would be held in the coming days. Envoy groups from Blast Furnace Fortress, Steel Ridge, Eagle, and other countries had already arrived to mourn Duke Andrew. Among them, the envoy group from Steel Ridge Kingdom was led by List's old friend, Matthew of the Red and White Roses. After the banquet ended, he found List to privately share his thoughts. Your Majesty List, you're already 21 years old, and the Flame Kingdom's development is fierce, with everything on the right track. Have you started to consider personal matters? Matthew, my friend, I appreciate your and the Red and White Rose family's concern for me. I very much wish to establish a closer friendship with the Red and White Rose family. However, with the countless affairs of the realm's development, I hope to consider my personal matters after the founding of Flame Kingdom 3 years from now. Another 3 years? 2.5 years. My followers and I have a covenant to found the kingdom within 3 years, and now 2.5 years remain. Matthew thought for a moment. His sister, Marilyn, was just 16 years old and not yet of age. In another 2.5 years, she would only be 18 or 19, if that's the case, I won't ask further. However, my sister Marilyn is having her coming-of-age ceremony in 2 months, and she hopes to have your blessing. Marilyn's coming-of-age ceremony. I will certainly send my blessings. Additionally, I've also brought some gifts for you. Ah, how can I possibly accept this? It's just a little token of appreciation from the Red and White Rose family. Thank you very much. List smiled as he accepted the gift Matthew had brought, undoubtedly another batch of platinum magic potion and red dragon water. The Red and White Rose family was always so generous. And he had prepared some gifts in return. Contribution paper among white paper and glass crafts. They were of little value, yet quite precious abroad. Matthew was very satisfied with List's gifts, just as List didn't care for a bit of contribution paper or glassware. Matthew didn't really care for platinum magic potion or red dragon water either, because the Red and White Rose family couldn't possibly consume so much magic potion, but they valued the contribution paper and glass crafts more. In any case, both felt they had gained a great deal and thought the other to be truly generous, and their friendship deepened as they chatted about everything under the sun until midnight. Matthew brought you another batch of precious gifts. Father, did you also receive gifts from Matthew? In a guest room in the Azure Sky Peak Palace, List and the Marquis of Bulltail found time for a rare catch-up. Li William nodded. Matthew is very generous and gave me a batch of platinum magic potion. He is indeed generous. What do you think? I've told Matthew that I'm not considering personal matters before the founding of the kingdom. In fact, I think Marilyn would be a great choice, but of course, you are the king, and it's up to you to decide on your matters. I won't interfere." With that, the topic ceased and soon shifted to a new one. Li Huiliam asked, "I've received the Magic Guild's transmission from Demaria and learned about the mermaid matter. List, you've brought Knight's glory once again." He held his teacup and felt very amazed inside. He should have been incredibly surprised at the appearance of mermaids, yet when he received the transmission from Demaria's magic platform, he was unexpectedly calm, without a ripple in his heart. It was like hearing a little minor elf had evolved into a greater elf. There was surprise, but everything seemed so natural. Stumbling upon the mermaids was an accident, and I didn't expect that the sea still harbored 7 mermaids and millions of the fish ugly race. So, the legends about mermaids are all true? If Father is referring to those very beautiful descriptions, I can only say they are exaggerated. Actually, mermaids are equivalent to magicians and nobles in the sea. They also wage war against each other due to desires and enslave a large number of Naga and fish ugly to work for them. Li Huiliam nodded. Now that the 7 mermaids have offered you their heart of the mermaid, does it mean their loyalty is assured? Pretty much. The mermaid's kingdom has long perished, and due to certain pollution issues, they have lost their ability to breed, unable to continue propagating the next generation of mermaids. So, I don't think they harbor any ambition to reign over the seas again. List said somewhat sentimentally. He actually hoped that the mermaids would regain their fertility, continuing to thrive in the ocean, as they were a magical species. Besides, without the mermaids, commanding the fish ugly wouldn't be easy. Once the Magic Guild had developed the source of vitality potion for the fish ugly, it might be possible to help the mermaids research the source of vitality potion as well. As his thoughts wandered, Li Huiliam let out a long sigh, expressing his feelings. "Since leaving Coral Island, I've come to realize that this world hides so many magical wonders. If there is such a thing as Knight's glory, I believe it all resides with you, my son, List Flame." List came back to his senses and smiled slightly. Perhaps. If the power of destiny represented by the smoke dragon is a form of Knight's glory, then Knight's glory truly favors him. Chapter 994, Vulture Family. Duke Andrew's funeral took place on March 6, with a fine drizzle falling from the sky. The local customs did not honor a funeral culture. When people died, they were simply buried in the ground, and there were no annual rites of remembrance. In accordance with Duke Andrew's last will, he was buried around the dragon nest of the Sapphire Dragon, his most cherished charge. At this moment, thanks to Axe healing intervention, the Sapphire Dragon had merged with the part of the dragon soul that was taken from it. It lay in the dragon nest, watching the ant-like humans file past Duke Andrew's grave. A fleeting trace of sorrow flashed through its dragon eyes. Dragons, by their nature, are proud and look down on humans. However, it had directly communicated with Duke Andrew's soul and shared life and death with him. Some memories are destined to be unforgettable. So, it turned its head away from the funeral, closed its eyes, and quietly went to sleep. After the funeral was over, everyone dispersed. After exchanging farewells with his good friend, Matthew of the Red and White Roses, List also returned to Flame Island. In Flame Castle, he saw Jayla, already dressed as little Flackaby, walking around with her chest puffed up, her transparent wings fluttering as she slowly inspected the entire castle. The greater elves could ignore Jayla, but the little minor elves were quite fearful of Jayla's tyranny and hid in their worm rooms upon seeing her. The elf bugs still didn't understand fear, and Yeti, the buckwheat dragon sprite who stayed in the castle, also disregarded Jayla. Jayla likewise ignored Yeti. After all, it was not on the same level and could not defeat Yeti. "Wow, List, the little minor elves are performing well," Jayla exclaimed as it quickly flew to List and reported its work with great pride. List did not skimp on praise. "Well done, Jayla." Jayla immediately puffed up her chest. "Of course." A display of youthful arrogance. After teasing the elf for a while, Butler Carter came to report, "Sir, Lady Mary has returned from abroad and is resting in Flame City. She hopes to meet with you at the earliest opportunity. Send someone to notify her to come over." "Yes." After the invitation, Mary Dawnbreak arrived soon at Flame Castle and entered List's study. "Sit," said List nonchalantly as he flipped through a newly published knight's novel. "Thank you, Your Majesty. The blood servants have worked hard during this time, traveling across the 3 great kingdoms to gather a lot of valuable information for me," said List as he personally poured a glass of red wine for Mary. He didn't like drinking wine, but pouring wine for his followers was one way of showing closeness as a landlord. Mary accepted the wine glass, deeply moved. "Working for Your Highness, the blood servants are full of enthusiasm, and to participate in the founding of the Flame Kingdom from nothing is indeed an unparalleled honor." They exchanged a few courteous remarks. List got straight to the point. "Mary, How is the investigation about the Vulture family going? He had previously dispatched Mary to personally go to the Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom to investigate the Vulture family, which was the original holder of the G-secret technique the Eye of Magic, the family of Steve Vulture. Mary took a sip of red wine and replied, "Your Majesty, the Vulture family had perished over 100 years ago. According to the information I gathered from my inquiries, the last patriarch of the Vulture family was closely associated with the Sapphire family. Because the Sapphire family left the Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom, the Vulture family planned to follow but ended up not going and soon perished. No one knows why." "Perished, you say?" List frowned. "Did you find out any information about this person, Steve Vulture?" "I did. He was the last patriarch of the Vulture family, and his title was Earl of Wind Thunder City. However, the deeds of Earl Steve are no longer remembered by anyone. I've been to the original castle of the Vulture family, and another Earl's family has occupied the castle for over a century now. Is there any other related news worth mentioning? I heard from an elderly noble that the heir of the Vulture family did not die in the disaster that wiped out their family, but became a destitute novelist and wrote a book about the Vulture family. He then vanished without a trace," Mary said as she took out a book from her bosom, "but there's a remnant of that book that has been passed down." This was a torn and moldy book with a thick leather cover, half of it was already rotten. List flipped through a page, and it was in the script of the Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom. Serpent script. Unreadable. Mary seemed to have expected this and explained, "I asked the elderly nobleman, and he said that the novel's title is The Vulture Knight Stefan's Expedition. It primarily describes Steve Vulture's campaigns to the south and north, quite dull and without any noteworthy plot." The Vulture Knight Stefan's Expedition. List looked at the damaged serpent script book and pondered with a frown. The book from which he had obtained the magic guide Chi-secret technique was the Vulture Knight Stefan's Expedition, but it was published in serpent script. A gold leaf that recorded the Chi-secret technique was hidden in its cover. The volume in serpent script at hand had a rotten cover, and clearly, it couldn't hold a gold leaf that bore the Chi-secret technique. He was greatly puzzled. Why didn't the serpent script edition contain the Chi-secret technique, whereas a book with the same title published thousands of miles away in the Duchy of Sapphire had a cover concealing the Chi-secret technique? Unfortunately, too much time has passed, and the Vulture family had already turned to dust in history, with no more understanding of what happened to them. List could only guess. At a stretch, he presumed that Steve Vulture, due to his close association with the Sapphire family, got implicated when they defected from the Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom, leading to the family's demise, and Steve's son happened to be a novelist, thus published a knight's novel documenting his father. Due to poor sales and financial pressures, the son crossed the Steel Ridge Kingdom and sought refuge with the Sapphire family. When he arrived in the Duchy of Sapphire after much hardship, he might have been rejected by the Sapphire family or for some other reason did not prosper. So, when penniless, he hid the two pieces of Chi-secret technique in two books, one being the Vulture Knight Stefan's Expedition, and the other searching for the magical beast Beetle King among the pincered beetles. Hoping that someone destined could obtain the Chi-secret technique and restore the glory of the Vulture family, and driven by the power of fate, both books ended up in List's hands. As a person obsessed with scraping book covers, List, of course, happily accepted them. Regardless, he was fairly certain, the Eye of Magic and Breath Decay, these two Chi-secret techniques, should only be possessed by me and could serve as the Flame family's hereditary Chi-secret techniques. Of course, the Eye of Magic already had a version for magicians, the Super Magic, Eye of Mana, which Ek had taught to 7 mermaids who would search in the sea for elf bugs. So, should I also pass on the Eye of Magic to my dedicated followers, letting them help me collect elves? Mary's news of the Vulture family's extinction made him understand all at once that the Chi-secret technique was merely a minor skill, and even if nobles acquired it, they wouldn't be able to join the dragon-rearing family. The true foundation of the dragon-rearing family is dragons, and the Flame family has 6 dragons. It's only in the hands of the dragon-rearing family, and specifically practiced by dragon knights, that the Eye of Magic can realize its full potential. Chapter 995, Shadow Incarnation. The Source of Vitality Potion, specifically designed for the fish ugly constitution and after repeated research by the Magic Guild, was finally completed at the end of April. After taking the Source of Vitality Potion, the fertility rate of the fish ugly race surged by a dramatic 300%, causing a large number of female fish uglies to enter a state of pregnancy. This meant that the fish ugly race would soon witness the hope of a resurgence, and at the same time, List had the Magic Guild begin research into the fertility issues of mermaids. For the mermaid physique, to see if it was possible to completely eradicate their inability to reproduce due to the curse. Complete the mission. Reward, Magic Cloak. The challenge of fish ugly fertility was solved, and the smoke mission naturally concluded, with the reward immediately reaching List's hands. Unsurprisingly, this item was obtained from the newly conquered Moonslayer native tribe and was a part that had been sealed within the statue of an ancestor of the Moonslayers. According to the knowledge ancient book's appraisal of the magic cloak, Zuoer's spider silk, mushroom mycelium, infinite magic power, magic guard. After Axe analysis, the Zuoer's spider silk and mushroom mycelium were respectively the silk produced by a strange race, the Zuoer's spiders, from ancient legends, and the mycelium made from a mass of abandoned cordyceps. This magic cloak could provide the wearer with infinite magic power and form a protective circle of magic guard. Without a doubt, this was another piece of equipment for magicians, and it suited at the best. The Knights, a newly emerged cultivation system, had no ancient relics waiting to be discovered. If they wanted good equipment, they would have to craft it themselves. Wearing the magic cloak, Ak could gather a foggy, light-emitting shield around her body, and even when List unleashed his superior magic dragon chi, it would take 3 strikes to break through. This undoubtedly greatly strengthened Ak's defense, on top of her own magic might. In battle, she was almost invincible. In the future, Ak would be the main force in purifying the undersea demons, and with this magic cloak, List could finally shout 666 to cheer her on without worry. For the next few days, he was immersed in studying the new smoke mission. The assassin walks in the shadows. Malice from a distant country has already reached Flame Island, lurking and spying on all your achievements. To prevent malice from bearing bitter fruit, you should take the initiative to strike and find the malice from within the shadows. Reward, Undersea Sanctuary. The reward could be ignored for now. What made him frown was the malice from a distant country. Clearly, some country had sent an assassin to Flame Island, hidden in the dark watching everything. However, Flame Island was simply too big, with a population that had already reached 2 million. Plus, there was a continuous flow of Moonslayer tribes being subsumed and integrated into the kingdom by the Knights. To find an assassin among so many people was extremely difficult. Back in Fresh Flower Town, the town was so small, so it was very easy to discover Paris lurking invisibly. Now, even if List rode the formless dragon and switched on the crystal white trajectory vision, he still could not find the assassin. The magic was too diffuse and overwhelming to the eye. The best plan for now is to draw the snake out of the hole. Should I have the Magic Guild announce a major scientific breakthrough, or should the development committee announce an important meeting? Suddenly, a new idea to lure out the snake struck him. The mermaids have already joined the territory, yet only a few have seen them. Why don't I hold a knighting ceremony in Estuary City to officially confer titles upon the mermaids, and then lure out the assassin? Mermaids, being such magical creatures, were something everyone would want to see. By keeping the knighting ceremony limited to the high-ranking officials of the territory, it would be easy to root out any assassin who wanted to gather information on the mermaids. Perfect? Having thought through his plan, he quickly issued instructions to the development committee to hold the knighting ceremony in Estuary City. He also contacted the 7 mermaids, each with their roles, to rush to Estuary City for the ceremony. May 3rd. The weather was clear and sunny. The news of the ennoblement ceremony had spread throughout the territory, and many commoners and minor nobles were discussing mermaids, but they were not allowed to attend the ennoblement ceremony in Estuary City. Only a select few from the upper echelons would show up in Estuary City. At noon on the day, in the mangrove forest of Estuary Swamp, where the fish uglies had built a temporary ennoblement site, a group of nobles gathered, enthusiastically speculating about the mermaid's situation. List rode the formless dragon bard, invisible above the site, with the crystal white trajectory activated. He carefully distinguished the magic power situations around the site. Since the target was an assassin, they must have magic power or chi. Identifying an unfamiliar one would allow him to pinpoint the assassin. The time swiftly approached. The mermaids had already arrived at the estuary swamp and began to reveal themselves. Their huge bodies and beautiful forms captivated all of the nobles' attention as soon as they appeared. And at that moment, List detected a special magic power emerging within the crowd, a black dark attribute magic power that hadn't taken human form but was hiding in the shadow of a noble. He suddenly remembered the introduction from Smoke Mission. Assassins walk in the shadows. So one can merge into the shadows. This strange ability must be the shadow incarnation from the ancient warrior inheritors. Having never ceased his search for information about the ancient warrior inheritors, List was also familiar with the profession of shadow incarnation. Thereupon, he locked on to the magic power within the shadow. He directed the formless dragon in a nosedive, then unleashed the reckless dragon might, furiously assaulting the shadow incarnation. List leaped from the dragon's back, stepping out of the material boundary, and reached out to the targeted shadow. With a tug and a pull, he had extracted a blurry humanoid creature from the shadow of the Moonslayer Viscount. Struck by the dragon chi, the blurred humanoid was forced to reveal his true form, a short, naked man. Snap! Before the nobles could even react, List had already taken out the mountain copper manacles and shackled the naked man, immobilizing the magic power within him. He then tossed him over to a nearby knight. "Take him into custody." "Your Majesty." "Your Highness." The nobles then realized what had happened and exclaimed in surprise. "There is no need for alarm, we have merely found an assassin. Earl Geoffrey, take him away, and let us continue with the ennoblement ceremony." List waved his hand, indicating the ceremony should proceed as usual. Though filled with curiosity, the nobles continued to engage in the ennoblement ceremony following List's orders. During the ceremony, List personally conferred titles and ranks upon the mermaids one by one: Marquis Fisherman, Gulvig; Marquis Great West, Eternia; Salty Sea Marquis Blue Posy; Marquis Aquamarch, Tibadize; Marquis Sea Trench, Shariva; Marquis Fugitive, Viswinti; Marquis Lost, Coquilix. The titles and ranks of the other mermaids were uncontentious, except for those of Viswinti and Coquilix, which were indeed indelicate. However, considering their original kingdom, one named Country of Fugitives and the other Lost Sea, if they themselves did not mind, then List cared even less. Among the mermaids' oath of allegiance, the ennoblement ceremony hastily concluded. List signaled for the nobles to mingle and make connections with the mermaids on their own, while he hastened away, eager to interrogate the origin of this shadow incarnation. Chapter 996 Kashan Empire. The methods of interrogation required no reminder from Lee Ct, as they had already been applied to the shadow incarnation. After enduring physical pain, the short assassin finally spilled everything. He was named Zissel Ying, an ancient warrior inheritor shadow incarnation, from the distant Great Empire in the west, the Kashan Imperial. He was dispatched by the Emperor of the Kashan Imperial, Emperor Jupiter, to the Flame Kingdom to investigate the news of the sacred dragon Invisible Dragon. We were a group of 5 shadow incarnations, all lurking in various places within the Flame Kingdom. However, 1 week ago, one of the shadow incarnations left with news about the formless dragon, and the remaining 3. I have no idea where they are lurking. It is my job to scout for information in Estuary City. How do you contact them? We meet weekly in a tavern in Dragon Valley City to share news. According to the schedule, there are 3 days left until the next meeting. Lee Ct narrowed his eyes, finally understanding why, even after capturing this shadow incarnation, the smoke mission had still not been completed. There were still 3 shadow incarnations lurking in the shadows. Moreover, one had already left Flame Island, and it was impossible to capture them again. The Kashan Imperial. A serious thought flickered in his mind, but he suppressed it immediately. He continued to interrogate Zissel Ying. First was the professional information about Zissel himself. A shadow incarnation was one of the ancient warriors, did not cultivate chi, but did cultivate magic power, all practitioners possessing dark attribute magic power. Unlike magicians, they infused dark attribute magic power into their bodies and underwent transformation. This enabled their bodies to blend into any shadow-filled environment through special methods. We were originally Earth Knights. After showing signs of dark attribute chi, we were selected by the royal family to be cultivated into shadow incarnations through special means, undertaking tasks such as assassination and reconnaissance. I can tell you the specific cultivation methods, but the process of transforming chi into magic power involves several medicinal baths, the formulas for which I don't know, Zissel said. This essentially dashed Lee Ct's thoughts of cultivating his own shadow incarnations. However, it was also very normal, since the royal family of the Kashan Imperial had mastered the method of cultivating shadow incarnations. They certainly held the formula for the medicines closely and would not leak them at will. After all, they could not ensure that a shadow incarnation wouldn't be captured and reveal the cultivation methods. My strength is not strong, I belong to the deep shadows among the shadow incarnations. Shallow shadow, deep shadow, and shadows correspond to Earth Knights, average Sky Knights, and completion level Sky Knights, respectively. Zissel was a deep shadow, equivalent to an average Sky Knight. His most powerful assassination tactic was to leap from the shadow and perform the assassination. While he might not win against a Sky Knight in direct combat, a surprise attack could even kill a sword saint. However, the shadow incarnations also had limitations. Their clothes could not merge into the shadows. So before spying, they would hide in a corner shadow and, unsuspecting, jump naked into the target's shadow to follow along. After completing the assassination, they would leave the scene naked, retrieve their clothes, and fade away into the crowd as ordinary people. Then at night, couldn't you go anywhere? List asked, voicing a doubt. Zissel Ying gave a bitter smile. Actually, it's harder to assassinate at night, because shadows can get lost in the darkness, and we might not even find our target. When merging with a shadow, I can only move along the edge of the shadow and sense the outside light. Without light, a shadow has no edge, making it unclear how to move, and thus he would get lost. With this explanation, it made sense. Otherwise, shadow incarnations would be unstoppable at night, killing anyone they wished without limits. After understanding the professional information about the shadow incarnations, Li Citi began to inquire about the Kushan Imperial. Zissel, having learned his lesson, answered promptly to all questions. I don't know how Emperor Jupiter came to know of the formless dragon. I am just a shadow incarnation. I've only seen Emperor Jupiter a few times. The orders were given by the leader of the shadow incarnations. Once you become emperor, you are a person without a surname. A person without a surname? The emperor has no surname, for a surname can no longer carry the emperor's glory. Hey, Li Citi chuckled and continued to interrogate. Then what was the surname of the family Emperor Jupiter was born into? The Light of Tranquility. The Light of Tranquility, what does that imply? I do not know. How old is Emperor Jupiter? He suddenly asked very interestedly, wanting to know the age of the Imperial Emperor to judge whether the Emperor was a Dragon Domain landlord. I do not know, but I guess Emperor Jupiter is about 40 years old. Through the conversation with Zissel, Li Citi quickly sketched out an image of Emperor Jupiter, 40 years old in his prime, a dragon knight riding an elemental dragon dark dragon. The dragon was ink black, with a body length and wingspan over 70 meters. Emperor Jupiter had once personally led a knight order to annihilate a vassal state and slay their dragon. He was a capable ruler. The Kushan Imperial spoke Chai script. Zissel spoke a few sentences in Chai script, which sounded a bit like moon language, and its writing resembled stack logs, giving the feeling of cuneiform script. However, Zissel also spoke serpent script. They, as shadow incarnations, were trained in multiple languages from young to be sent to different countries for missions. The empire was vast with frequent border wars, especially with the Neverfall Empire, erupting in a major war every few years. Dragon knights often waged dragon-slaying wars. I do not know how many dragons the empire has. I have been in the mercenary city-state performing assassinations. The mercenary city-state is a power formed by many exiled small countries, located between the Empire and the Fallen Leaves Kingdom and the White Deer Kingdom, highly chaotic, a sanctuary for mercenaries and rats. Zissel couldn't explain the geography of the legendary continent well, he only knew that the mercenary city-state bordered the Kushan Imperial, the Fallen Leaves Kingdom, and the White Deer Kingdom. After receiving the order from the leader of the Shadow Incarnations, he and the other 4 Shadow Incarnations set out from the mercenary city-state, headed east. Passing through the Fallen Leaf Kingdom and the Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom, they reached the Eagle Kingdom, then took to the sea towards the Duchy of Sapphire, eventually finding out the route to the Flame Kingdom. They mixed into a merchant caravan to enter the Flame Island and began to disperse and gather intelligence on the situation in the Flame Kingdom with a focus on investigating the Invisible Dragon. The Empire has many vassal states, all grand duchies and duchies. The imperial city is built on a mountain, the whole mountain is the city, and there are springs flowing over the entire imperial city. After listening to Zissel's description of the Kushan Imperial, Li Citi suddenly asked, does the Kushan Imperial have archmages? Yes. Chapter 997, Water Comes, Soil Covers. Thank you to the warlord for the 150,000 starting coins reward. Old White had turned into such a salted fish, yet the warlord is still willing to support. I am deeply grateful. I also thank the readers who are still following the genuine version and those who are still voting for Old White. I feel that the amount of updates now does not live up to everyone's expectations. The presence of an archmage in the Kushan Empire did not surprise List. Although the 3 great kingdoms had not seen any archmages for many years, given the vastness of the legendary continent and the millions of magicians, there would always be powerful magicians who could access the magic web and thus advance to becoming archmages. Zissel Ying had never seen an archmage from the Kushan Empire. He only knew that this archmage had been appointed as the imperial chief magic advisor by the empire, but he did not know the archmage's name. Even the Kushan Empire has an archmage, the other 2 empires must also have archmages. And elemental dragon knights. It's not just me who can ride Fire Dragon Leo. Emperor Jupiter of the Kushan Empire rode a dark dragon. The strength of the nations on the legendary continent should not be underestimated. List felt quite emotional about this. In the living room, listening to his sentiments, the Marquis of Bulltail said, List, the focus now should not be on whether the legendary continent has archmages, but on the intentions of the Kushan Empire. Emperor Jupiter sending a shadow incarnation to investigate the formless dragon clearly intends to target the sacred dragon. We must be cautious. Father, rest assured, I will not take this lightly. The Flame Kingdom is secluded and far from the Kushan Empire. Even if Emperor Jupiter truly intends to target Bard, I will make him understand the principle that even a mighty dragon can't suppress local snakes. List had confidence in this. The smoke mission was always ready to provide him with a warning, and the power of fate always favored him. The Kushan Empire had just shown its malice, and the smoke mission had already helped him root out this malice. He had already planned the next steps. With the help of Zissel and other Shadow Incarnations' weekly gatherings, he planned to capture the remaining 3 Shadow Incarnations in one fell swoop. As for the Shadow Incarnation that had left, he could only watch as the entity left. However, if another Shadow Incarnation came again, he would ask Cat to take action, leading the magicians of the Magic Guild to set up surveillance-type magic arrays at the entrances and exits of the teleportation array to quickly identify the unknown intruders. Of course, as the Flame Kingdom develops, there will be fewer secrets that need to be strictly guarded. Mermaids, unicorns, mountain copper dragons. What's the harm in exposing them? The formless dragon had already been exposed, so exposing a few more magical creatures would not be surprising. Moreover, he had the means of the magic platform to communicate information at long distances, which did not mean other countries didn't have it. The information of the Flame Kingdom had probably been leaked by rats long ago, and the reason why there's still peace is probably because other countries have not yet figured out how to deal with the Flame Kingdom. The Eagle Kingdom is preparing to show weakness. They are indeed weak now. The Steel Ridge Kingdom is planning to form alliances through marriages, with the Platinum family clearly being the driving force behind the Red and White Rose family. King Osborne could not allow the Red and White Rose family to socialize recklessly. The Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom is currently just showing goodwill without any clear actions. The two countries are too far apart for the Flame Kingdom to affect the Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom in the short term. Once the development of the Flame Kingdom affects the core interests of the 3 great kingdoms, a dragon-slaying battle is likely to occur. It's just that he didn't expect the Kushan Empire to interfere now, which brought certain pressure and urgency to List. After all, the Kushan Empire had elemental dragon knights and archmages, and their combat power should not be underestimated. He did not fear any kingdom, but he might not be able to withstand an empire. It's known that a kingdom could have several dragon knights, but an empire would have at least 10, and it wouldn't be impossible to have 20 or more. With such a number of dragon knights, they could completely overwhelm List with a Sea of Dragons tactic. The only consolation was that the Kushan Imperial did not maintain friendly relations with the surrounding nations and had to wage war with the Neverfull Empire every few years. It was impossible for them to send dragon knights across tens, if not hundreds of thousands of kilometers to trouble the Flame Kingdom. They could only secretly plot some conspiracies. From the investigations of the Shadow Incarnations primarily focused on the formless dragon, it was known that Emperor Jupiter was interested in the sacred dragon, and it was very likely that he would target formless dragon Bard, planning some devious plots. Fortunately, Bard is about to come of age, and with the help of me and Gak, he has prematurely perfected control over spatial travel. He might not be strong enough in direct combat, but no dragon or dragon knight could stop him from escaping. List always cared deeply about Bard's growth. The newly acquired gifts of Red Dragon Water were biasedly distributed, with most going to Bard. 3 days later, in a small tavern in Dragon Valley City, 3 Shadow Incarnations, unaware of their own identities being exposed, walked into the tavern like ordinary people and met with Zissel Ying. Just as they were about to exchange the information they had gathered, List took action personally. His superior magic dragon chi surged powerfully, and in a single encounter, he captured the 3 Shadow Incarnations and then locked them up with mountain copper manacles. After more questioning, he got more information about the Kushan Imperial from these 3 Shadow Incarnations, Rudolph Ying, Cassio Ying, and Barich Ying. Although not comprehensive, he at least had a preliminary impression of this distant empire, a warlike empire, and a warlike emperor. The empire's national strength could not match that of the Neverfull Empire and Blue Dragon Empire, but its combat prowess was no less formidable, exerting strong pressure on the neighboring kingdoms. Being targeted by such an empire is not a good thing. Marquis of Bulltail was still very worried. List did not say much. Soldiers will block the water and cover the earth with soil, that was all. He completed the smoke mission immediately after interrogating the Shadow Incarnations. Mission completed. Reward, Undersea Sanctuary. Simultaneously, a new mission was issued. Mission, the malice brought by the Shadow Incarnation is just the beginning. No one can guarantee whether this is a probe or a start. However, to forge iron, one must be strong oneself. Developing the Flame Kingdom is the priority. Please build a second magic teleportation array. Reward, 1 greater elf. Yet another greater elf as a reward. As his power developed rapidly, the reward level for the smoke mission had risen significantly. Ordinary little minor elves could no longer be used as rewards, and greater elves were equivalent to past elf bug rewards. Smoke missions had already rewarded several dragons and dragon-related clues. The new mission was to build a second magic teleportation array, already designated from Jade Mountain to the legendary continent, to extend to the Snowstorm Mountain Duchy and broaden the trade channels of the Flame Kingdom. However, Ak was currently unavailable, so the magic teleportation array would have to wait a while. He took this opportunity to rest. He didn't have to be busy with smoke missions all the time. He was a man in control of his destiny, not one to be pushed around by it. Though he often found himself being pushed by fate. At this time. Regarding the reward from the last mission, the undersea sanctuary was soon secured. Marquis Great West Eternia, a mermaid, while searching for elf bugs in the deep sea, accidentally discovered a sanctuary. This sanctuary was not a relic of the ancient sea kingdom but a naturally formed underwater marvel. Your Majesty, that sanctuary is truly magical. An area devoid of seawater has been maintained at the bottom of the sea, containing flora, and land animals live there. How magical, come, take me to see it. Chapter 998, Undersea Sanctuary. In addition to Marquis Fugitive, Viswinti, who worked at the Overmarine Laboratory, and Salty Sea Marquis, Bluepusy, who was constructing an overmarine city at the mouth of the Whirlpool River, the remaining 5 mermaids all dived into the ocean with List, heading for the Undersea Sanctuary. Ak was focusing on researching the devil, so he did not join them. The location of the Undersea Sanctuary was in the Shell Sea, situated between the Flame Islands and the Third Archipelago. The mermaids' swimming speed was not slow, and a few hours later, they successfully reached the Undersea Sanctuary. The water depth was approximately 800 meters, and the light was somewhat dim, but the sanctuary resembled a massive crystal dome, enveloping an underwater region and shimmering with a faint rainbow glow. Eternia stopped in front of the dome. It's right here, Your Majesty. This dome is nothing special, just an ordinary bubble. But there is a weird power that keeps the seawater out. I tried to squeeze the seawater in, but I couldn't get it into the dome. Have you been into the Undersea Sanctuary, Eternia? Asked Marquis Fisherman, Gulvig. I haven't gone deep, I only walked a short distance along the edge of the sanctuary near the seabed. Walking with a fishtail is really troublesome. Mermaids have noses and gills behind their ears, allowing them to breathe underwater or in the air. However, mermaids do not have legs and can only bounce along on their tails, which is not only slow but also causes severe wear, so mermaids almost never go ashore. In this respect, the sea serpents have a great advantage. They and the mermaids are both darlings of the ocean. The mermaids are powerful, but sea serpents can go ashore. You wait outside, I'll go take a look, List said, with a blue bone dragon totem on his face and a fire dragon totem on his chest. After leaving the vast sea, his strength was bound to return to its peak, and he himself could transform into a phoenix, unafraid whether the sanctuary harbored danger or not. He stepped forward, squeezing into the sanctuary through the water. Instantly, he was greeted by a slightly moist, fragrant air, somewhat like the smell of a primeval forest, yet the environment here was completely different from a primeval forest or, indeed, from land. There were no green plants, only various glowing strange plants. There were green ones, yellow ones, blue ones, red ones, multicolored. Only a very few plants were non-luminous. These are some primeval ferns, fungi, lichens, and the like, and occasionally there are a few somewhat larger plants that look like little trees. List wandered through the sanctuary. The ground was very moist, consisting of waterlogged soil, possibly with decaying leaves. The sanctuary was vast, it had felt at least as large as Fresh Flower Town when seen from the sea, perhaps even larger. At least from within the sanctuary, one could not see the end. However, looking up, one could see the underwater world, with fish swimming just above the rainbow light shield. This made List worry whether the fish might fall from the sea bottom, but clearly, he was overthinking it. After watching for a while, not a single fish fell down. If they had, the sanctuary would have been filled with fish carcasses long ago. Drawing a knight's-long sword, List began to clear the chaotic plants in the sanctuary, carving a path deeper into it. Using Eye of Magic, he did not see any magical feedback glow, meaning these were ordinary plants. However, it was not certain, as the plant's natural glow could interfere with the judgment standards of List's Eye of Magic. He looked up at the sky, and feeling the space was large enough, he called out Little Fire Dragon Leo. At this time Leo had a wingspan and body length of 50 meters each and was a massive creature. Oh ho! With a commanding roar, Leo swooped down, and List instantly entered Dragon Knight mode. Using Dragon Knight trajectory, the world immediately became exceptionally clear and colorful, and distinguishing colors quickly saturated, making it easy to differentiate between magical feedback glow and the natural glow emitted by plants. Just then, the Dragon Knight trajectory swept over the ground and immediately spotted glimmers of magic feedback from 4 locations. 3 of which were ordinary chaotic light, but there was one spot where the blue-white light shone brilliantly. This could potentially be the reflection of water attribute superior magic, though it seemed slightly different from the superior magic found in Ak and the mermaids. Don't rush, let's check out the 3 ordinary lights first, he commanded Little Fire Dragon Leo to head straight for the nearest source of chaotic light. He leapt down. He soon found a plant nurturing an elf bug, which was sleeping on the underside of a leaf. The cordyceps looked somewhat like a clump formed from banana tree leaves, devoid of flowers, with only a thick short stem and 5 large leaves. There were several similar plants nearby. Unfortunately, they possessed no magic power and were not magic potions. List quickly contracted this elf bug, then left it to continue sleeping on the leaf. This secret miniature world had no animals, so the elf bug was safe. He then rushed to the second and third locations. Both places held elf bugs, with the cordyceps being a strange large flower and a small tree that seemed bare but actually had leaves and bark of the same texture. They were not magic potions, and after contracting them, List let the elf bugs live on their own. Since the elf bugs couldn't move far from their cordyceps, he planned to see if he could transplant these 3 kinds of plants to land. If not, it seemed like the elf bugs had no value to be developed. After dealing with the ordinary chaotic lights, he quickly reached the center of the sanctuary, approaching the spot emitting the blue-white superior magic glow. To his astonishment, there was a segment of gray-white bone exposed on the ground. The blue-white light was emanating from the bone, which was in sections, large and seemingly the tailbone of some creature. Could it be dragon tail bones? A sudden jolt hit List's heart, and he glanced at Leo's tail, comparing it to this segment of bone, guessing that the dragon's body might be slightly larger than Leo's. Have I discovered another dragon's remains? Let me excavate and see if I can find any mines. With excitement swirling, even a deceased dragon represented a treasure trove of great value. And a thought flashed through his mind: the Great War of old must have centered around the Flame Islands, hence so many dragon remains are here on these islands and in the surrounding ocean. On Black Horse Island were the remains of the Fire Dragon. On Mind Island was the Jade Dragon's hind leg. Flame Island Dragon Pit Megaman held the remains and mines of the Titanium Dragon, Blackheart Iron Dragon, Lead Dragon, Bronze Dragon, and Mercury Dragon. The entire sea was still tainted by the pollution of the Cursed Dragon. Now, in the Shell Sea, another new set of dragon remains had been discovered, with superior magic not even faded. Clearly, the sea's isolation of air slowed the decay of superior magic on the dragon remains. Vinny, come and help me excavate the mine. He called out Bone Dragon Vinny, then entered the unity of man and dragon with her, both of them shuddering simultaneously. Driven by a strange, refreshing feeling, Bone Dragon Vinny swiftly dug along the tailbone with its dragon claws. As the excavation progressed, the dragon bone was slowly revealed, yet no mine was discovered. List couldn't help but ponder, what kind of dragon's remains are these? Could it be another elemental dragon? Which element would it be? Water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, ice, darkness? Chapter 999, If this is the remnant of an elemental dragon, then the type of elemental dragon it represents has become clear. The blue and white superior magic on the remnants is unmistakably water attribute super magic. So it seems, the remains of this dragon are most likely left by a water dragon. Wow, with no minerals this deep, it proves it's not a metal dragon nor a gemstone dragon, and it's definitely not a sacred dragon, even less likely an evil dragon. So it must be the remains of a water dragon. List concluded. As for why the remains of a water dragon would support a secret realm devoid of water, he still couldn't figure out the reason. The soil in the secret realm was very loose, making it easy and pleasant to excavate with the bone dragon. After several hours of work, he had dug a huge pit over 100 meters deep and unearthed the entire skeleton of the water dragon. All the bones had already scattered, but with his knowledge of dragons, he was still able to piece together all the bone fragments. From the reconstructed skeleton, it could be determined that this water dragon had a rather slender build, with the longest neck of all known dragons. Its total body length was 85 meters, with a wingspan of 90 meters. Larger than a light dragon with an 80-meter wingspan, but smaller than a fire dragon with a 100-meter wingspan. The size of a dragon is not the standard by which its combat power is judged. However, usually, the larger the size, the stronger the combat power is likely to be, and the water dragon's combat power obviously appears very formidable. The superior magic is still within the dragon bones. The degree of decay of these remains is much less than that of the remains of the fire dragon on Black Horse Island. Looking at the bone skeleton brimming with magical energy, List's heartbeat quickened again, and he couldn't help but breathe more rapidly. If a fire dragon can be reborn from its remains, why not a water dragon? His eyes sparkled brilliantly as he took several deep breaths while looking at the skeleton. He slowly calmed his restless emotions. Now, I just need to find a way to resurrect the water dragon. I have the experience of successfully reviving the fire dragon, so I can do it again. Or, I could leave it to Ek. After all, this concerned an elemental dragon whose value was immeasurable. List preferred to trust Ek's expertise rather than probe uncertainly on his own. To be honest, List still had no clear idea why little fire dragon Leo was able to be born. Since he had taught Ek all he knew, He had become too lazy to think and left the research to the professionals, just waiting to reap the results. He tapped on the dragon bones. The dragon's super magic within the bones shivered, as if, like the few large bones remaining from the fire dragon, there was life being nurtured amongst the magic. Leaving the secret realm, List quickly followed the mermaids back to the overmarine laboratory. Then he told Ak about the water dragon remains in the secret realm, and Ak quickly halted her current devil research work. Or rather, the research of the cursed dragon, as she had recently been analyzing the power of the cursed dragon. She was close to concluding a new categorization of magical elements. Soul, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, ice, darkness, those are the 8 basic magical elements recognized. Metal, some magicians believe that the magic of the metal dragon, even that of the gemstone dragon, is the metal element. Wood, some magicians believe that the magic of the elves represents the wood element, or the nature element. Druid magic is roughly similar to this. Additionally, the space element is the magic of the formless dragon, and the time element should be the magic of the twilight dragon. The fate represented by the smoke dragon, the mind or dreams represented by the jade dragon, the life represented by the immortal dragon. Whether these are considered as concepts of magical elements, is uncertain. Now, Ak's research into the power of the cursed dragon has gradually unified her perception of the soul, believing it to be a special kind of magical element, the soul element. And curses are but one application of the soul element. Other things like lich, ghost ship, and so on, are all branched applications of the soul element. Brother, soul element is different from the ordinary magic elements. After all, the soul involves the spirit. It's the third basic foundation of the world beyond matter and magic power. Ak shared her speculation with List while swimming in the ocean. Reviving the fire dragon must have been where you inadvertently touched the soul element. Having heard what you said, I suddenly recall how tapping on the fire dragon's remains had no effect. However, when I used materials from the ghost ship as fuel, Leo was quickly born. It seems that for reviving an elemental dragon, the most crucial factor is the involvement of the soul element. Yes. So now that we are out of ghost ship materials, Ak, how are we going to resolve the soul element? Ak smiled cheekily. Has brother forgotten? Ak has been researching the power of the cursed dragon recently and has collected a lot of pure soul elements. If the water dragon's resurrection principle is the same as the fire dragon's, surely these soul elements can be used to resurrect a little water dragon for brother. Seeing Ak's confidence, List was elated. Haha, once you resurrect the little water dragon, I will have my 7th dragon. And as an elemental dragon, the water dragon would have no problem traversing the great seas. It meant that once he rode the water dragon, he could roam the seas too, and as a water dragon knight, he would no longer be confined to the skies. They arrived at the center of the secret realm. Ak quickly started examining the water dragon skeleton on the ground. This study took a whole day and night, and finally, Ak concluded, the remains of the water dragon are full of superior magic, but like what I told brother about the remains of the fire dragon, the soul element has been exhausted. Now, with the injection of the soul element and subsequent resonance, the remaining life force of the fire dragon can be awakened. In fact, the theory was very complicated, and Ak's short explanation was just for List's easy understanding. Now, how can I assist? Brother just needs to initiate the dragon's super magic resonance, and Ak will inject the soul elements collected during this time. Then, using a magic array to amplify the effect, I believe the water dragon can be resurrected quickly. In fact, elemental dragons are quite miraculous. They must have considered the issue of resurrection when they died, having long stored their life force deep within their bones. Understood. So, Ak started to collect and arrange the materials for the magic array. Although List had nothing to do, he wasn't idle either, trying to transplant 3 secret realm plants respectively named Earth Banana, Nameless Flower, and Bear Tree to the ground. The transplantation was naturally taken over by the magicians from the Magic Guild, who found suitable planting environments. In this way, by mid-May, when the weather turned hot, List stood in the center of the already prepared magic array, keeping company with the water dragon remains, while Ak stood beside, holding a large glass bottle with a faint wisp of smoke swirling inside. It was the pure soul element collected from the cursed dragon and other sources. Ak, are you ready? Then let's begin. List took a deep breath, his superior magic dragon chi began to circulate, and he started drumming on the water dragon remains to provoke the vibration of the dragon's super magic. The vibration got more and more intense, quickly reaching the degree of resonance. At that moment, Ak pulled the stopper from the bottle and poured out the soul element. The next instant, the dragon's super magic began resonating. That miraculous reaction happened swiftly. The dragon's super magic permeated out of the dragon bones and merged with the spreading soul element smoke, forming a blue and white magic form of a little dragon. The little dragon let out a yo-ho cry of infancy, before plunging into List's body. Boom! A wondrous mind connection rippled through List's mind, and he quickly felt an affectionate little creature burrowing into his abdomen. hiding in his left kidney. However, the creature seemed uncomfortable, so it swiftly switched to the right kidney, but still didn't feel right. Then, it split in two, half taking residence in the left kidney, half in the right, linking the two parts together with magic power. Yo-ho! This time, it let out a joyous cry. Chapter 1000 Devouring magic power. He felt incredibly surreal. List could hardly believe it after the magic form little water dragon entered his body and made itself at home. For the countless knights of the legendary continent, a dragon was a rare legendary creature. Yet, from a reward for a smoke mission, he had revived an elemental dragon from the undersea sanctuary. Although the process was somewhat complicated and consumed a fair amount of resources, it was still easier than acquiring a greater elf. It was so easy that it almost didn't seem real. Of course, I shouldn't think that way. I'm now the invincible six-headed dragon knight, with 7 mermaids to assist me, and Ak, the invincible archmage, lending his hand. Reviving a water dragon is naturally a breeze. If it were any other noble, even dragon-rearing families or the Imperial Emperor himself, it's likely they would struggle to revive a water dragon. He felt quite emotional about this. It seemed to mirror the principle of the rich getting richer. Only with money can one make more money. A common person might have 1,000 and barely make an extra few tens or hundreds despite being adept at investments. A wealthy person with 10 million could simply earn tens or hundreds of thousands in interest from the bank. In terms of opulence, within the domain of the ocean, List was confident he outshone the Imperial Emperor. However, his thoughts did not linger for long. At that moment, commotion had already started brewing inside his body. Bone Dragon Veni took over the head and was unconcerned about the troubles of others. Leo, who had settled in the heart, now roared threateningly at the little water dragon nestled in the kidneys. The little water dragon, feeling wronged, croaked to List, "Yo-ho," in complaint. "Leo, be calm, you've grown up, you need to show some grace," List had to intervene and soothe. "Oh ho." Leo couldn't calm down. If it weren't for its hatred for water attribute superior magic, it would be ready to devour the little water dragon. Just like it once tried to consume the phoenix. In the minds of evil dragons, creatures of superior magic that were on the same level were either enemies or food. The only reason for peaceful coexistence was being unable to beat them. Luckily, Leo was ultimately suppressed by the mind branding of List, and after List comforted it by promising to provide plenty of fire dragon elixir, it then calmed down its malice towards the little water dragon. Nevertheless, its magic power remained mixed within List's dragon chi, strongly suppressing the little water dragon's magic power, causing the little water dragon to shrink back within the kidneys, too frightened to make a move. Yo-ho! It conveyed to List the emotion of "I am very scared," suggesting that despite both being classified as evil dragons, the water dragon seemed much friendlier and more approachable than Leo, which harbored far more negative and malevolent thoughts. "Brother, has the little water dragon been revived?" Ak asked, looking at the dazed List. Only then did List snap out of soothing the fire dragon and water dragon, a brilliant smile on his face. "Everything is settled now. The little water dragon is still in magic form for the moment. It might need to be nurtured for a while longer to draw enough water attribute superior magic to evolve into a flesh and blood body." "That's good. I, Ak, can provide the water attribute superior magic for it. I believe it will grow up quickly. From now on, it will be a bother, but I'll need you, Ak, to take care of the little water dragon frequently." Ak is very willing to take care of the little water dragon. In the midst of their conversation, the rainbow light shield overhead suddenly began to tremble and started to contract inward, with seawater surging in, creating explosive popping sounds. This isn't good. Without the support of the water dragon's superior magic, this sanctuary is going to collapse, List suddenly realized with alarm. Although he couldn't comprehend how the water dragon's superior magic was able to hold up a bubble devoid of water, clearly this wasn't the time to ponder such questions. He quickly said to Ak, "Ak, please gather the bones of the water dragon's remnants. I'll collect the elf cordyceps. And while at it, I'll harvest a batch of related plants to cultivate them on land. Otherwise, these 3 elf bugs will certainly die with the disappearance of the sanctuary." "Okay." Swiftly, Ak gathered all the dragon bones together and froze them with eternal sturdy ice to prevent them from being scattered by the collapsing seawater. Meanwhile, List quickly collected the 3 elf bugs and elf cordyceps, then pulled up lots of related plants and bound them together. Once everything was finished, the rainbow light shield above had already collapsed by more than half, its radiance having dimmed to almost invisible. Finally, under List and Ak's watch, the rainbow light shield burst like a soap bubble with a pop. Boom. The seawater, under tremendous pressure, as if a great mountain was pressing down, instantly flattened the secret realm. Those bizarre glowing plants were pulverized in an instant, and aside from the batch that List had previously collected, nothing remained. "Let's go, Ak," said List as he and Ak stood atop the sturdy ice formed by dragon bones and merged into the seawater, then drove the sturdy ice away from the now vanished secret realm. Looking back, even the large pit that had been dug was gone, with no clue left to prove that a water dragon once perished here. Without the superior magic, the remains of the water dragon were still materials of immense value. The research on the glowing plants, List left to the magicians of the Magic Guild, no longer taking interest himself. He returned the earth bananas, nameless flowers, and bare trees elf bugs to the flame castle to care for them. Whether the fate of the 3 elf bugs was life or death depended on whether their plant cultivation environment could be simulated. Ak returned to the Overmarine laboratory to study the power of the cursed dragon, and once she summarized and perfected the soul element, she would set out to build the second teleportation magic array. Leo also returned to the endless volcano crater to continue sleeping in the magma. Without Leo's suppression, the once meek little water dragon no longer had to be constantly fearful. Unlike Leo, which sprouted from a magic fire seed, it, due to the many superior magic remnants in the remains, bypassed the magic fire seed stage entirely and possessed both a magic form and intelligence. Yo-ho! It cried out in hunger. List swallowed many magic potions, yet because he himself possessed fire attribute chi, which differed from the little water dragon's water attribute magic power, the magic he could provide was scarce. Don't worry, even if I can't sustain you, there won't be a shortage of water attribute superior magic. Wind, fire, water, earth, lightning, light, ice, darkness. These magic elements have no concept of generation or inhibition. In this world, fire and water are not opposed. To put it simply, all these magic elements are composed of basic magic particles. The different motion properties of the particles result in different physical properties. To a certain extent, magic, matter, and spirit can all convert into one another, let alone different kinds of magic elements. Many dragon knights do not match the magic properties of their dragons, yet it does not prevent the fusion of dragon magic power and dragon chi. Therefore, List's fire attribute chi could still provide sustenance for the little water dragon. It was just inefficient and uneconomical. He then sought the merfolk to borrow water attribute superior magic, not wishing to burden Ak alone. The first he approached was Marquis Great West Eternia. Eternia, as you know, I have a little water dragon to raise, so could I perhaps borrow some water attribute superior magic from you? Of course, there is no problem, Your Majesty. I am very eager to provide the magic power necessary for the growth of the water dragon. Eternia agreed promptly, even with great joy. Mermaids abhorred the cursed dragon deeply, but still held a great fondness for other kinds of dragons. Thus, he took hold of Eternia's fingers. Being a 20-meter-long mermaid was too large, even a single finger was thicker than List's thigh. The little water dragon, sensing the water attribute superior magic from Eternia, immediately cheered yo-ho and greedily devoured Eternia's superior magic. Gulp gulp. It was as if the sound of drinking water could be heard, the little water dragon greedily devouring every strand of water attribute superior magic. Seeing this, List said to Eternia, there's no need to provide too much. When you feel enough has been drawn or if you feel uncomfortable, let me know, and I'll have the little water dragon stop. Don't worry about it, Your Majesty. I don't lack that bit of superior magic. Mermaids can draw from the magic web. No more, Your Majesty. I can't sustain the superior magic, the little water dragon's devouring power is too strong. Eternia's face turned pale in the midst of speaking. List hastily cut off the little water dragon's magic absorption, not allowing it to continue devouring. Yo-ho! The little water dragon expressed its anger. A malevolent thought akin to Leo's was continuously taking root. Chapter 1001 Barriers Control your anger, little water dragon, or I'll have to call Leo back. List disliked this dark thought greatly. He never imagined that the previously wronged little water dragon could also harbor such malevolence, equating in intensity to the dark thoughts Leo once held. It must be said, classifying elemental dragons as evil dragons was an astute generalization. Yo-ho! Mention of Leo's name made the little water dragon visibly shudder, and it immediately restrained its furious emotions, daring not to display any more evil. Only then did List turn to Eternia, whose lips had turned white. How do you feel now? Has the superior magic collapsed? Eternia exhaled deeply and rallied her spirits. Thank goodness Your Majesty intervened in time, otherwise the little water dragon's absorption would have seriously drained my vitality. I thought, given a mermaid's strong physique, I could sustain the little water dragon's draw on a superior magic, but who would have expected it to be so powerful right from birth? The enormous swallowing capacity that fired up all of a sudden frightened Eternia so much that she still felt residual fear. Hence, one can see the gap in strength between mermaids and dragons, both superior magic beings. I am truly sorry, I didn't expect the little water dragon's swallowing power to be this strong, though, of course, this might also be related to you not yet returning to your peak condition, said List gently. Go back and rest well, health is more important than anything else, recuperate fully before you do more work. Understood, Your Majesty, Eternia responded with a wry smile, but I'm afraid we mermaids won't be able to help the young master cultivate the little water dragon anymore. Its absorptive capacity is beyond what any mermaid can satisfy. I will slowly cultivate it. There's no rush. Since mermaids couldn't withstand the little water dragon's absorption, Liz didn't dare to casually call on Ak to provide water attribute super magic either, just in case it caused Ak any harm. That was not something he wanted to see. However, upon learning the situation, Ak said, "Brother, if the mermaids can't provide magic power, that's because the little water dragon doesn't just draw on superior magic but also their body's unique superior magic. Just as with the tail feathers of the flame dragon bird, they are a special form where soul and magic power fuse together. That must be the case. It's just a pity there's no treasure like Phoenix Feather of Water attribute that could speed up the little water dragon's growth." "Ak can do it," the sea monster magician said with a smile. "Brother mustn't forget what Ak has recently been researching, precisely soul elements. Ak can entirely mix the soul elements refined from the cursed dragon's power with water attribute super magic to encourage the little water dragon's growth." "Is that really possible?" Ak nodded seriously, and Ak has also discovered a secret, a piece of information about something beyond completion termed Dragon Knights. List's brows instantly raised. "Oh? Please, do share." He long surmised that once Dragon Knights reached completion, their further advancement must surely involve soul-level cultivation, yet he had never found any clues or leads. Unexpectedly, Ak's recent research into the cursed dragon had uncovered such clues. Dragon Knights, or to say, dragons, are beings at the pinnacle of strength. But this pinnacle still has its limits, to put it precisely, a kind of shackle. Ak calls it a bastion, and completion-term Dragon Knights will face the shackles of this bastion, unable to proceed any further. Bastion? Liz didn't understand. Ak continued to explain, "Brother has seen the dragon of the magic web and should know of its existence, not bound by our current fixed space-time. Ak believes it's a dragon that has transcended the bastion, which perhaps is the dividing line between matter, spirit, and magic power. The dragon of the magic web does not belong to the material world, nor to the material boundary, nor to the world beyond the material. Yet, it traverses all of these worlds, its presence felt from the material world to the material boundary, and even the world beyond material." Ak referred to the barrier as the boundary between material things, or between magic powers, or even between spirits. The barrier that the dragon of the magic web had broken was clearly one between material things. Material, spirit, and magic power are all cornerstones of the world, and once the barriers between these basics are broken, one will transcend the peak of strength. Therefore, Ak believes that the next step in the cultivation system for an elemental dragon knight should be the magic power barrier. For metal dragon knights and gemstone dragon knights, it should be the material barrier. "What about the sacred dragon?" List inquired. "For the formless dragon, it is obviously the material barrier. For the twilight dragon, it's unclear, as the significance of time is something Ak still can't explain. The jade dragon represents dreams and the mind, and should be about breaking the spiritual barrier. The smoke dragon signifies fate. What fate is, Ak is also unclear. The immortal dragon represents life, which is also hard to say. So does that mean if the cursed dragon progressed further, it would also be breaking the spiritual barrier? It could be so. Of course, the above barrier information is just Ak's speculation, and whether such a barrier exists still needs to be verified. When it comes to barriers, Ak can only speculate at present. Therefore, for List's subsequent questions, about whether a fire dragon knight breaking the magic power barrier could become a water dragon knight, if a formless dragon knight broke a barrier, could it become the next dragon of the magic web? Whether the cursed dragon has already broken the spiritual barrier to contaminate the ocean? What kind of dragon evolved into the dragon of the magic web by breaking a barrier? And so on, all were unanswerable. In any case, the barrier is, for the time being, just a concept. Even though List is deeply fascinated by it and has already named the next phase of the Dragon Knight's cultivation system Bastion Knight, it still doesn't mean that barriers actually exist or that Bastion Knights are a feasible cultivation prospect. The topic returned to the supply of superior magic. Ak quickly designed a magic array that integrated superior magic with soul elements, and then personally provided the superior magic, allowing the little water dragon to fully absorb it. Once the magic array was properly arranged and activated, Ak, in the form of the water elemental embodiment, continually drew magic power from the magic web, then, with the help of Unicorn Charlie, amplified it to superior magic. List then lifted the restrictions on the little water dragon, which cried out yo-ho and wildly absorbed the magic. With no restrictions and a consistent supply of magic, Ak remained relaxed from start to finish, without experiencing the overexertion that mermaids did. After 10 full minutes of absorption, the magic power little water dragon suddenly let out a yo-ho, exhibiting a bout of hiccup-like emotions, no longer able to absorb more superior magic. It grew lethargic in spirit, its magic power retracted into List's kidneys, and it began to sleep soundly, digesting this sumptuous feast. This approach is good. After 2 or 3 more sessions of devouring like this, the little water dragon should be well on its way to development. By the way, is there enough soul element left refined from the cursed dragon's power? There's enough for 2 or 3 times, but no worries, if it runs out, we can just catch a bunch of devils with the mermaids at the bottom of the sea. Capable of obliterating a devil tower on her own, spoke very lightly. As far as she was concerned, the devils that once loomed over the sea like phantoms were merely magical ingredients. Better not to venture into Devil Sea without thorough preparation. This time it was just a devil tower we encountered. If there are more devils, it will still be dangerous. Nodded. Understood. List caressed Ak's azure hair. Remember, this is just a little water dragon. Its growth is not even 1/10,000th as important as your safety. Suddenly squinted her eyes in enjoyment, like a little cat. Hee, brother, is now even more powerful in the sea than a dragon knight. Chapter 1002. Equivalent alchemy. Do you still remember this obsidian ring, brother? After feeding the little water dragon, continued chatting with List. She wore a black ring on her hand. I do remember it, the divine artifact equipment of a Moonslayer archmage from ancient times. Have you already cracked its usage method? List exclaimed in surprise. According to the appraisal in the Knowledge Ancient book, this obsidian ring is made of metal alloy, most likely an alloy of a large amount of unknown metals, its function being equivalent alchemy. Not yet, but I have some clues. Said, records about alchemy are scarce, but considering the transformation between substances, believes that equivalent alchemy is achievable, and this obsidian ring is a tool that assists in alchemy. So how do you perform alchemy? Brother, you mentioned before that substances are made up of very small particles called atoms, which consist of a nucleus and electrons, and the nucleus is made up of different protons and neutrons, very tightly packed and difficult to change. The change in a substance's properties is due to the atom losing or gaining electrons. Yes, I did say that. Can't remember which incomplete alchemist tome I read it from. List was embarrassed. He had indeed taught a lot of physical and chemical knowledge, but having not been in contact with this area of knowledge for several years, he had forgotten it all. Now, he could no longer understand what chemical reactions are in theory, only remembered something about electrons being gained and lost. So, he couldn't help but ask, have you discovered something in this respect? The losing and gaining of an atom's electrons changes only the temporary state of the material, not its essence. Brother, you said that changes to the atomic nucleus are real alchemy, which can turn iron into gold. Did I say that? Probably. Has discovered that the function of the obsidian ring is to stimulate the metamorphosis of metals. It can accelerate the nuclear activity of metal atoms, allowing the nuclei of metal atoms to easily break down and recombine. Once fully grasps the methods and theories, the ancient art of alchemy can be replicated. Although List could no longer remember anything about atomic nuclei. He only knew that nuclear fission and fusion can change chemical elements. Nuclear fission is the principle behind the atomic bomb, and nuclear fusion is the principle behind the hydrogen bomb. An atomic bomb seems to use something like uranium to fission, creating barium elements and releasing a large amount of energy. A hydrogen bomb, on the other hand, fuses hydrogen isotopes, deuterium and tritium, into helium, also releasing a tremendous amount of energy. But this doesn't mean he didn't understand the significance of alchemy. Does that mean, once you develop alchemy, you can really turn stones into gold? Not stones, brother. According to the obsidian ring's capability for equivalent alchemy, it is between metals that properties can be changed through alchemy. It's possible to turn iron into gold, or even into magical metal, although the meaning of equivalent alchemy might also include some loss. Loss? For instance, maybe 10 portions of iron could only be alchemized into 1 portion of mountain copper. The value of mountain copper in material terms would definitely be far greater than the value of iron. He caught on quickly. Does that mean that all metals have a different value between them? That's likely, but we need to explore the respective alchemy value of each metal. Right now, it's not clear which metal has a higher value and which one has a lower value. Being able to figure out the value of metals would definitely allow one to earn a massive fortune through alchemy. List's eyes gleamed, the prospect clear to him. From the current market prices, the price of a ton of iron doesn't compare to the price of a pound of mountain copper. If you can alchemize a ton of iron into a pound of mountain copper, you'd make money. If it becomes 10 pounds, it's a windfall, and if it turns into 100 pounds, that would be an incredibly lucrative business. Will deduce the art of alchemy as soon as possible. Don't be too anxious, Lee Ct said, having obtained the Phoenix incarnation, although he was uncertain of his exact lifespan. But he felt that his aging process had greatly slowed down. According to the legend of the Phoenix's 500-year cycle, he could definitely live for 200 to 300 years, and perhaps even reach the 500-year lifespan of a dragon domain landlord. Of course, contracting an immortal dragon was still one of his dreams. The little water dragon was slumbering, digesting the water attribute super magic acquired from its gluttony. Ak continued to research the power of the cursed dragon, preparing to summarize the soul element in the near future. Meanwhile, materials for setting up the magic teleportation array were being collected. This time, the modified magic array would be far more stable, comfortable, and safe than the heart reed teleportation formation. Lee Citi then inspected his dominion. Now, with a large influx of the Knight class, he had an increasing number of Moonslayer natives at his disposal, essentially completing the incorporation of the southeastern half of Flame Island. Apart from some small tribes hiding in the corners of the primeval forests, all other Moonslayer native tribes had emerged from the woods to become subjects of the Flame Kingdom. Moonslayers were different from Africans. Although they too lived primitive societal lives, they generally had an upright attitude towards work and were willing to labor hard. This was probably because the forests on Flame Island were not as rich in resources as anticipated. In Africa, the abundance of food led the locals to develop a lazy and gluttonous temperament. In the forests of Flame Island, the Moonslayers had to fight magical beasts and endure hunger in the winter, and as tribes grew, they had to split and migrate to farther lands for better survival. Out of necessity, the Moonslayer natives developed a resilient and hardworking nature. With the construction of Flame King City at its center, Flame Island was divided into a southeastern and a northwestern half, and the Knights of the Flame Kingdom were now expanding into the northwest. There weren't many Moonslayer natives in the northwestern half, but there were also about 1 million serfs that could be incorporated. Lee Citi paused his inspection at Flame King City, where more and more trained and experienced Moonslayer serfs had been arranged to work. A huge city designed to accommodate a population of 500,000 was rising from the ground. The construction of the royal palace on the nearby Holy Mountain had also commenced. Standing on the peak and merging with the mountain itself. From afar, it complemented Flame King City, and the blueprint underwent several revisions before it was finally determined. The valley of the Holy Mountain was the home of Bone Dragon Vinny's dragon nest. The forest behind the Holy Mountain housed the dragon nest of Mountain Copper Dragon Mata. Mata wasn't demanding about its environment but needed to be well fed and taken care of. Jade Mountain was home to Light Green Gem Dragon Ethan's dragon nest, while the Endless Volcano Cluster was Fire Dragon Leo's lair. The dragon nest for Grey Iron Dragonorn was yet to be determined. It was flying aimlessly over Flame Island, ready to find its own favorite habitat to establish a nest. Formless Dragon Bard needed no fixed abode, its home being the world beyond the physical realm. As for the little water dragon, it hadn't even gotten a name, let alone a dragon nest. Worst case scenario, it could simply be tossed into the vast ocean, making the sea its dragon nest. By the way, he rode on Formless Dragon Bard, examining his royal palace from the boundary of the physical world. The king's castle could be directly called Flame King City, but what should the royal palace be named? The royal palace in Sapphire is called Azure Sky Peak Palace, in Steel Ridge it's called White Gold Tooth Palace, and the one in Eagle is named Iron Dragon Chain Palace. Chapter 1003, the second teleportation array. For now, let's not name it yet. After we establish the kingdom, we'll surely have to come up with a batch of new titles, including renaming the Holy Mountain, the King's Castle, and the surrounding locations. Liz didn't have an appropriate name for the royal palace in mind, so he stopped fussing over it. After touring around the vicinity of the King's Castle and having a chat with Mata, he left to continue inspecting the construction progress of other projects in his territory. The evolution of the fierce earth dogs into Greenhide, Whitehide, and Goldhide had all been successful, transforming into intermediate magical beast blizzard beasts. Although not yet mature, they were ready to breed under the stimulation of the bloodline fruit. What was most unexpected was the failed evolution of the Purplehide. Although its physical development had always been slow, its performance in magic was outstanding, having already mastered the advanced Earth System magic, Rockthorn Rampart. It was overshadowed by the Greenhide, Whitehide, and Goldhide in brute combat strength, but it totally dominated them in magic. Unfortunately, it seemed that Purplehide had evolved into a different species, which could not breed with the blizzard beasts, making reproduction even more difficult. With the current pregnancy of this batch of blizzard beasts, the hope of forming a Blizzard Knights Order was no longer a luxury. Following the Mammoth Knight Brigade, the formation of the Blizzard Knights would also happen soon. The mount problem for the Royal Knight Squad was already solved. Flame Dragon Birds, Fire Ravens, and Red Sparrow Birds all qualified as mounts. However, finding knights was not easy. There weren't many young elite Earth Knights of Fire attribute and Sky Knights willing to join. List simply could not consider those of advanced age. But training young knights took time. As of now, no one had been selected for the Dragon Knight Reserve plan. There were only a list of potential candidates, such as Julan Red Apricot, Kirster Windmill, Hilita, and other little geniuses attending the Royal Academy. But these geniuses were still a distance away from becoming Reserve Dragon Knights. Moreover, the Fire Paladin initiative had not yet begun. Little Fire Dragon Leo hadn't matured, and it had no interest in wasting magic power to infect a few dragon wraiths. Unlike the traditional dragon magic power infecting white dragon wraiths and black dragon child, which eventually returned the magic power to the dragon, once a Fire Paladin was complete, the magic power would not return to the dragon. This was a loss-making deal, and Leo was quite shrewd. List couldn't easily fool it. Unless the monthly magic potion yield from the Phoenix Perch Parasol Forest entered a period of abundant harvest and Fire Dragon elixir could be supplied without limit, Leo would find it difficult to cooperate. There was no relationship of enslavement between dragons and dragon knights, it was simply cooperation. Even with the mind branding suppressant, it was akin to having an additional layer of a marriage ceremony. While the wife could do chores at home and take care of children, if she truly decided to go out and enjoy freedom, there wasn't much one could do. If Leo did not cooperate, there was not much List could do either, except to offer incentives. I hope the little water dragon isn't as cunning as Leo in the future. Although my first dragon is Leo, I still believe that formless dragon Bard is the best. Bard was truly very easy to command, only needing a bit of smoked grass and putting up with its occasional habit of chewing smoked grass, it would cooperate perfectly with any of List's requests. Traveling through space without any complaints, and its demand for magic power wasn't great, a bit of red dragon water was enough. At most, provided a tender roast cow every few days. It indeed deserved good treatment. As for the other dragons, Bone Dragon Vinny required no eating or drinking, and human souls made her more peaceful. Light Green Gem Dragon Ethan was a drunkard, but now with Emily taking care of him, Liz didn't need to worry. Grey Iron Dragon Orn had needs for food and often needed to replenish magic power. But once it found a suitable dragon nest, it would start producing iron ore. Mountain Copper Dragon Motto was somewhat unreliable. It freeloading and had a picky taste yet stubbornly refused to produce mountain copper ore. Without a mine branding to suppress it, it didn't have a good sense of LCT and wouldn't infect the mountain copper ore. Possibly also because the magic potion incentive wasn't sufficient, making it feel that infecting the ore wasn't worth the effort. In the end, minerals couldn't just emerge out of thin air, it still came down to consuming dragon magic power. Maintaining a dragon to produce minerals would consume countless magic potions, let alone maintaining 6 dragons. Which was now 7 dragons. After several days of inspection, construction in various places was underway vigorously, and there was nothing that needed List's intervention. The development committee was managing Flame Island very well. List was even too lazy to contract with the elf bugs in various places. One could simply raise the wild elf bugs. That was because the Moon Slayers had a method that could stimulate the elf bugs to collect and release cordyceps, so whether they were contracted or not made no difference. Quickly. The Magic Guild had made the latest advancements in elf bug research, in a growth environment simulation for 3 types of plants. Earth bananas, nameless flowers, and bare trees. They had successfully nurtured the first batch of plants. These plants reproduced asexually and needed to be cultivated in dark, warm greenhouses. The cultivation was difficult, and the value of the plants was still being explored, but nonetheless, the 3 elf bugs finally had a chance at survival. At the same time, the little water dragon was still asleep, and I had concluded the research work on the soul element. Do you need a few days to rest? No need, brother, setting up the magic teleportation array isn't tiring at all, and for Ak, this is relaxation. So, under the urging of the little sea monster, the work of setting up a new magic teleportation array officially started. The starting point was located at the foot of Jade Mountain, only a kilometer away from Jade City. The end point was in the endless primeval jungle within the legendary continent, less than 100 miles from Snowstorm Mountain Duchy. An area with flat jungle terrains, where List had burned down all the trees leaving only charred soil along with uneven muddy ground. Heroic Yellow City, Heroic Yellow Plains. One day, this place will become the bridgehead for the Flame Kingdom's venture into the legendary continent, causing empires and kingdoms on the continent to shudder in fear. Looking at the barren expanse of charred soil, List felt a rush of enthusiasm. He called this place Heroic Yellow Plains, taking one character each from the Eagle Kingdom and Yellowstone Kingdom, also implying a deeper meaning of wanting to annex the 2 great kingdoms. During the day, he would set up the magic arrays. At night, he would ride the formless dragon Bard back to Flame Castle to rest. In this way, 3 days flew by, and with a spirited yo-ho in his heart, the little water dragon woke from its slumber, its magic power more robust than ever. Upon waking, it clamored to eat and drink, leaving no choice but to have Ak set up another array to supply it with superior magic. After eating the superior magic, The little water dragon let out a satisfied belch and fell into a deep sleep again. Actually, raising a dragon is quite simple, you just have to keep it well fed. The worry is that when a little water dragon grows up, it will be difficult to keep it fed. Like Leo, who often wasn't satisfied and couldn't casually indulge in fire dragon elixir. Once the magic array was properly arranged, it was List's turn to ride the formless dragon bard and, under Axe direction, steer through natural nodes to connect the magic teleportation array. Thus, by early June, the newly established heroic Yellow City Jade Mountain magic teleportation array was officially operational. There was no grand celebration ceremony, only the first group of knights led by Yevich Water Peanut who crossed the array and stood at the foot of Jade Mountain, full of emotion as they gazed at the towering Jade City in the distance. After 2 years, they finally set foot on the soil of Flame Island for the first time, returning to the land that would be their country from now on. Chapter 1004, Pierrot's Call for Help. Your Majesty, is this Jade City, and are these the Moon's lairs? Yevich Water Peanut sighed. I had originally thought Flame Island was still a desolate wilderness, and that no amount of development over 2 years could change the savage environment. Yet, I never expected Jade City to have grown so immense. Despite being captured early and following List, he had not experienced many great battles and was unaware of List's powerful organizational abilities as a socialist successor. For any landlord, opening up a piece of farmland could take years, yet he always emphasized the need to work hard and fast. Paying well gave the serfs the strength to grind stones into sand. Not to mention the simple tasks of burning forests, cultivating farmland, constructing wooden houses, all overseen by an ancient mage. Jade City's current size far exceeds that of a typical metropolis of 100,000 people. It just lacks the luxury, but in terms of sanitation and civilization, it surpasses any large city. Toilets, sewage systems. These were the standard constructions that List specifically demanded. A city can lack grand architecture, can be filled with small wooden houses, but it absolutely cannot be without toilets or have sewage running in the streets. The male Jade transmission array is now complete, and heroic Yellow City has also begun construction. The Snowstorm Mountain Duchy is now in constant internal strife, with a battle between the first prince and the second prince reaching a fever pitch. There will definitely be knights ruined by this conflict, and you need to make more connections, to try to recruit them. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I have always been planning this matter, but I've only been in contact with some minor nobles. Though the Duke of Snowstorm Mountain may be senile, he remains vigilant against outsiders meddling in the struggle between his sons. If I overstep, it could easily provoke the old Duke into action. Do not be afraid, the Flame Kingdom is your support. If the old Duke dares to make a move, tell him that if something happens to you, I will send Dragon Knights to intervene in the internal affairs of the Snowstorm Mountain Duchy. Still in the name of the Eagle Kingdom? List thought for a moment. You could pose as a middleman between the Eagle Kingdom and the Flame Kingdom, dealing in serf trade or other trades. When the crucial time comes, you can reveal your true intentions. In any case, an alliance with the Snowstorm Mountain Duchy is mutually beneficial. Without it, they are the ones who will be harmed. Even the Kushan Imperial had designs on the Flame Kingdom, so List was not concerned about the hostility of a minor duchy. His power was enough for him to move unimpeded in the northeastern corner of the legendary continent. Complete the mission, reward the Greater Elf. With the male Jade transmission array completed, the smoke mission was naturally concluded, rewarding a Greater Elf, though its origins were still unknown. List did not pay too much attention to it, as all his focus was now on the new smoke mission. The Duke of Grey Iron returns to the Grey Iron Duchy. Despite losing the Grey Iron Dragon, he still firmly controls state power. However, his envoy group has secretly gone to the Flame Kingdom, carrying a request for your help once more. Surely, this is an opportunity. Please assist the Duke of Grey Iron. Reward, Aluminum Dragon leads. Aluminum Dragon leads. He immediately understood Duke Grey Iron Pyro Greymouth Iron's intention for trading the Mountain Copper Dragon leads in exchange for 20 years of protection. It seems that Duke Grey Iron still holds the leads to the Aluminum Dragon. He must be secretly strategizing on the Aluminum Dragon, planning to rely on it to stabilize the nation. But him seeking my help. What does that mean? Does he really expect me to aid him in conquering the Aluminum Dragon? Is he not afraid that I might snatch it away from him? When it comes to dragon riding, there are no friendships involved. It's finders keepers. No matter what, as long as the Aluminum Dragon remained without a master, it was internally decided that this Aluminum Dragon, List. In the northeastern corner of the legendary continent, an Aluminum Dragon had never been heard of. Aluminum is a common metal, but like titanium, known as lesser mithril, aluminum is called lesser crystal and is a material for making high-grade magical devices. It has great effects in conducting magic power and solidifying magic runes. The value of the Aluminum Dragon may not match that of a magic metal dragon, but it is still highly valuable among metal dragons. If Duke Grey Iron were to acquire the aluminum dragon, he would undoubtedly become the most enlightened ruler of the Grey Iron Duchy. What a pity you came to me. List did not have to wait anxiously. Almost 2 hours after the mission was posted, he received a message from the Fortress of the Mind via the magic platform. Someone claiming to be an envoy from the Grey Iron Duchy wanted to meet with him. Let him come over. I will meet with him at the Reed City office. List was interested to know what Duke Grey Iron might need his help with. Soon, at the Reed City office, List met with the envoy of Duke Grey Iron. He was a young sword saint with blonde hair and green eyes, quite handsome. The envoy of Duke Grey Iron, Lawrence Greenlow, pays respects to His Majesty the Flame King. Dispense with the formalities. Has Duke Grey Iron sent you here secretly for something important? List always preferred to get straight to the point and did not care for insincere pleasantries. Lawrence adapted to List's direct style before revealing the purpose Duke Grey Iron had sent him for. A knight raised by Duke Grey Iron has been abducted by the Eagle Kingdom. He may be a bastard son of Duke Grey Iron, hence His Grace hopes to request your Majesty's help. A bastard son. For a bastard son, you seek my assistance? List spoke with a hint of mockery. What does Duke Grey Iron think would be an adequate price to move me to action? His Grace is willing to offer 5 greater elves. 5 greater elves, yet you have me risk delving into the heart of the Eagle Kingdom? Not so, your Majesty. The one who kidnapped the knight is not of the Eagle royal family but a feudal marquis. However, this feudal marquis is an inheritor of the ancient warrior and very powerful. Knowing that the Grey Iron Duchy has no dragon's protection, he holds no regard for His Grace. It was clear that Lawrence was not telling the truth, painting List as naively trusting. A bastard son, no matter how exceptional, couldn't possibly be worth the cost of 5 greater elves to rescue. If there really were 5 greater elves, a direct exchange with that feudal marquis would suffice. Besides, even if there were discrepancies with the Eagle royal family, if it really came to asking the royal family for help, they might ignore the affair out of indifference to their vassal's dignity. To take 10,000 steps back, it was not as if the Grey Iron Duchy couldn't find other duchies willing to help, doubtless eager to earn 5 greater elves. There's no way they would have come directly to List to rescue this bastard son. Moreover, now that the smoke mission had already hinted at the aluminum dragon clue, even if List were foolish, he wouldn't believe such an excuse. It must be that this knight had information about the aluminum dragon. Lawrence, stop with these pointless words. What exactly does Duke Birot mean? Speak plainly. Otherwise, you might as well return now. I won't keep you for dinner. Chapter 1005, giving you one chance. Lawrence hesitated for a moment before clenching his teeth and saying, Your Majesty, to be frank, that knight is indeed Prince Duke's illegitimate child, named Florenza Persutaro. He is in the process of subjugating a dragon, an aluminum dragon, and has nearly reached the stage of the mind battle. List raised his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes. Aluminum dragon? Yes, at the critical moment of subjugating the aluminum dragon, he was discovered by the Marquis of Boulder. As a result, the Marquis captured Florenza, with the intention of obtaining the aluminum dragon through him. The Prince Duke did not dare to mention this to anyone, but he trusts in your Majesty's character, so he wishes to seek your assistance. If he truly trusted him, Lawrence wouldn't have blabbed nonsense earlier, treating List like a fool to be deceived. It was just that now, he had no choice but to reveal the truth. List did not immediately respond to the request to rescue Florenza but diverted the subject. The Marquis of Boulder, is he the cloaked bear wearer? He remembered the landlord that Yevich Water Peanut used to follow, was the Marquis of Boulder, an ancient warrior inheritor whose strength wasn't far from that of a domain knight. Yes, that is Marquis Pilaf the Earth Frenzy. He, an ancient warrior inheritor, also wants to ride a dragon. Are you sure he can handle dragon riding? His progeny are many, among whom 2 possess exceptional talents and have trained in the Knight G. They have participated in the Dragon Knight selection program but were unsuccessful. As they went back and forth, the whole story became clear. Duke Birot's illegitimate son, Florenza Chase Wind Arrow, had notable talent and was close to successfully subjugating the aluminum dragon. However, he was intercepted by Marquis Pilaf of Boulder, the Earth Frenzy. The funny thing was, neither Birot nor Pilaf, both nobles with the surname Pi, dared to make a fuss about it. Because once they did, the fight over the aluminum dragon wouldn't be just between their 2 families. Any noble capable of dragon riding wouldn't miss out on this opportunity. However, the Grey Iron family had lost their Grey Iron dragon, which tremendously weakened their combat power, and they were simply unable to overpower Pilaf and thus couldn't reclaim Florenza. That's why Birot gave it a lot of thought and finally turned to List. He considered himself a follower of List, and since the aluminum dragon was located within the borders of the Eagle Kingdom, List would find it hard to subjugate the aluminum dragon for an extended period in the Eagle Kingdom. He didn't know that when List had first sought to subdue Mountain Copper Dragon Mata, It had taken just one night. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to ask for List's help. After all, dragons were creatures that stood at the apex of power and have always been the domains of those with virtue. Moreover, since Florenza Chase Wind Arrow hadn't even completed the mind battle, he couldn't really claim to have any connection to the aluminum dragon. Many knights failed at the mind battle stage during their campaigns, ending up fruitless. Thus, if List were to attempt to seize the aluminum dragon, there wouldn't be any ethical concerns. For anyone, it would be considered natural to vie for a dragon, even between blood brothers. His Highness believes that since you are willing to protect the Grey Iron Duchy for 20 years, you would certainly want to achieve justice for your devoted follower. As long as Florenza can escape from the castle of the Marquis of Boulder safely, the Prince Duke will immediately offer up 5 greater elves, all of the grain and magic potion varieties. Aluminum Dragon. What is Duke Birot thinking? Why does he believe I would not be interested in the aluminum dragon? Although the aluminum dragon is incomparably precious, and everyone would want to ride it, Your Majesty already has several dragons. Moreover, the aluminum dragon lives in the Eagle Kingdom, making it difficult for continuous subjugation. Furthermore, once the Prince Duke obtains the aluminum dragon, he will immediately declare allegiance to the Flame family as a follower, and will not break his promise. Nonsense. All nonsense, only a fool would believe it. The relationship between List and Pirot was nothing more than a trade of interests, with no element of friendship. List would certainly not believe that Pirot, after obtaining the aluminum dragon, would become his follower. The two countries were thousands of miles apart, and even if Pirot were sincere, he wouldn't dare to follow. The Eagle Kingdom would be the first to not let the Grey Iron Duchy off the hook. Therefore, all this was just a front, and the subtext was that Pirot intended to use 5 greater elves in exchange for List's efforts to rescue Florenza. And banking on List being a foreigner who wouldn't dare to linger long in the Eagle Kingdom, thereby posing no threat to the aluminum dragon, he dared to openly orchestrate this trade. After finishing his persuasive words, Lawrence calmly waited for List to quietly contemplate. List was indeed contemplating. His ambition for the aluminum dragon went without saying. Anyone who wasn't attracted to a dragon probably had an issue with their intelligence. The smoke mission requires me to help Pirot, clearly, Florenza must be rescued, and the 5 greater elves also warrant my intervention. Now the question is, how to conquer the aluminum dragon? Obviously, the clues to the aluminum dragon are in Florenza's hands, and Pirot will definitely have a backup plan. When planning with me, he would also be making plans with others, not putting all his eggs in one basket. After careful consideration, he slowly began, I will intervene, but 5 greater elves are not enough, I need 7. Your Majesty. Don't haggle over the price, I don't like haggling. I, on behalf of Prince Duke, agree to Your Majesty's terms, as long as Florenza Chase Wind Arrow can be rescued. Lawrence agreed through clenched teeth, looking like he was putting on a performance. Perhaps this did not even reach Duke Birot's bottom line. Of course, List didn't care anymore. I know that Duke Birot is full of confidence, thinking that Florenza can ride the aluminum dragon. How about this? Let's make a mind battle our agreement. If Florenza succeeds in dragon riding, I congratulate the Grey Iron Duchy. If she fails, then give me a chance to conquer. I can't promise on behalf of the Prince Duke. I will talk to Pirot personally. It was unclear whether the matter with the aluminum dragon was real or a conspiracy targeting him, so a trip to the Grey Iron Duchy required some preparation. At the very least, safety had to be absolutely assured. He sent Lawrence Greenlow back first, as Lawrence had a flying mount. It would take about 10 days to return to the Grey Iron Duchy from Flame Island. Fortunately, although Florenza was captive, she refused to speak, and Marquis Pilaf of Boulder couldn't get the information about the aluminum dragon for a while. It would inevitably take several discussions with Duke Birot to reach an agreement. This gave List ample time to prepare and plan methodically. Ak was now a powerful combat force. With her by his side, List felt completely secure. Fire Dragon Leo and Bone Dragon Veni were readily deployable combat forces. Light Green Gemstone Dragon Knight Emily stayed behind to guard Flame Island. The Grey Iron Dragon and Mountain Copper Dragon were left behind as well. Only Formless Dragon Bard had to be ridden. Without Bard's formidable space travel capability, List wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. As for the little water dragon, that would be a matter for when it was finally born. This trip to the Grey Iron Duchy is primarily for rescuing Florenza, but I must avoid falling into a targeted conspiracy, List told Ak. It's hard to guarantee that this isn't a ploy of the Eagle Kingdom, or even the Gushan Imperial, so Ak, you must be extra vigilant. Ak will be careful to ensure brother's safety, Ak said, clenching her fists. But brother, are we giving up on the aluminum dragon? Of course not. List smiled faintly. To be honest, only one bewildering dragon mind fruit is left, and while the Jade Dragon's hind leg still remains, I have no idea how long it will take to cultivate another one. So it's difficult to decide whether or not to use it. Let's give Florenza a chance at a mind battle. Then, he spread his hands. 8 out of 10 knights fall at the stage of the mind battle. Maybe with Florenza's failure as a learning experience, I won't need the bewildering dragon mind fruit to succeed. Chapter 1006 Bargaining list was well grounded. Not only did the smoke mission act as a golden crutch, allowing him to harness the power of fate even in a mind battle, but he also now possessed a phoenix incarnation. He had tried it. Within the spirit of a dragon, the phoenix incarnation could still be used, and its power was formidable. With the help of the phoenix incarnation, he was absolutely going to call the shots in the mind battle. As long as the requirements of the aluminum dragon's mind battle weren't as quirky as those of the formless dragon, he wasn't afraid of not being able to win. Most dragon mind battles were primarily about brute force, with other requirements playing a supporting role. Only the formless dragons was mostly about navigating a maze, which had caught List off guard. That's why he agreed to give Florenza Chase Wind Arrow a chance at a mind battle, letting Florenza get a taste of the aluminum dragon's mind battle requirements first. Then, starting from those requirements, he could easily solve the mind battle. Just as he was preparing to head to the Grey Iron Duchy, the greater elf rewarded by the smoke mission finally surfaced. It wasn't evolved from a little minor elf but was a wild greater elf discovered by the pioneer knights. It was a coffee greater elf, and there were many coffee trees in the primeval forests of Flame Island. Coffee was a very common beverage among the nobility, and even though the nobles of the Flame Kingdom took pride in drinking tea due to List's promotion of it, they still consumed a large amount of coffee. Therefore, even though the coffee greater elf didn't produce magic potions, it was equivalent in value to grains. "Let's call you Mundo," he declared. There was no particular reason, List just felt like naming the coffee greater elf Mundo. Liwala. Mundo obviously didn't appreciate its name and didn't seem too pleased with the new environment, as it was accustomed to living in the wild. However, this was a fact that couldn't be changed. Moreover, as a greater elf, it might be highly valued elsewhere, but it couldn't feel the same wholehearted love in List's care. No other reason, but the number of greater elves that List had was increasing, and this trip out might very likely add another 7 greater elves to his collection. Up to this point, not counting those elves that were forcibly enlisted by the hands of noble landlords, he already possessed 3 dragon elves: Man-Eating Tree Dragon Spirit, Kali, Buckwheat Dragon Spirit, Yachty, Phoenix Perch Parasol Dragon Greater Elf, Annie 11 Greater Elves, Giant Algae Greater Elf, Pike, Pea Great Elf, Ash, Thorn Greater Elf, Jayla, Mangrove Greater Elf, Nami, Potato Great Elf, Kuchi, Banana Greater Elf, Poppy, Millet Greater Elf, Tick, Corn Greater Elf, Mickey, Troll Taro Greater Elf, Carl, Gourd Greater Elf, Clay, Coffee Greater Elf, Mundo. Further, he had over 100 little minor elves and more than 500 elf bugs, and these spirits were still increasing continuously. The sources mainly came from 3 aspects. On one hand, the plantation nurtured spirits that emerged from the crops; on another, they were won from the Moonslayer natives as they expanded through the primeval forests, and the last was the mermaids who frequently swam in the sea, searching for spirits in the ocean. Of course, whenever the horn of war sounded, there was a 4th, and largest, source of spirits. Capturing them from the enemy. Now that there are more and more greater elves, naming them is getting more and more difficult, List sighed as he rubbed Mundo's head. Mundo swatted List's hand away with a palm and cried Giliwala, annoyed when the red coffee cherries on its head tumbled down at a touch. These fallen coffee cherries were excellent seeds; if dried, they would be high-quality coffee beans, and the ground coffee tasted superb. However, Mundo was very protective of these little fruits atop its head and rarely gave anyone the opportunity to pick them. In June, Flame Island was in the rainy season and heavy rains were frequent. To the former Moonslayers, the greatest fear in the primeval forest during torrential rains was flooding. But now in Flame Island, every inhabited area had extensive ditches constructed, ensuring smooth drainage and irrigation. Moreover, driven by the mermaid saltwater Marquis Bluepazzy, the Fish Ugly race thoroughly reorganized several rivers, including Whirlpool River. They widened and deepened them, virtually eliminating the possibility of flooding, and also created numerous large water storage lakes. These man-made lakes could store water in the summer rainy season, and in the winter dry season, water could be channeled for irrigation, allowing crops to grow even in winter. With such efforts sustained, in a few decades, Flame Island would become a land of abundance, providing ample food and clothing all year round. On such a rainy morning, List set off with Ek. Accompanied by Little Fire Dragon Leo, Bone Dragon Vinny, Unicorn Charlie, and the sleeping little water dragon, they mounted Formless Dragon Bard and tore through the material boundary to enter the world beyond matter. They found a natural node located in the Eagle Kingdom and crossed through it. Following the map provided by Lawrence Greenlow, they flew towards Grey Iron Duchy. When Formless Dragon Bard grew tired, they switched to Little Fire Dragon Leo for high-altitude flight. Without stopping, they arrived at the Grey Iron Duchy just as it had been 11 days since Lawrence left Flame Island. In other words, Lawrence should have returned to the Grey Iron Duchy yesterday and reported the preliminary results of the negotiation to Duke of Grey Iron Pero Greymouth Iron. Thus List flew directly to the royal palace of the Grey Iron Duchy, Iron Shell Fort. Sure enough, as soon as List emerged near Iron Shell Fort, knights came forth to pay respects and quickly galloped to the fort to notify Duke Birot. Shortly afterwards, Duke Birot arrived on horseback and, after dismounting, performed a follower's courtesy to List. List, Your Majesty, thank you for your arrival. Please allow me to show you around Iron Shell Fort. I have already arranged a banquet, said Duke Birot. Duke Birot, let's dispense with meals and touring. It's the matter at hand that's urgent. What do you think of the cooperation proposal I had Lawrence bring back? List asked. I can agree to the 7 greater elves, but for the chance to participate in mind battles, I hope to add 2 more opportunities. Birot, familiar with List's character, did not beat around the bush. Why 2 times? List inquired. Besides Florenza, I have another illegitimate child who also has the talent to be a contender for Dragon Knight, Birot mentioned proudly. His own talent was mediocre, but the talents of his 2 bastards were unexpectedly excellent. This was why he was determined to return home and take charge of the Grey Iron Duchy. The legal heir, his eldest son Pettiford of Greymouth Iron, did not possess outstanding talent and was merely capable of maintaining the status quo. If the Grey Iron Dragon hadn't been lost, Pettiford's succession as Duke would have been harmless, but with the loss of the Grey Iron Dragon, the family was sure to decline under Pettiford's leadership. Therefore, he wanted to leverage the talents of his 2 bastards to help the Greymouth Iron family return to the ranks of the dragon-rearing families. 2 chances for mind battles. List squinted his eyes, feeling that he could agree. After all, becoming a Dragon Knight was not so simple. Every year there were so many contenders for Dragon Knight, yet only 1 in 100 would succeed. I can agree, but in return, I want 10 greater elves. He then added, if you cannot provide them, then give me a dragon sprite. Duke Birot smiled bitterly, Your Majesty, your demands are too harsh. I can only offer 8 greater elves. The opportunity of the aluminum dragon is more valuable to you than any dragon sprite. The opportunity of the aluminum dragon is indeed invaluable, but without my help, you would lose that opportunity, wouldn't you? How about this? I provide 8 greater elves and 10 minor elves, and in addition to that, if you help me eliminate Marquis Pilaf of Boulder, I will provide you with an extra lead on his subdragon. Chapter 1007, Stopping the Child's Crying. I'm not an assassin, Pero, List said with a cold undertone in his voice. It was preposterous to him that Pero saw him as a hitman for hire. If it weren't for the aluminum dragon, he wouldn't want to get involved in Pero's trivial matters at all. Indeed. In his eyes, Pilaf the Earth Frenzy was just an ant he could crush at will, yet as a Dragon Knight, he had his own pride. To plan wars and personally plunder resources had already made him, the Flame King, lose quite a bit of dignity, and now, if he were to assassinate a noble, his reputation would be completely ruined. A tree lives on its bark, a man lives on his face. He could engage in life and death battles with other Dragon Knights but was not willing to kill ordinary knights lightly. It was a matter of principle. Seeing List's attitude, Pero couldn't help but curse inwardly. You're not an assassin, but you are a vampire. Of course, on the surface, he quickly assumed a frightened and apprehensive demeanor. Please forgive Pero's indiscretion, Your Majesty. It's just that Pilaf is too greedy, having forcibly abducted my son Florenza, wanting to claim the aluminum dragon for himself, leaving me powerless. Pilaf is certainly greedy, and it is necessary to give him some punishment, List said with a smirk. As much ability as one has, so should one enjoy resources. As an inheritor of the ancient warrior, he is destined to be eliminated by this era, yet he still acts so recklessly. It's unwise. While he seemed to be scolding Pilaf for not understanding the rules, he was actually warning Pero. To request the involvement of a nation's king in one's game requires an equivalent stake to be paid. According to what you're suggesting, Your Majesty, if I'm willing to pay with 8 greater elves and 10 little minor elves, and provide a sub-dragon lead, what kind of reward can I expect? Pero was no fool. He quickly guessed List's intentions and asked. You could invite Pilaf to come out for a talk. 1 aluminum dragon is here, the 3 of us could all try our luck. How to try? Start with a mind battle on your side. After a failure, let it be Pilaf's side's turn for a mind battle, then it's my turn. If we all fail, we'll start a new round. As long as you and Pilaf both pay a certain number of elves for the toll, I'll oversee your dragon riding affair. After considering for a moment, Duke Pero replied, I can try to invite Pilaf out, but the price must be lowered. Agreed. The territory of the Grey Iron Duchy was directly adjacent to that of the Marquis of Boulder, and the distance between the king's castle and the central city of the Marquis was equally short. Previously, when the Grey Iron Dragonborn was still part of the Grey Iron Duchy, Pyro never missed an opportunity to bully others using his status. Now it was the Marquis of Boulder's turn to suppress Pyro. Considering himself to have the upper hand, Marquis Pilaf of Boulder eventually consented to Duke Grey Iron Pyro's request to meet in a border town. Duke Pyro, I will not return Florenza to you. My son will undergo the mind battle first, that's the only option. As soon as Pilaf entered the castle and sat down, he laid out his attitude. After my sons Picard and Pilot fail in the mind battle, then it's Florenza's turn. Pilaf, are you taking me for granted? Duke Pyro looked coldly at the man before him, with his disheveled beard and broad, bear-like figure. The Marquis of Boulder was true to his name, like a massive rock. Such was the figure unique to the cloaked bear-wearer, whose sheer bulk, even without the aid of magic power, could unleash the brute force to tear apart tigers and leopards with his bare hands. After consuming dog's mantle mushrooms, a toxic kind of little mushroom, his magic power went unrestrained, and his aura surged fiercely. Pilaf laughed heartily. The glory of knighthood doesn't just favor your knightly families. My sons are also knights and are likewise graced with the glory of knighthood. Duke, the aluminum dragon belongs to the glory of the Earth Fury family. You should just get used to it. If I ask for assistance from the Eagle Royal family, you won't stand a chance. The Grey Iron family won't stand a chance either. We're the same, and who would dare to risk a leak? Moreover, losing the glory of the aluminum dragon, my family might be reprimanded by the royal family at most, but we wouldn't suffer any loss. However, the Grey Iron family would risk the danger of decline. Pilaf might have looked like a simple brute, but in reality, he was quite perceptive and had a deep understanding of the pros and cons involved. Unfortunately, he miscalculated one thing. Duke Pirot, having had a taste, chose to collaborate with List again. Duke Pirot thought he was pulling a tiger's skin to make a big banner, unaware it was a case of waving the tiger only to usher in the wolf. Be that as it may. At a time when Pilaf was feeling extremely satisfied with himself, List, having already surveyed the surrounding area for hundreds of kilometers and confirmed there were no dragon knights lying in wait, descended from the sky and walked into the small, unnamed castle. Flakabai enhanced his imposing figure, making it impeccably erect. The handsome face no longer bore the naivety of his early years, just wisdom and maturity, steadiness and dominance. Who are you? Pilaf's gaze was inextricably drawn towards List as he entered, his pores constricting and goosebumps covering his body, already feeling a massive pressure. Allow me to introduce him, Duke Pirot chuckled. This is the most outstanding legendary figure from the northeastern corner of the legendary continent, the King of Flame Kingdom, His Majesty List Flame, the sacred dragon Invisible Dragon Knight. He will preside over the aluminum dragon distribution matter for us. List casually sat down, his gaze briefly assessing Pilaf. His eye of magic revealed the thick chaotic magic power within Pilaf's body. This power needed only a spark to trigger a violent explosion. It must be said that the cloaked bear-wearer's ancient warrior inheritance was a very interesting and unique cultivation system, worthy of deeper study. The formless dragon knight. Pilaf stood up in shock on the spot. His retinue of knights, too, clustered around Pilaf in a panic, pulling out their knights' long swords and looking fearfully at List with the atmosphere tense enough to ignite at any moment. List suddenly unleashed his dragon might at the crowd and commanded authoritatively, "Sit down." Crack. Marquis Pilaf of Boulder couldn't help but sit down again, took a deep breath to quickly adjust his mentality, and gestured his retainers to disperse. Without receiving news from His Majesty List, Pilaf failed to personally welcome Your Majesty. Please forgive me. These trivial matters are of no concern. List offered a slight smile. I am here to reiterate my facilitation plan. It will be a trilateral agreement signed by the Grey Iron family, Earth Fury family, and myself. Duke Pirot will pay me 7 greater elves along with a clue about a sub-dragon, and I ensure that Florenza Chasewind Arrow gets the first chance to engage in the mind battle with the aluminum dragon. He has no right to be first. Pilaf was about to slam his hand on the table upon hearing this, but then he glanced at List and lowered his hand. Your Majesty List, that doesn't seem fair, does it? First come, first served. Florenza is entitled to the first opportunity. You, Marquis Pilaf, also have a chance to participate. If you pay me 5 greater elves, I will allow your son Picard to have the second opportunity, and I would graciously settle for third. Pilaf's hand rose again as if to hit the table, but he restrained himself. I don't agree with this order. Florenza has no right to precede my son. List's eyebrows rose. Pilaf, are you questioning my authority? This is the Eagle Kingdom. Even if we were in the Neverfall Empire, I can exhibit my authority all the same. Pilaf, you don't seem to see it that way. Indeed, I can't stop your majesty list's formidable strength, but I have a backup. The Eagle royal family could hear about everything happening here at any moment, and once the royal family intervenes, nobody gets the aluminum dragon. That's why I propose a tripartite cooperation. You can attempt the first and second mind battles, and I only ask for the third. In reality, this is merely to avoid distractions. Even if King Adonis Moonlight Silver of the Eagle Kingdom himself were to come, if I fail to secure the bond with the dragon, I could simply kill the aluminum dragon, annihilate the Earth Fury family, and then leave. To kill a dragon as though it were no different from a chicken. Such words from another, Pilaf could spit in his face, but with List speaking, Pilaf could only accept. After all, this Dragon Knight once forcefully killed 2 Dragon Knights and alone challenged 5 dragons. Such a ferocious reputation that could quiet a 3-year-old child's crying. If Pilaf dared to arrange things carelessly, the Earth Fury family truly faced the risk of extermination. Chapter 1008, Reminder of Fate. Facing the threat from List, Marquis Pilaf of Boulder, Pilaf the Earth Frenzy, ultimately backed down. He couldn't guarantee that List wouldn't utterly annihilate the Earth Fury family in an instant. With List's formidable military achievements, even the Eagle royal family felt helpless, let alone his mere ancient warrior family. To dare question List's arrangements and make sneaky moves would likely result in the loss of heritage among the ancient warriors cloaked in bearskins the very next day. Rules. As a noble, one must follow rules, especially those set by the dragon-rearing family. Your Majesty, the Earth Fury family is willing to offer 5 greater elves in exchange for a second chance at the mind battle, and thereafter we will follow this sequence to strategize, a wise choice, that simplifies matters. Now, let everyone hand over the greater elves, and then we can formulate a plan to conquer the aluminum dragon. Even though this is a juvenile aluminum dragon, it's not something that can be easily achieved. List clapped his hands and decided on a cooperative plan among the 3 dragon-riding families. Soon after, the Earth Fury family released Florenza Chase Wind Arrows, and Florenza shared the secrets of conquering the aluminum dragon. The uninhabited wilderness south of Firm Earth is where the aluminum dragon roams. I once honed my chi in that wilderness and accidentally discovered this young aluminum dragon. According to my estimation, the aluminum dragon is about 50 years old and not very hostile towards humans, so I deliberately approached it. Firm Earth is the fiefdom of Marquis Pilaf of Boulder, and the uninhabited wilderness to the south is where the aluminum dragon moves about. Have you figured out the preferences of the aluminum dragon in your efforts to conquer it? List inquired, knowing the preferences of a dragon could ease the conquest. Florenza, though young, was already a seasoned sword saint and on the verge of becoming a completion-level Sky Knight. His time conquering the aluminum dragon would not be too long, as he was already close to the mind battle, clearly having figured out the aluminum dragon's preferences. After looking at List, Pilaf, and Piro, Florenza hesitated for a moment and sighed. The aluminum dragon's preference is for the metal silver. With enough silver coins, one can please the aluminum dragon. I've already built a nest for it deep in the wilderness out of silver coins, so it no longer resists letting me ride on its back. A metal-loving aluminum dragon that oddly favors another metal, silver. If one were to bring the silver dragon from the Eagle royal family, who knows if the aluminum dragon would just fall under their spell, truly a bizarre occurrence. Complete the task, reward aluminum dragon clues. After discussing the specifics of the mind battle, List finally took the time to review the completed smoke mission and pondered new tasks. Interests can easily blind people. Sometimes, one must not only observe the surface but also look beyond it to see the hidden conspiracies. A juvenile aluminum dragon active in the wilderness. Who can ensure that it is an isolated entity and not a tool being used? Please be cautious in the first 2 mind battles. Reward, unknown. After reading the new task description, List furrowed his brow. Clearly, a task with an unknown reward is a warning from the power of destiny. Conspiracy. It seems that this appearance of the aluminum dragon is not a mere pleasant surprise but a schemed plot. But which faction could be plotting from the shadows? The Eagle Kingdom or the Kashan Imperial? The conspiracy occurring in the Eagle Kingdom also involves a dragon. Evidently, one can't exclude the Eagle royal family. But judging from the waning situation of the Eagle Kingdom as List saw it, the Eagle royal family is unlikely to initiate another powerful dragon-slaying war. It's not a lack of strength, but rather, should they fail, the risk could lead to the downfall of the Eagle Kingdom. Despite not perishing, it was at least torn asunder in 4 or 5 places. Thus, he quickly thought of the shadow incarnations he had discovered based on the smoke mission. 4 shadow incarnations were still imprisoned in the dungeons of Flame Island. Behind these shadow incarnations was the malice from the Kashan Imperial. It appeared that one of the shadow incarnations had already left, likely to convey information back to the Kashan Imperial. Perhaps Emperor Jupiter had already passed on new instructions, and it was very likely that he was plotting this conspiracy. The smoke mission made me cautious about the first two mind battles, which means the conspiracy is likely to be launched during these two mind battles. He slowly pondered. He wasn't overly anxious, as the malice from the Kushan Imperial was anticipated, and now with the reminder of the smoke mission, he could completely avoid or even use their own plans against them. The Blood Servants have already cultivated quite a few new seeds, and infiltrated expertly near the three major kingdoms and dependent territories. It's easy to pinpoint the movements of those dragons and dragon knights. Hence, the peril I'm facing must involve tactics similar to those Marquis of Bull once used in the assassination attempt on the Sapphire Dragon. So, he asked Hak, if someone were to plot against me using the aluminum dragon, what tactics would they use? Ak tilted his head and asked in return, what is brother's most powerful tactic? Of course, it's the space teleportation in coordination with Bard. Do you mean, if they target me, they would tamper with space? Bard is not yet of age, his spatial abilities have not fully developed. It's entirely possible to use the magic power to seal the space, making it impossible for Bard to freely teleport beyond physical realms, and even unable to enter the physical boundaries. At that time, brother and Bard would be forced to confront the enemy. This was indeed likely and was also the best method to target List. Once they launch a conspiracy where he is strongest, it is almost certain they could truly kill him. Concerning his own safety, he couldn't help but pay utmost attention. Then, is there any way to break the seal? Just purify the magic lock. How to purify? This requires coordination from Bard, and also Charlie's help, and starting now, Ak will start making magic equipment. When someone locks the space, immediately perform a purification spell to unlock the space again. Alright, then start making it quickly. Also, don't just make it capable of a single purification. It's better to purify several times. List never fought unprepared. With magic equipment to purify the magic lock, he had to prepare 3 or 4 times the amount to feel secure intervening in the disputes over the aluminum dragon. Thus, Florenza Chase Wind Arrow began his final preparations to strategize over the aluminum dragon, supported by Duke Birot. Pilaf closely watched, ensuring Duke Birot did not betray the agreement between the three parties this time, while List returned to the Flame Kingdom earlier with the Greater Elves donated by the Grey Iron family and the Earth Fury family. Duke Birot contributed 7 Greater Elves. For the Grey Iron family, such a number of Greater Elves was enough to greatly weaken them. But for the chance to ride dragons, they had to pay. Pilaf contributed 5 Greater Elves. For the Earth Fury family, it was an act akin to self-harm. In fact, both families could have negotiated amicably, each having a turn at dragon riding, entirely avoiding the involvement of List. Of course, without List stepping in, they might not have been able to sit down and negotiate peacefully. Moreover, this time, it might just be that those plotting the conspiracy were motivating from behind, using Greater Elves as bait to attract List. Anyway, as the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. I, List, am destined to be the oriole. Holding a large pile of reluctant Greater Elves, List rode the dragon gallantly, soaring among the blue sky and white clouds. Chapter 1009, Everything is ready: oats, barley, apples, tomatoes, peas, white crystal chrysanthemum, ice grass. Pyro Grey Iron paid with 7 Greater Elves, of which only the white crystal chrysanthemum Greater Elf could plant magic potions. Rockwood, tobacco, tea trees, barley, millet. Pilaf the Earth Frenzy paid with 5 Greater Elves, none were of the magic potion variety, but they all just barely counted as grain types. Suddenly, with 12 more Greater Elves, the number under List's command had doubled. It had to be said that only as of today did he barely manage to build a bit of the foundation befitting a dragon-rearing family. At least in terms of the number of Greater Elves, not much behind an average Grand Duchy's dragon-rearing family. In this world of knightly systems, the nobles might rule, but they were strictly divided into hierarchies. The common honored knights lived comfortably just by looking after an elf bug. A baron may have a few elf bugs, cultivating a small town. A viscount owned a minor elf, managing a small city. An earl had a greater elf, operating a large city and several smaller ones. The number of greater elves a marquis had varied. For Marquis Pilaf of Boulder from an ancient warrior family or Marquis Nuta with Demaria Stone who were domain knights, both had a dozen or more greater elves. Even the former Marquis of Bull had a dragon elf. And for Grand Ducal families like Pyro Grey Iron, having over 20 greater elves was standard, and there should be 2 or 3 dragon elves as well. If it was a Grand Ducal family like the Red and White Rose family, the number of greater elves might reach 40 or 50. Then moving higher up, each major kingdom's royal family might have greater elves numbering over 100, and they could also breed many dragon elves. The journey is long, and I need more accumulation, List sighed, already embracing the greater elves as they entered the world beyond material with formless dragon Bard. Upon seeing the world beyond material for the first time, all the greater elves trembled. Feeling sulky, aggrieved, excited, they all held back their little tempers and hid in List's embrace. These small beings who couldn't be infused with space magic power would usually not be brought along. However, formless dragon Bard was growing, its dragon magic power spread out, moving the surrounding space into the world beyond material. Do you think if Bard keeps growing, it could expand the range of its dragon magic power and then carry a flock of dragons through space? List calmed the greater elves while conversing with Ak, who was leisurely strolling around Bard on Unicorn Charlie. Ak pondered for a moment. Ak isn't sure, but judging from Bard's growth trajectory, it's quite likely. The full power of an adult formless dragon is unimaginable. If that were truly possible, it'd be marvelous. He had beautiful thoughts. If it were truly possible, Bard would equal the master spell in Warcraft, an outstanding group teleportation. It was conceivable that a dragon knight in flight would suddenly face a group of dragons appearing before them, be overpowered and killed, and then the dragons retreat in a puff of smoke. Coming without shadows, gone without a trace, it would be the nightmare of any ordinary dragon knight. Yuya. Feeling the scene List imagined, Bard also got excited, expressing its certainty that it could achieve all this. As long as it had a sufficient supply of red dragon water magic potion to grow quickly, helping List conquer far and wide across the legendary continent sooner. Red dragon water isn't easy to come by, the Red and White Rose family aren't fools. This friendship won't last too long. Yuya. Bard indicated that while the friendship was still strong, they should exchange more gifts for red dragon water. With red dragon water, everything else would be negotiable. I'll do my best. I'll be sending an envoy group to the Rose Duchy for exchanges soon. For List, returning from an outing with 12 greater elves hardly caused much of a stir in the estate. Even the servants at Flame Castle were just momentarily pleased. They had experienced too many wonders at List's side over the years. Dragons were brought home as though they were wholesale items,